In this complete tutorial, we will learn Unity 6 and C# programming by making a 2D platformer game. In Unity 6, we're gonna have a look at what is game object, components, user interface, collision, animation in Unity, how to add audio to a game, and lots of other things in Unity game engine. And also we will learn C# programming such as classes, functions or methods, variables, if condition, start and update function, and so much more in C#. Before we jump into this tutorial, I want to announce an awesome food course I have in Udemy on Unity 6 with C# programming. Make sure you check that out because I have explained all of the things beautifully with different chapters and sections. The link will be available in the description box. Also, I want to thank awesome Patreon supporters who donated in this month. Thanks to Marco Art, IHoist, Ayumi, OTB, Agotola Joseph, Rajat Sharma, Soham, Kumai, Christian, Zamora, Vela, and special thanks to Daryl Harris, Manmoradia, Secretive Gamer. And if you want to donate, you can do on Patreon as well as on YouTube membership. And by donating, you're gonna unlock awesome benefits. You can check in the membership page. So without further delays, let's get into this full tutorial. As you can see, Unity just loaded up, and your layout seem a little bit different. So what you can do, you can just go over to top right, says layout, so just go there and then click on this default. So it's gonna set it to default, but I just like this, so that's why I just toggle it. Or you can just toggle it any tab anywhere you want. Something like this animator, I can toggle it down over here as well as in this side, as you can see. And let's suppose you just lost any tab. Let's suppose I lost this console tab. If I just right click on it and then click on this console tab, as you can see, as soon as we click console tab, basically close console tab, it's gone. So we don't have the console tab anymore in the UI of Unity editor, as you can see. So don't panic. What you really have to do, you need to go to window in the top over here and then scroll down, says general, and you can find the tab which you recently lost. So in my case, I lost this console tab, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is Control Shift plus C. So if you just press down this, it's gonna bring up the console tab for you immediately. So I'm gonna just click over there to just get the console tab. As you can see, as soon as we click on that, we get this console tab, and I'm gonna drag it down in the bottom where it was before. So I'm gonna drag it right there, and this is fine. So let's explore these tabs one by one. So this is scene view, as you can see, and this is a stage where we need to drag all of the assets to just perform our game. Assets basically are those things which we use to make our game. Something example for audio, character sprite, icons, buttons, basically all of those things are assets, and we use them to make our game. And in this scene view, we only have the main camera, and main camera just gonna shoot our game, and the game will be captured in this game view, or the game will be broadcast in this game view. You can see in the left side. So that you can, as basically the game will actually look like over here, so you can just see that. And we have a project tab over here in the bottom, and this project tab, we have assets folder. So we need to drag all of the assets right over here from basically we need to drag it over here. All of the things like music, sound effects, character sprites, buttons, icons, UI, all of the things we need to drag over here in this project tab, and then this assets folder. And we have hierarchy right over here. basically we can the game object will be in this scene view, as well as you can just move those game object. You can do anything you want in this hierarchy. So in this hierarchy we have the main camera, as you can see. So the main camera just gonna shoot, and we can just go over to hierarchy to select that game object or the thing, and we can just move around in this scene view. And as soon as we selected this main camera, you can see in the right section says inspector just pop up, and this inspector tab, we can extract or we can see the properties of this game object. So this main camera also a game object. A game object, a basically a object which just gonna play our game, or you can think of it the actors, like that. So we can see in the inspector about that game object properties in this inspector in the right. So this main camera also a game object, and we can see in this main camera has a transform component as well as camera component. So let's create an empty game object. To create an empty game object, what you need to do, you need to move over to this hierarchy. So right click on this hierarchy over here, or you can just click on this plus icon in the top left in hierarchy tab, you can see. So just click on that plus icon, and then click let's basically click on this create empty game object, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is control shift plus n. So if you just press down that, or you can just click on this to just create the game object. As soon as we chosen, we cannot able to see the game object, but we can select the game object in the hierarchy. So we're gonna choose that, and we have moved to some tools over here. As you can see, we have firstly hand tool and this move tool, so we need this one. As soon as we just choose that, we can see this game object has a component called transform, and you can see in the inspector, and this transform component is responsible for position in the x as well as in the y and the z, and it also has a rotation in the x, y, z, and also a scale, or you can say how much you can stretch that game in the x, y, and z. So this game object just only have the transform component, which is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. So this game object just exists in 3D place, but as you can see, we're not able to see. And you can move this game object by selecting this tool over here, move tool. And let's suppose you just lost that tab. As you can see over here, we can see tools, so we can just click there to just get that this move tool, rotation and scale, and rake tool, and we can move this game object anywhere we want, and you can scroll your mouse to zoom in and out. I can move this game object somewhere like over here, and let's suppose you just want to reset the position of this game object. So what you can do, you need to select the game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then transform, right click on it, and then click on this reset. As soon as you're gonna reset that, it's gonna set the position of this game object in the x0, in the y0, as well as in the z0. But as you can see, we're not able to see our game object. So in order to see the game object, we need to attach component, basically a component which basically attached to do specific things. So let's suppose we just want to see this game object, and in order to see that, we need to attach a component called sprite renderer, and that's responsible for showing up the sprite. So what we need to do, we need to select the game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and then click on this add component over here. So as soon as you're gonna click, you're gonna say, so I'm gonna click on this cut tab in the right over here, and able to see this game object, we need to attach a sprite renderer component. So what we have to do, we need to move over to this rendering. So scroll down a little bit, and then choose this click on this rendering, and we need to find over here sprite renderer component. So we're gonna scroll down, in the bottom we can see sprite renderer. So what we have to do, we need to attach this. So I'm gonna click on that component to in order to attach that. Even we attach this component sprite renderer, which is responsible for showing up the sprite, we still not able to see that. Why? Because if we move over to this sprite renderer component, we can see sprite and it says none sprite. Basically this field is totally empty, so we need to choose a sprite over here in order to see the game object. So just click there over here, and then you can choose. Or what else you can do, you can just go over to this project tab, then assets folder, and if you have any assets you can just select that and drag it over here in this sprite slot. But I don't have it at this moment, so I'm gonna just click on this in the right and let's choose this knob. Or we can just simply type the sprite just we want to attach. So I'm just gonna attach a square, so I'm gonna find by typing name of the component, which is square. And if you can able to see, you can just click on this eye icon in the right and you're gonna able to see. So I'm gonna choose this square. As soon as we have chosen, you can see we able to see this game object by now. So this is pretty cool. And if you just want to play your game, so what you can do, you have to move over to this play button, basically in the top middle center. So you need to click on this play button in order to play the game, and Unity just gonna take a moment in order to play our game, and your game just gonna be broadcast in your game view. So you can see over here the game will actually look like over here in this game view. So our game is nothing the square, as you can see it's just middle center, and it's not doing currently anything. So the game is boring, you can say. So make sure you just click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. So whatever changes you're gonna make inside play mode, it will not be same. So make sure you just go to top and then click on this play button in order to get out of play mode. And now if you just change anything, it's gonna be saved. But if you do in playing mode, then while in playing mode, then it's not gonna be saved at all. So we just attach this sprite renderer component. Basically we attach components to do specific things. Let's suppose we just want to attach gravity to this game object. So what we need to do, we need to attach a component, and it's called rigid body 2D. So what you have to do, you need to select the game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the bottom you can see, and you can just click on this component to expand and collapse at once. So we're gonna click on that to collapse at once. In order to attach a gravity, we need to attach a rigid body 2D component. So what you have to do, you need to go over to inspector and then click on this add component, and scroll down a bit and go over to this physics 2D, and over here you need to find rigid body 2D in order to attach gravity. So we're gonna scroll down. In the bottom we can see rigid body 2D over here, as you can see. So we're gonna click on that to attach it. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component in the bottom, and then you can find the component by typing name of the component. So in our case we just want to attach a rigid body 2D, so we're gonna find the component by typing name of the component, which is rigid body. So we're gonna find by typing name of the component. As soon as we type, as you can see, that component just pop up in the top. So I'm not gonna attach it twice because I already have a component rigid body over here, as you can see. And we can just click on that to expand the component properties, and we can scale up the gravity as well. Gravity scale, the amount that it's gonna fall down due to our gravity. So you can increase this number. If you just increase, our player game object just gonna fall down twice or much with stronger with our gravity. I'm not gonna do that. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this game object right over here. It's gonna fall down. Why it's gonna fall down? Due to gravity, because we added a rigid body to the component, which is responsible for adding up gravity to a game object. As you can see, as soon as we just played our game, right after the game start, our game object gets fall down. Why? Because we added a rigid body to the component, and that component is responsible for adding up gravity to our game. And let's suppose you just want to see the game object, so make sure you select the game object in a hierarchy first, and you can just press down F on your keyboard in order to able to see that game object. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose if I just select this game object and I'm not able to see my game object in the scene view. So what you have to do, make sure you select the game object first in the hierarchy, and you need to press down F in order to see able to see this game object. As you can see, as soon as we press down F on our keyboard, we are able to, or we get focused on this square game object, and you just want to rename. So what you have to do, you can select the game object in the hierarchy, right click on it, and then click over here rename in the top. Or what else you can do, you need to select the game object, then go over to inspector, and you can name it over here as well. So I'm gonna call it something like player, something like that. I guess it's fine. So we basically attach these components to a game object in order to do specific things. So firstly, we added a sprite render component, which is no, we added this game component to able to see that game object, and we attach this rigid body to the component, or the another component for just adding up gravity to our game object. So basically we just attach components to do specific things. I hope you get the idea that how you can do. And let's suppose you just want to save whatever you have done so far in Unity editor, and you just want to save, then you can simply press down Ctrl plus S in order to save your project. Or what else you can do, you can go to top left file, and then this save project over here, or you can just click on this saves in the over here, and you can see the shortcut key as well in the right section says Control plus S. So if you just click there, it's gonna save our project, or we can simply press down Control plus S in order to save our project. I'm gonna drag some sprites in this our Unity project. So let's drag them. So I have it in my download section. So firstly, you need to download. Of course, I will give a link in the description. You can go and check that out. So what we're gonna do, firstly we need to extract. So I have downloaded over here, so just right click on it and then click on this extract all, and you can choose a location where you want to extract. I already extracted over here, I have, so I'm gonna drag. But before we drag, let's create a sprite folder, and then we're gonna drag all of them. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to Unity, then head over to this project tab, assets, right click on assets, then create, and then click on this folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like sprites. So we're gonna drag all of the things in this sprite folder. So we just create folder to keep all of the things in organized way. And to create the folder, you just need to right click on this asset, then create, and then select this folder. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag all of the sprites in this sprite folder. So we will move over to that, and let's select this folder, and we're gonna drag it in this Unity project and into this sprite folder. As soon as we have done, Unity just gonna take a moment to just drag all of the things that we need. So if we move over to this sprite folder, double click on it, and we can just see the sprites that we have, and we can click over here as well in these assets. Let's open this up, and we have sprite sheet. So I'm gonna select the ideal one. So we have, so let's select the ideal sprite sheet. This and now this is the death one, attack one. We need to find the ideal one. So this one is ideal, so we're gonna select that sprite, and we can just click on this arrow to see individual sprites. Or what else you can do, you can just select that sprite, go over to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor. So as soon as you're gonna click on that, you're gonna get a tab called sprite editor. So, and we can just scroll our mouse to zoom in, and we can see we have more than one sprite. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6. So we basically, what we have to do, we need to split individually, and in order to split individually, go over to inspector, and you can say sprite mode. If it's a single, then choose this multiple, because we have more than one sprite. and we're gonna make this pixel per unit a less number. Basically, less pixel size means the sprite just gonna be large inside. So if we just leave that, we're gonna leave it, and we're gonna understand that in later. So let's go. And if you just take a closer look, we can see our sprite just seems a little bit blurry. So what we have to do to get rid of that, we need to choose this filter mode 2.0 filter in the inspector, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom. And what we have to do now, we need to split individually. So in sprite editor tab, you can see slice in the top left. So just click there and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has one row and 6 columns, so we're gonna put 6 columns and one row. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab. So we're gonna click on that in order to, and I'm gonna select my GameCube once again over here, and let's go to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow to see the individual one. So what we're gonna do now, uh, basically we're gonna replace this square with our player sprite. So what we have to do, we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and then sprite renderer component, and over here we need to drag the sprite that we would like to change with. So I want to change with our player sprite, so I'm gonna select the first one. So let's select that and drag it over this sprite slot. As soon as we have done, as you can see, it just gets replaced. But the problem is that our sprite seems a lot more small, so we need to make it bigger in size. To make it in bigger, we have to select our what you simply can do, you can just select the game object in the hierarchy, so in our case this player, and then we can just move over to inspector, then transform component, and we can make the scale in the x something like 10, and in the y something around 10. So we can see as soon as we just did, we can see our player game object gets bigger in size, but this is not a perfect way to do that. If you just go over to then this in a transform component of this player, and then right click on it and then click on this reset, so it's gonna reset the position once again back to small. So what we have to do, we need to make it bigger in pixel per unit. So we can just simply that choose that sprite sheet underneath our assets tab. We need to select that sprite sheet, then go over to inspector, and over there you can see pixel per unit, and it sets to 100. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make it a little bit small, something around 16 or 32. So if we just make that, you will see this player game object will be large in size. So less pixel size means it's gonna be large in size, and more pixel means it's gonna be small in size. So we're gonna make it something around 16 to make our sprite a little bit large in size or in big size. And let's scroll down, let's click on this apply button in order to apply. As soon as we have done, we can see our player game object is now little bit bigger, or you can just choose that pixel per unit even less to make it even more bigger in size. So now I guess we have done, and if we just click on this play button in the top in order to play our game will do nothing currently. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do some settings. We need to do, basically we added a rigid body 2D, and this player game object gets fall down due to our gravity. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna add a ground something over here, so this player game object just gonna land top of it. So let's do that. In order to do that, make sure you just go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, then sprites, and we're gonna choose a square, and we're gonna move it down somewhere around here, and we just want to stretch in the x axis or horizontally. So we can just select this, but before we do, let's rename this to something like ground. So I'm gonna name this to ground, and we need to scale in the x-axis or horizontally. So we're going to select that, go over to inspector, transform, and in the x scale we're going to put something around 10. As soon as we have chosen, we can see it's get stretch in the x, and we can just make it bigger, something like 15. I guess seems pretty much fine. Or what else you can do, you can just choose this rect tool from here, and you can just resize. And if you just hold down alt on your keyboard, it will resize from center, as you can see. So we're gonna move it little bit down. So we're gonna select this move tool from here, and let's move it something over here. And I just want to stretch in the y axis a little bit small, so we're gonna select that, and we can hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center, something like this. And this seems pretty much fine. So in the X position, I'm gonna set it to 0, so it will be middle center. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, our player game object will passes through this ground. Why? Because we didn't need to attach collider 2D in order to detect collision. As you can see, as soon as the game started, our player game object just fall down due to our gravity, and it just passes through our ground, and we don't want that to be happen. So we're gonna get out of play mode. What we basically have to do, we need to attach colliders for collision detection, or else it's not gonna detect any collision. So you need to select the game object, and we need to attach collider to the both of this game object, or else this, you will see this player game object just gonna passes through it. So that's why. So firstly, we're gonna attach a collider to this our player game object. So we need to select that, select the player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and then click on this add component in the bottom, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. So we can simply type the component name in order to attach. So in our case, this box collider 2D, or you can just attach any collider you just want to attach, but I'm gonna attach a box collider 2D just to make it the size of our sprite perfectly. Basically add a collider which gonna fit perfectly your player sprite. So let's click on this add component. So make sure firstly you select your player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and then click on this add component, and we're gonna attach a box collider to this. So we can simply type the component name over here in order to find that, and we can just simply click on that in order to attach. And as soon as we attach this box collider 2D, we can see our just green line outline just became. So this is our collider, and it's gonna detect collision, and we need to resize our collider 2D to just fit this player sprite perfectly. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this edit collider in this box collider 2D component. So just click there, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our player game object, or as the size of our player sprite. So we're gonna make it something like this, and we can just resize this. I guess this is pretty fine. And now if we just simply click on this play button, by now you will see this player game object will still able to passes through that ground. Why? Because we also need to attach collider to this ground as well. So that is the reason. So as soon as the game started, as you can see, this our player game object just passes through our ground, because we also need to attach collider 2D to this ground as well. So let's get out of play mode, and we also need to attach a collider 2D to this ground as well. So we're going to select our ground, and we can just go to inspector and then click on this add component, and let's click on this card, and we need to attach a collider 2D. So in order to do that, we're going to move over to this physics 2D, and we're going to find a collider to attach. So we're going to attach a box collider 2D which is gonna perfectly fit this ground, or you can just attach any collider 2D. Make sure you just fit it perfectly. So that is the reason. So I'm gonna click on this add component. Let's move over to physics 2D in the bottom, and we're gonna find a box collider 2D, and we're gonna attach that. Or you can just simply click on this add component, and you can find the component by typing name of the component. So we're gonna attach box collider, so we can type the name of the component, and it gets pop up. But I'm not gonna attach twice. I already have this box collider 2D, so I'm not gonna do that. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object just gonna fall down top of this ground. Why? Because we attach collider 2D, and it's basically detect collision. So that is the reason. So as soon as the game started, our player game object gets fall down, and it just land top of this ground. Why? Because we attach a collider 2D for both of this game objects. So that's why it's just detecting the collision, and it's just doing whatever it's need to do. So we're gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this player game object a prefab. Basically, in order to we make it prefab to make our work lot more easy. So what we, in order to make the prefab, you need to move over to this project tab, then assets. But before we make it prefab, let's create a prefab folder, and we're gonna drag all of the prefab or copy of that game object into that folder to keep all of the to keep our project in organized way. So that is the reason we're gonna create a folder first to keep it just clean. So we're gonna move over to project tab, asset. Let's right click on assets, then create and folder, and we're gonna name that folder to something like prefab. So let's call it prefabs, and into this folder we're gonna drag our player prefab. So let's go to hierarchy and select the player game object or the game object you just want to make prefab. So in our case, or in my case, I just want to make this player game object a prefab. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that prefabs folder in this assets folder. And now it's turned blue, basically means prefab. So as soon as we drag it right there, it just gets blue, basically a prefab, or we just made a copy of this player game object. And now if I just go ahead and select this player game object and press down delete, as you can see, it's gone. We don't have it anymore in the scene view as well as in the hierarchy, but we made it prefab as you seen. So we can just restore that game object right away. So we can just go over to project tab, assets, or where we drag it. So in my case, in this prefab folder, and we can see the player game object over here. So we can simply select the game object into that folder, and we can just drag it into this scene view or into this hierarchy to just get it one more time in our scene view or in this hierarchy. As soon as we drag it, we can see our player game object. And if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can see all of the component is attached as we have done already. So basically, making a prefab, we just make a copy, and we can simply just restore that. And let's suppose you just don't make it prefab, so you need to work from scratch. If you just somehow mistakenly press down delete and it's gone, so we don't need to work from scratch, like adding this rigid body 2D component one more time to add up gravity to this game object as well as these components. So basically, we don't need to work from scratch, so that's why we just made it prefab, or we just made a copy to make our work lot more easy. And we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our project. So basically, we make a prefab to just basically make prefab to keep, or just it should be time saving. So that is the reason you can simply say we need to make our player movement so simple, like if we press down A key, we want this player game object to move to the left direction. If we press down right key or the D key, we want this player game object to move to the right direction. And if we just press down space key on our keyboard, then we want this player game object to jump. So those are custom things, and to implement custom things, we need to create a script. So what you really have to do, you need to select the player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and then click on this add component. So just click that, and in the bottom you can see new script. So just click there, and you have to name the script what you want, something like player movement or player. And after doing that, make sure you just click on this create and add button in the bottom, and it's gonna attach the script, and just double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. Or what else you can do, you can just head over to this project tab, then assets, and you create a folder something like script, and inside that folder you can just create the player script. So basically, you just have to right click on this assets, then create, and over here you can see in the top mono behavior script, or you can just move over to, so scroll down a little bit and then select this mono behavior script, because we're gonna attach this script to this player game object. So that's why we need to choose this mono behavior script instead of this scriptable object script or this empty C# script. So we need to create, I already have created, as you can see over here, and I just name it player, as you can see. So what we have to do now, we need to attach this script to this player game object. So let's select this player game object and let's select that script from that folder, which I have it in assets folder. So I'm going to select that and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, or you can simply just click on this add component and you can find the script by typing name of the script which you recently created. So in my case, this player, so I already have attached, so I'm not gonna attach it to it. And let's open that script by double clicking on it over here, so in the inspector. So just double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default, as you can see, we have start and update function. So this start function right over here, it gets called when the game start. So in the start of the game, this start function gets called, and this update function in the bottom over here, it just get called in 1 second, something like 60 frames. So it just calls again and again and again. You can think of it that in 1 second it just calls 60 times. So let's suppose we just want to move this player game object to the right direction. So we need to add some unit to this player game object in the x-axis to move to the right or to the left direction. So that's why we need to use that update function in order to move this player game object every single frame to the right or to the left direction. And this over here class player is a, you can assume this is a template, or we're gonna use this class to implement our in this game object. So we can define properties of that player game object like moving left, jumping, running, all of those things we can define in this player class, and then we're gonna use this player class to implement in this player game object. So basically we just define in this player class what the player game object actually need to do, and we can define in this player class, and then we're gonna use this player class to move our player game object. So you can think of it, this is our design, and after that we take this design to make the actual house, something like that. You can think of it like that. I hope you get the idea. So what we need to do right now, we just want this player game object to move to the left and right. So we're gonna do inside that update function. So let's head over to this update function, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this input. So input dot get access, we need to use this get access and then make first packet, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Basically means this line of code just gets end over here, so you need to put semicolon. So this input dot get access function right over here in quotation, it's gonna take the axis name in which axis you just want to move. So we want to move this player game object to the left and right direction. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy and select this move tool, we want this player game object to move left and right. So that's why we just gonna pass in quotation horizontal movement. So we will head over to script, and over here in quotation, it's gonna take the axis name in which axis you just want to move. So we're gonna move our player game object horizontally. So in quotation we need to pass this horizontal, and after making this so this input dot get access function, it's gonna give +1 or -1, even 0, depending upon what key we holding down. So let's suppose we hold down a key. So this function right over here input dot get access, it's gonna give a +1 value, sorry, not +1, a -1 if we press down a key, and if we press down or hold down d key, then this function right over here, it's gonna give a 1 value, so it can be +1. So basically +1, and let's suppose we don't hold down both of those keys, then this function over here, it's gonna give a 0 value. So why we're gonna use this function, we're gonna use this function to move our player game object. So if we head over to Unity and select this player game object, then go over to inspector transform, and if we just set this x position to 0, and let's suppose if we set this x position to something like 1, as you can see, as soon as we just put 1, it's just going to the right direction. And if we just put -1 in this x position of this player game object in this transform, you will see this player game object just moving to the left direction. As you can see, as soon as we put -1, this player game object just moving to the left direction. So we're gonna use, or we're gonna replace this x position with our movement or that function, and we're gonna, by default, we will set it to 0. So this function right over here, input dot get axis horizontal, it's gonna give -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down or which key we holding down. So if we hold down a key, then that function input dot get axis, it's gonna give -1, and we're gonna replace this x position of this player with the result that we're gonna go that we're gonna get. So if we just put it -1, so this player game object just gonna move over to the left direction, and if we hold down D key, then we're gonna move this x with our that result, so it's gonna go to the right direction. And if we just don't hold down any key, A or D key, then that's gonna give a 0 value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store whatever we get, we're gonna store in a variable. So we will go to top of our class, and over here we're gonna make a public. So we're making it public so we can see underneath our player script right over here in the inspector. So that's why we're just making it public, and that will be a variable just like you can think of it container. We can simply put values there, and this will be float variable. Float basically are those number which comes with decimal places like 1.2, 1.1, 1.5, even whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 is a you can say are float numbers. And we're gonna call it something like movement. We also have to name it, so we're gonna call it movement, and let's close that up with some semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, over here we will set movement. So we will set movement equal to, movement equal to this. So this movement right over here, it can be -1, 0, or +1 depending upon what key we holding down. So let's suppose we hold down a key, so this function right over here, it's gonna give -1. So this movement right over here gonna be -1, because we directly setting it. As you can see, movement equal to input dot get axis horizontal, and if we press down D key or hold down D key, then this function over here, it's gonna give us +1. So this movement over here gonna be +1, because whatever we getting, we just storing that result into this movement variable. Or we can simply just setting it as you can see right over here. So this movement can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down, and we're gonna use this movement to replace this x. So this x right over here of this player game object can be -1. So if it's -1, then this player game object will move to the left direction. If it's +1, then this player game object will move to the right direction. And if this if we just don't hold down any key, then the movement just gonna be 0. So this player game object will stand at 1 point, it's not gonna move at all. So what we have to do now, let's head over to script, and what after just storing the value, we're gonna say transform dot position. Basically transform dot position right over here is current position. It's basically means current position of our player game object. Basically we just moving over to of this player transform, basically this transform, and then accessing the position. And what we're gonna do, on top of this position, we're gonna add the changes that we made, and we need to set it to vector 3, because this transform position, as you can see, it has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So that's why we need to use a vector 3 which has also x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So we're gonna head over to script, and top of, so this basically means current position of our player, and top of that we're gonna add the change. So we will add plus equal, and we're gonna use this new vector 3, and this new vector 3 over here, it's basically just gonna be x axis, y axis, and the z axis, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So transform dot position basically means current position of our player game object, and top of that we adding this new vector 3 which also has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna replace this x with our movement. Basically we just want to replace this of player game object. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, transform, we're just replacing this x with our movement, and movement can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So if we hold down D key, then that movement just gonna be 1. So this over here just gonna be 1. It's basically means this player game object will move to the right direction. So that is the thing. So let's go to script now, and we're gonna replace this x with our movement. movement, and we don't want to move at all in the y-axis, something like this. So that we're gonna put in the y-axis 0f, and in the z-axis we're gonna put as well 0f. We don't want to move at all in the z-axis as well. And now we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So what you have to do, you need to just press down Control S in order to save your script. Or what else you can do, you can just go over to top left file. So just go there and then click on this save button over here, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section saying Control plus S. So you can just click there in order to save your script. And after saving it, we can head over to Unity, and Unity just gonna take a moment to basically compile our script. And now we are able to see this movement underneath our player script. So this variable we are able to see underneath our player script. Why? Because if we head over to script, we can see we just made this public float movement. So we just made this public, so that's why we are able to see that field underneath our player script says movement. So now if we just click on this play button, so let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. You will see this player game object will move to the right or left direction depending upon what key, which key we just holding down. So now if I just hold down D key, as you can see it's moving fast, too much fast. And if I just hold down A key, it's moving to the left direction, and you can see that as well in the underneath your player script. So if we hold down A key, this movement right over here, it's just gonna be -1. So as soon as we just press down A key, we can see it's just moving to the left direction, and this movement just getting -1. If I press down D key, we moving to the right direction. But there is a catch. Let's suppose you basically I'm just using a load system. So in my case, this player game object just gonna be moved left and right with a small number. Something like in my case or in my system, this update function right over here, it will run in 1 second, something like 60 frame. But if you use a super fast computer or a system, then this update function right over here, it's gonna run in 1 second 120 frames. So you can see there is a huge difference. So to make it constant, what we really need to do, so let's get out of play mode and let's head over to script now. So to just make it constant, we need to multiply this movement with our time dot delta time. Basically means it's just gonna make our frame rate constant. So in my case, you can think of it, this update function runs in 1 second 60 frame. But if you using a fast system, so in your case, this update function in 1 second just gonna run 120 frames. So you can see there is a huge difference between our frame rate. To make it constant, we just have to multiply this whole thing or this new vector 3, or you can just simply multiply with this movement. But I'm gonna multiply with this whole thing with time dot delta time, and it's gonna make our basically frame rate constant. So we're going to multiply with time dot delta time. We need to use that, and we just want to move a little bit faster. So let's suppose we're going to save our script. So we're going to press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. That update function runs every single frame. So that's why this player game objects, when we press down D key, it seems like it's just moving to the left or right direction depending upon which key we holding down. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to press down A or D key, you will see this player game object just gonna move a little bit low. Why? Because we just multiply with time dot delta time, and it just basically makes frame rate independent. So if I just press down D key, as you can see, this player just moving to the right direction, and if we press down A key, it's moving to the left direction. But as you can see, the speed seems too much slow. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a little bit faster. So we're gonna get out of play mode and let's head over to script, and we're gonna multiply this whole thing. So this movement right over here, it's -1 +1 or 0. So that's why this player game object just moving to the left or right direction with 1 unit. So we're gonna multiply that whole thing with a number, so we can make our speed a little bit faster. So we're gonna multiply with something like, so you have to use this symbol in order to multiply, and we're gonna multiply with something like 5f. So we putting f at the end basically means referencing float number. you can just ignore that, but it's pretty good to use f at the end, basically referencing float number. And now what we gonna do, and we also put 0f over here in order to just reference that is a float parameter. But instead of hard coding like this, so we just put 5f. So we need to come to this script and change this value over again and again to match up a correct speed. So instead of doing this, we're gonna use a variable. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make it public, so we can adjust underneath our inspector, and that will be float, and we have to name the parameter what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something like speed, and by default you can set it to any value that you like. So I'm gonna set like 5f and close that off with semicolon, or you can just remove this, and you can later on in the inspector you can just put a value in that speed parameter. But by default I just want to give a default value, so that's why I'm gonna set the speed something like 5f. And now we're gonna replace this 5f and we're gonna put speed, and this speed we just made it public, so we can adjust underneath over here underneath our player script. So we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again, and we made it public, so we can adjust underneath our inspector. And this right over here, it doesn't need to be public, this movement parameter, so we can make instead private. So we're gonna make it private, and if we just made it private, we're not gonna able to see this movement parameter underneath our player script. Why? Because we set this this movement parameter private, as you can see. So we're not gonna able to see this parameter underneath our player script. So we're gonna press down Control S on our keyboard in order to save. And now let's move over to Unity. So this movement right over here is -1 or +1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down, and we just multiplying with this speed, and speed by default we set 5f, as you can see. So 5 into 1 just gonna be -5 or +5 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So we're gonna move to the left or right direction depending upon which key we holding down, and we're gonna move with this much of speed. As you can see underneath our player script, we're now able to see our speed parameter, but we're not able to see movement parameter. Why? Because we made that field private. So that is the reason. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object will move to the left or right with this much of speed parameter, which is 5 by default we set. So we're gonna move to the left or right with this much of speed. So let's press down D key. As you can see, we're moving to the right direction, and if I just press down A key or hold down A key, we're just moving to the left direction. And if I just lift off my finger from both of those keys, we can see this player game object just standing at one point, and it's not moving at all. Why? Because this, if we don't hold down any key, A or D key, this input dot get axis horizontal just became 0. So this movement right over here became 0. So that is the reason x will be 0, and we just multiplying with this speed is 5. So 5 into 0 just gonna be 0. So that's why this player game object not moving at all to the right or left direction, because speed is 0. Basically that movement is 0. That is the reason. And we're gonna get out of play mode. And what we want to do right now, if we just go over to project tab, then assets, and then prefab folder, and if I just try to open up this player prefab, basically we just made a copy, so I can see the player game object in this prefab folder. I just made a prefab. So in order to make a prefab, you need to select the game object first in the hierarchy and then drag it over to this assets folder in order to make that prefab. And now if I just try to open up this player prefab by double clicking on it, you can see in the inspector in the right, you can see the player script is still not been attached to this player game object or this player game object prefab yet. So what we have to do, we need to do some changes. And if you just want to go back in scene view, you need to move over to this hierarchy and then click on this back arrow in order to go back. And if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, in player script we can see a plus icon became. So what we really have to do over here, this player script is still not been attached of this player game object prefab as well. And in order to do that or attach this player script in this player game object prefab as well, we need to move over to this override. So basically select the player game object first, go over to inspector and just scroll down a bit over here in the top you can see override. So just click there and then click on this apply all button. So apply all button, so the changes you made over here in this player script or in this player game object in the hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into this player game object prefab as well. And now if we just open up that player prefab that we made it prefab, so if I just double clicking on it, we can see in the inspector now player script is attached to this player game object. So basically we need to move over to that overrides and then we need to click on that apply all in order to change in order to make the change in the prefab as well, the changes we made in the hierarchy, and we just want to change it prefab as well. So that's why we need to just click on that overrides. So make sure you just do that. And if I just go back and then select this player game object, and if I just set this speed parameter something like 7 and try to open up this player prefab. So if I just open up the player prefab game object by double clicking on it, as you can see the speed is still 5 in this player prefab. So what we have to do, we need to go back and then we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector overrides and then click on apply all. So the changes over here we may gonna make it will be saved into this prefab of this player game object as well. So we can just double clicking on it and now we can see underneath our player script the speed is now 7 as we set in the inspector in hierarchy. So we can go back and this is fine. When we moving to the left side, we're not looking to the left side. So let's click on this play button in the top, you will see. So whenever we're gonna move to the left side, we need to flip this character to the left side as well. And when we go to the right side, we need to flip our character to the right direction. So now if I just press down or hold down a key, as you can see our player just moving to the left direction, but it's not looking to the left direction, so we need to flip this character. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then transform rotation, and if we put in the y something like -180, as you can see as soon as we put our player game objects look to the left side. And so we basically need to set this rotation of this player game object. Firstly we need to move over to this transform and we're gonna use this Euler angles, and Euler angles is gonna have x axis, y axis and the z. So if we just put this y to -180, as you can see it's just looking to the left direction, so we need to set this y to -180 and we can just ignore this x axis and the z axis rotation. And once we set back this y to 0, you will see this player game object just gonna look to the right direction. So if I just put 0 right away, as you can see our player game object is now looking to the right direction. So we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna open up our player script and we need to script that to left, or we need to look to the left direction as well as to the right direction. So let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna move over to top of our class. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a private, let's make it private. It basically doesn't need to be public, and that will be bool. Bool basically which can be true or false, and this bool parameter over here it's just gonna keep track of which direction we're looking. So we're gonna set something like, we're gonna call facing right, and by default I'm gonna set it to true, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. Why by default I set this facing right parameter to true? Or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this. Instead we're gonna move over to this start function, and this start function get called when the game starts. So in the start of the game, what I want to do, I just want to set this facing right parameter to true, and this start function get called one time in the start of the game. So I'm gonna set this facing right, and to set we need to use this equal sign, and I'm gonna set it to true. And let's close that up with semicolon. So we set this facing right parameter to true. Why? Because if we move to Unity, this player game object looking to the right direction. So that's why by default, or in the start of the game, I set facing right parameter to true. And once this player game object looks to the left direction, then we're gonna set this facing right parameter to false. Why? Because this player game object will look towards to the left direction. So that's why we need to set that facing right parameter to false. because it's no longer able to look to the right direction once we rotate this player game object to the left direction. So now what we need to do, so basically we just created this private bool facing right parameter to just keep track of which direction we're looking. And in the start of the game we just set facing right parameter to true because player is looking to the right direction. And we're gonna use this movement parameter right over here in order to flip our character, because we do know that this movement right over here is just responsible to move this player game object left and right. So that's why we're gonna use that parameter to just keep track of which in which direction we going or moving. Then we need to flip that game object in that direction. So that's why we're gonna use this movement. So let's go to bottom over here. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna use this if condition, and we're gonna make first bracket, and we need to make these curly brackets. So over here in this first bracket you need to put a condition which should be true, totally true. Something like 10 is greater than 5. Is it true? Yes, 10 is greater than 5. So the condition over here in between this bracket we just put is a true. So that's why whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket, it will be execute. So we definitely know that if 10 is greater than 5, so the condition over here we put true. So that's why whatever we're gonna do, it's gonna execute. So we're gonna print out a message, and in order to print out a message we need to use this debug.log function in order to print out. And we need to make this first bracket, then close that up with semicolon, and over here in quotation you can say whatever message you just want to see. Something like this condition, I'm gonna say this condition is this condition is true, something like that. And I'm gonna press down Control is to save our script, and now hit over to Unity. So the condition over here we put in this if right over here 10 is greater than 5, which is definitely true. So this message right over here, it should pop up in the console right away, and it's gonna print out multiple times. Why? Because we're doing inside this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So every single frame this over here or this message just gonna pop up. So let's go to Unity now, and we need to select the console over here. And if you just can't find the console, what you really need to do, when you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says general, and you can find the console tab over here, and you can also see the shortcut key in the right section. So just click there to get that. So I'm gonna toggle it over here. I already toggle it in the bottom. You can toggle it anywhere you want. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. Right after the game start, that message should be pop up, because the condition over here in that if we just put it true, so that's why. So as soon as the game started, we can see in the console tab this condition is true message just getting pop up every single frame, and it just getting over again and again. And you can also see the count over here in the top right in console tab. So instead of printing out message, we just want to check which direction we going, and we need to flip this player game object in that direction. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we can just double click on this message to go that line of code, or we can just simply double click on this player script in the inspector in order to move that line of code. So I'm going to double click on this message to go there, and over here instead of checking 10 is greater than 5, we're going to check something else. So what we want to check, we're going to use this movement, and I'm gonna check if movement is 0f, lesser than 0f. So what we're doing over here, we do know once we move to the left direction, this input dot get axis just gonna be -1. So that's why this movement right over here gonna be -1, and we do know that the -1 is lesser than 0f. So that's why we checked for if movement is lesser than 0f, and we do know once we moving to the left direction, that movement just gonna be -1, and we do know that my -1 is lesser than 0f. It basically means we just moving to the left direction. And we also want to check for one condition, and in order to put a second condition, you need to use this and we're gonna check if facing right is equals to true. It's basically we're just using this equals sign right over here to check. So firstly what we checking if the movement is greater than 0 if it's basically means that we just moving to the left direction, and once we move to the left direction, this movement right over here just gonna be -1, and we do know that -1 is lesser than 0 if, so that's why we just checking or just putting 0 if in order to check which direction we going. At the same time, as you can see in N, we just looking to the right direction. Basically we just moving to the left direction, and this player game object looking to the right direction. Then what we need to do, we need to flip this character to the left side. So I'm going to print out another message. Instead of saying this condition is true, I'm going to say flip character flip character to the flip character to left direction. So I'm gonna say something like that, and let's press down this shouldn't be, and we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and now head over to Unity. So firstly we just checking if we moving to the left direction and we looking to the right direction. If we moving to the left direction and we just looking to the right direction, that's then what we doing, we just printing out this message flip character to the left direction. So when we moving to the left direction and we looking to the right direction, that message just gonna pop up when we press down A key, because we're gonna move to the left direction once we hold down A key. So let's click on this play button in the top. You will see that. So once we press down A key, you will see that message just gonna pop up in the console right away, because we're checking that. So now if I just press down A key, as you can see, we just moving to the left direction, but we looking to the right direction, and we can see the message in the console gets pop up says flip character to the left direction, or flip character to left direction. So instead of printing out message, what we really need to do, we need to flip this character to the left direction. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, transform, and then rotation to Y. If we set it to -180, we can see it just flipping to the left direction. So we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode, and let's double click on that message to go that line of code. Instead of printing out message right over here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip our character, and then we need to use this transform than Euler angles. So basically we just go moving over to this player game object transform in the inspector, you can see, and then we using Euler angles, which also has a 3 axis. This has, so that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. So we're gonna set new vector 3, and this vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and we're gonna close that off with semicolon. So basically we're just moving over to player transform, and then accessing the Euler angles, and we're gonna set the Euler angles equal to new vector 3. So in the we do know once we set -180f, it basically means the player game object just gonna flip to the left direction. So that's why in the y we're gonna put -180f, and we're gonna ignore our z-axis, so we can just simply put 0f. We don't want to flip in the z-axis as well as in the x-axis, so we only have done in the y-axis, you can see -180. So once we set y to 180, you saw this player game object just gets flipped to the left direction. So that is the reason. And now what we're gonna do, after flipping this player game object to the left direction, we do know we no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why after flipping this player game object, we just need to set that facing right parameter to false. Why? Because we no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why after flipping our player game object, we're gonna set that facing right parameter to false. So let's go to script, and after flipping our character, we're gonna set facing right, and we will set equal to false, because we're not gonna able to look to the right direction once we flip our player to the left direction. And we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and now we can just move over to Unity. And we do know that we're not able to see that movement and that and then facing right parameter. Why? Because we set those parameter private, so that is the reason we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script. But still, let's suppose you just want to see that those parameter, which is the movement as well as the facing right. So what you have to do, make sure you select the game object first in the hierarchy, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see 3 dots, so just click there and then click on this debug mode. mode. So as soon as we choose in debug mode, we can see underneath our clear script, we able to see this movement as well as the facing right. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will see right after the game start, this facing right will be true. Why? Because in the start of the game we're setting facing right parameter to true, basically checked, but once we look to the left direction, you will see it will be unchecked. So as you can see, as soon as the game started, this facing right parameter is true, but once we started moving to the left direction, we can see our player game object gets flipped to the left direction. And if we take a look underneath our player scape, facing right a parameter is unchecked by now, basically false. But the problem is now is that if we try to move to the right direction, we no longer able to move so basically flip our character to the right direction. So once we start moving to the right direction, what we really need to do, we need to flip this player game object to right direction as well. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and then set this Y rotation. So if I just get out of play mode and I just want to go back in normal mode, so in order to go back in normal mode, make sure you just go to inspector. In the top right you can see the three dots, so just click there and then click on this normal in order to go back in normal. And we do know if we set it to -180, we just flipping to the left. But once we set that Y to 0, you will see this player game object will able to look to the right direction right away. So if I just go ahead and then Y, if we set it to 0, as you can see, as soon as we set it to 0, this player game object is now able to look to the right direction as well. So what we really need to do, so let's move over to script and over here we're gonna check. Firstly, we need to check if we're moving to the right direction. At that moment we only want to flip this player game object, else we should not. So that is the reason. So let's go to script and over here we're gonna check else if. So we need to use this else if the condition is something else. So make first bracket and then some curly brackets. So we're gonna make some brackets and we have to put the condition in these brackets. So first thing, we're gonna check which direction we're moving. So we're gonna check if movement is greater than 0f. 0f. So what we're doing, if movement is greater than 0f, so once we start moving to the right direction, we do know that that movement, basically this movement right over here, just gonna be 1, something like that. So and we do know that 1 is greater than 0f, so we're checking over here if movement is greater than 0f, basically means we just moving to the right direction, as you can see. And we do know once we start moving to the right direction, this movement just gonna be one, something like that. And we do know that 1 is greater than 0f, as you can see. It's basically means we're just moving to the right direction. And we also gonna check for a second condition. Let's suppose we're just moving to the right direction but we're looking to the left direction, so that's why we're gonna check right over here. So and we need to check, and we're gonna check if facing right. So we need to use this facing right is equals to false. If that is the case, means we looking to the left direction but we start moving to the right direction. So that's what we really need to do. We need to flip our character firstly to the right direction, and after that we need to set facing right parameter to true. Why? Because once we start flipping this character to the right direction, so we will look to the right direction. So that is the reason we're gonna set that facing right parameter to true, once again back to true. So let's go to script now. So first thing, we need to flip. So we're gonna copy this line of code right over here by Control C, and we're gonna press down over here by Control V. Let's press down. So firstly we're just going over to transform and then the Euler angles. So in the Y we're gonna set it to 0f, and we do know once we set it to 0f, this player game object will look to the right direction. It's gonna flip to the right direction. So that is the reason. And after flipping our player to the right direction, we need to set this facing right parameter to true. Why? Because once we flip this player game object to the right direction, we're gonna able to look to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna set facing right parameter to true. So we're gonna set facing right equals to true over here, and we're gonna press down Control S in order to save. And now let's move over to Unity. So firstly we're checking if we're moving to the right direction, as you can see. At the same time we're checking that if we just looking to the left direction. Then what we're doing, we're just setting transform dot euler angle, basically we're just flipping, and then we're setting facing right parameter to true once again. So if we now go to Unity and then click on this play button in the top, once we start moving to the left direction, this player game object just gonna get flipped to the left, and once we start moving to the right direction, our player just gonna flip to the right direction. Let's have a look on that. So if I just hold down A key, as you can see, as soon as we press down A key, it's just moving to the left direction. As well, it gets flipped to the left direction. But once we press down D key, as you can see, as soon as we just press down D key, it's firstly started moving to the right direction, and it just gets flipped to the right direction. And you can see the result as well in the inspector. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and then transform, you will able to see this Y rotation just gonna change according to which direction we going. You can see that over here, as you can see, it just became 0 and then 180, basically just flipping that, and that is a cool thing. And then we will get out of play mode. And now what we're gonna do, if we just move over to over here, what we can do over here, we can just set it facing right equals to false. Instead of doing that, you can just set you can just remove this, and over here you just put this exclamation mark. It basically means facing right is false. So you can just type simply this right over here, basically means if you just put exclamation mark right in front of this facing right, it's basically means that this parameter is false. So you can just simply type facing right equals to false, or you can just do this to make the code a little bit clean. And over here we're just setting facing right equals to true. Instead of doing that, you can just remove this true right from over here, and you can just set it facing right. It's basically means true. Or you can just simply do something like facing right equals to true, or this over here, it's basically means true. So you can just do this as well, and it's pretty fine. So we're gonna press down Control S, and making this way our code is lot more clean. So that is the reason. So you can just simply type the value equal, or you can just leave it like that. And if you just put exclamation mark right in front of that text, it's just referencing that parameter is false. I hope you get the idea, and we can just simply try this out one more time by clicking the play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to go. So we can simply do this, and this is pretty cool thing that we just moving. When we press down space key on our keyboard, we want this player game object to jump. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see our player game object not gonna jump when we press down space key. So we need to do that. But before we do, let's check it a bit for that. So now if I just try to press down space key on my keyboard, we cannot see this player game object to jump. So let's do that. So we're gonna get out of play mode. So make sure you just hit that play button in the top to get out of play mode, and we're gonna open up our player script. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's click on this player script in the inspector, double click so you can go. And we're gonna use if condition for that, and let's do it over here in the bottom. You can make it anywhere. Make sure you just do it this update function, because we need to check the input. And over here in the bottom we're gonna check, so we will check. So let's make this if condition, then make first bracket some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, so we're gonna put a condition. We're gonna check for some input. So we're gonna check this input dot get key, and you need to make this a bracket. So this input dot get key over here, this function, it's gonna take a argument, and it's gonna take a key for which key you just want to check. So I'm gonna pass key code dot space. It's basically means if input dot get key code dot space means if we press down space key on our keyboard, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna jump. And you can check for any key you like. So you can just simply pass key code dot a. It's basically means it's gonna check for a key. So if you just press down a key on your keyboard, you can do whatever you just want to do inside these curly brackets. But I'm gonna check for space key, so that's why I'm gonna pass space, and I'm gonna make a function for to jump. So we're gonna make it somewhere in the bottom. You can make it anywhere you want. For to make a function, we need to type this void for our function, and we have to name the function what you want, what we want to name it, or what would like to go with. So I'm gonna make call it something like jump, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do for now, if it's perfectly working or not, we're gonna check. So for now we're gonna print out a message, and in order to print out a message, we're gonna type debug.log and make first bracket, and in quotation you can type whatever message you just want to see. So I'm gonna say something like player jump. So let's say player jump, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, if input dot get key keycode dot space, basically means if we press down space key on our keyboard, then what we gonna do, we're gonna call this jump function. And jump function, what jump function just gonna do, it's gonna print out a message in the console says player jump. As you can see, you can type whatever you just want to see in between this quotation, you can just type that. So I'm gonna call this jump function. So when we press down space key, so let's call the jump function and make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. So if input dot get key keycode dot space, it's basically means if we press down space key on our keyboard, then what we're doing, we just calling the jump function. So in order to call a function, you need to type the function name, and then you need to make these brackets, and then close that up with semicolon. So we basically calling this jump function, and what jump function is really doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player jump, as you can see. So we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our project, save our code. And now let's move over to Unity. So we will see whenever we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, that jump function will call out, and we do know what we're doing inside that jump function. Basically we're just printing out the message in the console says jump. So I'm gonna select our console, and we will click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So firstly let's choose this console tab over here, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So whenever we're gonna press down space key, that function will call, that jump function will call, and jump function just gonna print out a message in the console says player jump. So if we just go ahead and press down space key, as soon as we press down space key on the keyboard, we can see in the console the player jump message just gets pop up. So whenever we press down space key, it's just getting pop up, and it's getting multiple times. The player jump message just getting pop up multiple times. Why? Because we doing that inside, or we just calling that function in our update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame by Unity. So that's why the message just getting pop up multiple times. So instead of printing out message, we need to make our player jump. So let's get out of play mode. And in order to make our player jump, what we basically need to do, we need to have a reference of this player game object rigid body. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can see we just added a rigid body 2D to this player game object, and this rigid body 2D is responsible for gravity and like jumping, forces, anything like that, velocity. So we need a reference of this player rigid body. As you can see, we have it over here in this player game object. We added a rigid body 2D in order to attach gravity. So we need a reference of this rigid body 2D of this player game object rigid body 2D, then we can make the player jump. So in order to grab the reference, let's open up our script. So we're going to double click on this player script to open that up in Visual Studio. So we need to grab the reference first. So what we have to do, we need to go over to top of our class, and we're gonna make this one public, because we're just making it public so we can see the field or underneath our player script in the inspector over here. We want to see that. And the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So we need to type the component name. So the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. So that's why we need to type the component name, and we have to name it what we want to name, what we would like to go with. You can just name it whatever you want. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna call it something like RB, or short for rigid body. And let's close that up with semicolon. We're gonna press down to save our script, and now let's move to Unity. Basically we will see an empty field of rigid body. What we have to do there, we need to drag this rigid body into that slot. So we're gonna have the player rigid body reference, then we can just make this player game object jump. So once the our player script gets compiled, we can see underneath our player script a RB. Basically we just name it RB, short for rigid body, you can simply say, and it says non-rigid body, basically totally empty. So what we need to do right over here, we need to select this player rigid body. So let's select that and drag it into that slot. And now as you can see, we have the player rigid body reference. Basically we have the reference or the link of this rigid body of this player game object. Now we have the reference. So let's open that up script real quick. And now what we're gonna do, instead of printing out message, so let's move over to this jump function first, and we're gonna remove this message. Instead of printing out message, we just want to jump. So in order to jump, we need to add a force. So if we just head over to Unity, then select this player game object and select this move tool from here, we want this player game object only to jump in the y-axis, something like this. We don't want this player game object to jump in the x-axis, something like this. We only want to jump in the y-axis. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a new vector 2 which has x-axis and the y-axis. So we're gonna create that. So let's go to our skip, and over here in jump function, firstly we need to move over to rigid body, or in our case RB, and we do know we have the reference. And then we're gonna use this add force function, and this add force function, it's gonna take a vector 2. Basically it's gonna take two pair of numbers. So first thing, it's gonna take the x-axis and the y-axis, or you can simply say vector. So we're gonna create a vector, so new vector 2. So we need to type this vector 2 or two-dimensional data and then make first bracket. So we only want this player game object to jump in the y-axis. We don't want this player game object to jump in the axis, something like this. So we only want to y-axis. And this name vector 2 right over here, it has x-axis, we do know, as well as the y-axis. So we want to jump in the y-axis only. So that's why we're going to replace this y with something like number. But we're going to make a variable so we can adjust that underneath our player script. So we're gonna make a variable for that. So let's go to top of our class, and after this one speed, I'm gonna make another parameter, and we're gonna make it public because we're gonna adjust it underneath our player script. So we don't need to come to the script and change the value over again and again to match up a correct number. So this will be float, and we can call this something like jump height. So I'm gonna call it jump height, and by default I'm gonna set a default value something around 5 or 7f, something like that, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And now in the y, I'm gonna pass this jump height, and by jump height by default we set 7. So this over here just gonna be 7. So our player game object will jump in the y-axis with 7 unit, and we don't want the player game object to jump in the x-axis. So that's why in the x-axis we're gonna put 0f. It's basically means we don't want to jump. And this rb.add force function, so firstly it just takes the direction or a vector to force, so we just pass. And the second argument, this over here rb.add force, it's gonna take the force mode to the dot impulse, because this rb.add force is a force. So that's why as a second argument we need to pass a force mode to the dot impulse. So type comma, and then you just have to include this. So make sure you just do that, which is force mode 2d dot impulse, because this is a force. So that's why. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So what we basically done over here, we just moving over to this rb. Basically we have the reference, so we just going over to this rigid body of this player game object, and then we using add force function in order to add the force. And we only adding the force in the y-axis. As you can see, we replace the y with our jump height, and by default jump height I have chosen 7. So we're gonna jump in the y-axis with 7 unit, and we don't want our player game object to jump in the x-axis. So that's why in the x-axis we put 0f, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that's gonna be fine. So we will able to jump in the y-axis with 7 unit. So just wait. And now So as soon as our player script just gets compiled, we can see another parameter just pop up says jump height, and we do know we set it public, so that's why we are able to see that field over here, and we can adjust it the jump height as well over here. So we don't need to go to the script and then change the value over again and again to get a perfect jump height. But so this is the cool thing about making variable public, so we can adjust underneath our inspector. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on that. So whenever we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, you will see this player game object will jump in the y-axis with 7 units. So now if I just try to press down space key, as you can see, as soon as we press down space key, this player game object jumps. But the problem is that if we jump we just jumping a lot, and we're gonna able to jump in the air as well. So just wait a little bit, it's just falling down. So we can just simply press down space key on our keyboard in order to jump, and we can press down space key as many times as we want. Even this player game object is not standing on this ground, still this player game object able to jump. So we need to stop doing this. We only want this player game object to jump when this player game object standing on this ground. We don't want this player game object to jump in the air, something like this. It's just jumping a lot, as well as it's able to jump in the air as well. As you can see, I hope you get the idea. So we need to fix that. So let's get autoplay mode, and we're gonna create another parameter to just keep track of if this player is standing on this ground or not. So we're gonna create a bool parameter which can be true or false. So let's do that. So we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class over here. So let's separate this private variable should be so we just making a little bit clean, you can simply say. So over here we're gonna create a another bool parameter to just keep track of if we standing on the ground or not. So we're gonna create a private, and that will be bool, which can be true or false, and we're gonna say something like is ground, and we will close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to this start function. So in this start of the game, I just want to set this is ground parameter to true. Is ground parameter we're gonna set equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna move over to where we're jumping. So over here, as you can see, if input dot get key code dot space, it basically means if we press down space key, then we're just making our player jump. Basically we just calling the jump function, and jump function basically adding the force in the y-axis or to that player game object. So when we press down space key, at the same time we want to check if this player game object standing on this ground, or basically this is ground parameter is true or not. If it's true, then we're gonna jump. So in the start of the game, as you can see, we setting that is ground parameter to true. So at the same time we're gonna check. So if we press down space key, at the same time we're gonna check. So we're gonna check n is ground parameter is true. So if it's equals to true, or you can just leave it like this, it's also basically means true, but I'm gonna set equal to true, something like that. If that is the case, so we're making our player jump. So when we firstly we're checking if we press down space key, at the same time is ground parameter is true, basically this player game object standing on that ground. Then what we're doing, we're just calling that jump function. A jump function basically adding the force in the y-axis. So after jumping, what we want, we're gonna set that is ground parameter to false. Why? Because once we're gonna make jump, this player game object just gonna be in the air. So this player game object not gonna stand on this ground. So that's why after jumping, as soon as we jump, we're gonna set that is ground parameter to false, because after jumping, this player game object will not be able to stand on this ground. It's gonna be in the air. So that's why we're gonna set is ground parameter to false, because we're not standing at all in the ground. So that's why. So after jumping over here, as you can see, we're gonna set is ground. So we will set is ground equal to false, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. Let's press down space key, control is in order to save our script. Now let's move over to Unity. So whenever we're gonna make our player jump, you will see this player game object just gonna jump, and after the jump, that is ground parameter will be false. And if you just want to see that field, you just go over to debug mode. So I'm gonna select that. So now if we select our player game object, let's go to inspector. In the top right we can see three buttons, so just click there and let's click on this debug to able to see the private field. So I can see is ground is false, but in the start of the game basically means right after the game start, this is ground just gonna be true, because in the start of the game we just setting this is ground parameter to true. So if we just click on this play button in the top, you will see right after the game start this is ground just gonna be checked, basically means we setting it to true, and we checking if we press down at the same time is ground is true. If that is the case, we're gonna able to jump. So as you can see, as soon as the game start, this is ground is now checked, basically means true. Now if we press down space key on our keyboard, we can see this player game object jumps and it just stand on the ground. And if we just try to press down space key, by now you can we're not able to see this player game object making jump. Why? Because after jumping we just setting this is ground parameter to false, and over here what we're doing, we're checking. So in the and condition, both of this condition should be true. So firstly we're checking if input dot get key code dot space, basically means if we press down space key at the same time is ground parameter is true. If that is the case, at that moment we're jumping, and after jumping what we're doing, we're just setting it to false. So in the next time if we just press down space key at the same time is ground is true, but we do know after jumping we just setting this is ground parameter is false. So this one over here is false, but this one is true. But in an and condition, both of these conditions should be true, then whatever you're gonna do inside this curly bracket, it will be execute. So you need to check. So we also need to set this is ground parameter to true, but when we should, once this player game object collide with this ground, that at that moment we're gonna set is ground parameter to true. Why? Because this player game object just gonna stand on this ground, so that's why we're gonna set it to true. And if we set this is ground parameter to true, and over here if we just press down on our keyboard space key in the next time, so this one is if we it's basically means if we press down space key at the same time is ground is true. If that is the case, and we do know once we're gonna collide with this ground, we just want to set back is ground to true. So both of this condition is true, so that's why whatever you gonna do inside this curly bracket will be execute, means our player game object will able to jump for the next time as well. So we need to set it to true. So let's get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do for that, we're gonna use on collision inter 2D function. So we basically when we collide with this ground, we're gonna use that. So let's move over to a script, and over here in the bottom you can make it anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. So we're gonna use this on collision inter 2D function, and this function over here on collision inter 2D, make sure you just type as I did over here, else it will not work. So make sure you just do that. So this function over here on collision inter 2D, this function get called when we collide with something. So if this player game object collide with this ground, then this function right over here will be triggered by automatically. It's gonna be triggered by Unity automatically, and we can extract info what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter over here. We can extract info like the name of the game object we collided with, the tag, anything like that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna extract the name of the game object we collided with, but before we do, we're gonna assign this ground as a ground tag. So how you can do that, firstly you need to select the game object. So in our case we're gonna select this ground tag, and I'm just gonna move over to normal mode. So let's go to normal. So if we select our ground, so we just want to assign this ground as a ground tag. So firstly we need to select that. So we're gonna select our ground game object in the hierarchy, and let's go to inspector tag. As you can see it says on tag, so just click there and then click on this add tag in the bottom, and then click on this plus icon over here, and we have to name the tag what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something like ground, and we're gonna click on this save in order to save, and make sure you select the game object in the hierarchy one more time, and select that, go over to inspector and tag. As you can see it says on tag, so we're gonna click there and we're gonna assign it what we will name it. So we as you can see we assigned it this ground game object as a ground tag, you can see in the inspector. So you can just do you have to do in this way in order to tag something with or you just want to assign with some certain tag. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag, so we can extract info like the name of the game object as well as the tag of the game object, whatever. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to script. So we do know that this function get called when we collide with something. So if the player game object collide with this ground, then this function over here just gonna call. And over here what we basically want to do, we're gonna check if so firstly we're gonna make first bracket and then some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do in this if condition, we need we're gonna pass collision dot game object dot dot tag, and we will check crown. So over here what we basically doing, so this function get called when we collide with something, and we checking right over here. So that's why we just put if condition, and what we checking over here, we just taking if so firstly we just going over to collision dot game object, and over here collision dot game object means the game object we just collided with. So if this player game object gonna collide with this, then collision dot game object basically means this ground game object. And then what we're doing, we just accessing the tag of the game object. So basically we just going over to this ground game object and then accessing the tag, and as you can see we assigned this ground as a ground tag, and we just accessing the tag and we checking if it's equals to ground, as you can see. So in quotation you need to pass the tag name. So we do definitely do know that once we collide with this ground right over here, firstly what we're doing, we're just accessing the tag of the game object. So collision dot game object right over here basically means that ground game object, and then accessing the tag of it, and we checking if the tag is equals to ground. If that is the case, basically means we just simply collided with this ground game object. Then what we need to do, we need to set back is ground parameter to true, and we do know once we set back we're gonna able to jump for the next time as well. So what we're gonna do over here, we will set is ground to true, and we're gonna close that out with semicolon, and we're gonna press down space key on control S in order to save script. Now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see when as soon as we're gonna collide with that ground, we will able to jump for the next time. So we just setting back is ground parameter once we just collide with this ground. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on that. So just wait. So now if we press down space key, as you can see we jumping, and if I just try to press down space key for the next time, as you can see we still able to jump, because as soon as this player game object collide with this ground, then we just setting is ground parameter to true. And if we just move over to script, as you can see if we press down space key on our keyboard at the same time is ground parameter is true, then what we're doing, we're just making jump, and after jumping we just setting this is ground to false. But as soon as we're gonna collide with that ground, then what we're doing, we're just setting this is ground parameter to true. And over here, so this condition in this if condition, both of these parameters just getting true, so that's why we able to jump for the next time as well. So as soon as we're gonna collide with that ground, we're just setting back is ground parameter to true. So basically that is the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's make the animation of this player game object, and in order to make the animation we need this animation tab. As you can see I have it over here. If you can find the animation tab, you just need to go to window in the top, then scroll down says animation, and the shortcut key you can see control 6. So if you just press down that, it's gonna bring up the animation tab right away. Also we need this animator tab, so make sure you just select that, both of these tabs. So I'm gonna select this animator, I don't have, and I'm gonna toggle it down in the bottom, and we are ready to create the animation. But before we create the animation, let's make a animation folder, and into that folder we're gonna place all of the animation to keep our project clean. So let's do that. I'm gonna make let's head over to this project tab, then assets, let's right click on assets, then create in the top, and then click on this folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like animation. So we're gonna call it animation, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create another subfolder because we're gonna have multiple animation. For this player animation we're gonna also have the anime animation, so that's why. So we're gonna create another subfolder. So let's open that this animation folder. So let's double click on it and let's right click on this animation folder, and we're gonna create a subfolder. So let's go to create in the top and folder, and we're gonna name this folder to something like player animation. So let's call it player animation, and that's done. And now what we're gonna do, let's make the animation. And in order to make the animation, we need this animation tab, we do know. So I'm gonna toggle it this animation tab over here. Make sure you select the player game object in the hierarchy and then click on this create button in animation tab in order to create the animation. So let's click on this create button and let's go to assets. In assets, as you can see, we created a animation folder, you can see that. So let's open up that folder by double clicking on it, and we also have a subfolder says player animation. So let's open that up as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So I'm gonna create the ideal animation first. So I'm gonna name this to something like player ideal animation, player underscore ideal, something like that. And after doing that, click on save button over here in order to create the animation. And what we have to do now over here, we need to click on this red button you can see in the left bar in animation tab left side. So you need to just click on that to record the animation. So let's click on that to record the animation, and we need to drag all of the individual sprite of this player game object or the ideal sprite over here in animation tab. So we need to drag it over here. To do that, let's move to project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and let's go over to player folder. I have it in this darkspawn folder. So let's click over here to expand, and I'm gonna move over to this sprite sheet folder, and we have the animation. So let's find the ideal one. So this one is ideal, and let's click on this to see the individual sprite. So we're going to select all of them individual sprite by holding down shift and move it over to this animation tab in order to make the animation. So we're going to move it over to this animation tab, and we can just click on this play button over here in order to play our animation. So let's click on that. As you can see, it's just playing the ideal animation clip, but it seems pretty much fast. So what we really have to do, we need to make this sprite individual sprite a little bit play. So we can just drag it over in 40 frames, something like that, 30. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, as you can see, animation is pretty fine now. And make sure you just click on this red button one more time to capture the animation, or you can just leave it like this. It's automatically gonna capture the animation. So now let's create another animation, which will be the running one as well as the attack one and taking damage. So we need to do that, but before we do, I'm gonna click on this red button to capture the animation. Before we do, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the same thing. If we select our ideal spreadsheet and then go over to inspector, as you can see, pixel per unit we have chosen 16, and this filter mode in the bottom we can see that we have chosen point no filter. So basically we need to do all of these things with all of our sprites, like this player running sprites, player attack sprites, with all of them. So let's find the running one for now. So let's find the running one. So this one is the walk one, or you can simply say the running one. So let's do the same thing as we have done of this player ideal sprite sheet. So we're gonna select the walk one. So let's select that, go over to inspector in the right, and then click on this open sprite editor tab. So sorry, this button. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this pixel per unit 16 as we have done of this player ideal sprite sheet. So we're gonna do 16, and let's scroll down. And if we just scroll our mouse, we can see this player spreadsheet seems blurry. So what we need to do, we need to choose this filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom. And now we need to split individually. So in sprite editor tab in top left, you can see slice. So just click there and select automatic to grid by cell count. And basically we're doing the same thing as we have done player ideal spreadsheet. Basically do the same thing. So we're gonna select grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows it has. So we can see 3, 6 7 8 columns, so we're going to put 8 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in a sprite editor tab. And after doing that, but before we do, let's split all of the sprite sheet individually. So let's find the attack one for now. Sorry, if we're gonna find the attack one. So this one is attack, so let's do the same thing as we have done with our player running. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and I'm going to choose pixel per unit 16. Let's scroll down, filter mode to point of filter, let's click on this apply, and we're gonna go to top left. Let's count how many columns and rows it has. 3 6 9 11 12 13, so I guess 13 columns, so we're gonna put 13, not 13. So 3 6 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, so 12 columns, so we're gonna put 12 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice, then apply, and let's find the taking damage or heart animation. So this one is heart, so let's click on open sprite editor, pixel per unit we're going to choose 16, filter mode to point no filter, and then click on this apply button, and let's slice individually, and we're going to slice. So we have 4 columns, so we're going to put 4 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice and then click on this apply, and now I guess it's fine. So we just created all of them, and now let's make the other animation. So make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy first, then go over to animation tab and then click over here, and let's click on this create new clip. So this one will be the work one or running one, so I'm gonna name it to something like player underscore running. So we're gonna call it running, or let's call it work instead, and let's click on save, or you can just press down enter in order to save it. And we need to drag all of the sprite sheet over here in animation tab of running individual sprite. But before we do, make sure you just hit this red button in order to capture the animation or record the animation. And let's find that animation, which is the work one. So we have it, let's find that. So this one, so we're gonna select all of them by holding down shift, and let's move it over to this animation tab, and let's click on this play button in animation tab in order to play our animation. As you can see, it seems pretty much fast, so we're gonna make spaces between these individual sprites. So we're gonna move it over to something like 50, and if we just click on this play button, by now as you can see it seems pretty much fine. Or we're gonna drag it in 40. I guess 40 would be a perfect number, so let's move it over to 40, and let's click on this play button one more time. As you can see, this seems pretty much good. And let's make another animation, which is the attack one as well as the heart one. So let's click over here, and let's click on this create new clip, and we're gonna name this clip to something like player underscore this one gonna be the attack one. So let's call it player underscore attack, and then click on save button, and let's drag all of the sprites over here in animation tab. So let's go to let's find the uh, animation. So this one is attack, so let's click on this arrow to see individual. But before you do, make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy and then hit this record button in order to record the animation. And we're gonna select all of them, all of these individual sprites of attack, and let's move it over to this animation tab, and let's click on this play button in order to play the. It seems pretty much fine, so we're gonna make spaces between these sprites individual between sprites individual, and we're gonna move it over to something like 1 second, something like 60 frame. And if we just hit this play button, we can see animation is now perfectly playing, and it seems pretty much good. So let's create the heart one now. Let's click over here in animation tab, let's click on this create new clip, and we're gonna call this one something like player underscore heart. So let's call it that, and let's click on this save button, and we need to drag all of the heart animation clip over here in animation tab. But before we do, make sure you just hit that record button, and let's find the heart one. So this is one death, and we have this. So let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and let's move it over to animation tab, and let's click on this play button. As you can see, it's playing, so we're gonna make spaces between these keys individual sprite. And now if we click on this play button, we can see the heart animation, or we can just move it over to something like 20, I guess 20, and we can just click on this play button, and we need to feed it perfectly, so we're gonna make it you can do it manually, drag them to basically make it perfect, and we can click on this play button in order to play the animation. As you can see, this is pretty much fine, and now we have created all of the animation for this player game object. So I'm gonna drag this animation tab in the bottom. I'm gonna toggle it in the bottom. Now we have created all of the animation. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab, as you can see we have all of the animation. We have player underscore idle, player underscore walk, player underscore attack, as well as player underscore heart. So this one selected by default, so whenever the game start, this player underscore idle animation will be played right away. And let's suppose you so let's have a look first. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see player underscore will be the default animation state. Why? As you can see, it's selected orange, so that's why. And you can make any of them a default state. As you can see, as soon as the game started, our player game object just playing the idle animation clip over again and again. And let's suppose you just want to make this one player underscore attack animation clip to be default, so you just have to right click on it and then click on this set as layer default state. As soon as we have chosen, we can see our player game object just playing this player underscore attack animation clip over again and again. So you can just choose any of them a default state. So I'm gonna get autoplay mode. So what we have to do, we need to make transition between this animation state. But before we do, I'm gonna set this player underscore ideal animation clip to be the default one. So that's why I'm gonna right click on it, and let's click on this set as layer default state. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see player underscore ideal animation clip will be the default one as soon as the game start. uh, as uh, as you can see, ideal animation is now playing over again and again. But when we moving left and right, we're not playing our work animation clip at all. So we need to play this work animation clip when we moving left and right. So basically what we have to do, we need to make animation transition between this animation clip. So let's get out of play mode, and I just want to set this player ideal animation clip to be the default one. So I'm going to right click on it, and let's click on this set as layer default state. And what we have to do now, we need to make transition between this animation step. So when we are moving left and right, we want to play this work animation clip of our player game object, and when we click left mouse button or attack, we need to play this player underscore attack animation clip. So we need to make transition between this animation state. So make sure you select your player game object in hierarchy, then go over to this animator tab. And if you're not able to find the animator tab, just go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation. You can find the animation as well as the animator tab. So let's make transition between this animation state. So we're gonna right click on this player underscore idle and make transition to player underscore work. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this arrow or this transition. Let's then go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as we moving left and right, we just want to play this player underscore work animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick this has exit time, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0. And let's scroll down a bit. We need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play this animation clip. We do know that when we are moving left and right, we're gonna play this animation clip, which is the running or working one. So we need to set some certain condition in order to play this player underscore work animation clip. So in animator tab, you can see parameters over here in the left side in animator tab. So when we're gonna set some certain condition, or you can say some certain parameter in order to play this player underscore work animation clip. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a float parameter or a float condition, and we're gonna call it something like run, or let's call it instead work. So we're gonna choose this condition. So if work set it to something like 1, then we're gonna play. So now if we just move over to inspector in the right and then scroll down, we need to click on this plus icon in order to choose that. So I'm gonna choose if work is greater than some is small number, something like that. So I'm gonna check for 0.1. So if work parameter, so let's suppose if we set this work to something like 1. So if it's 1, as you can see, the condition over here just gonna be true. If we set this work parameter to 1, and we definitely know that 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why from this player idle, it's gonna play the player underscore work animation clip right away. So if we just see that, so if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see. So once I set this work parameters to something like 1, you will see this player underscore work animation will be played right away, because we have chosen that condition. So that's why. So now it's playing idle animation clip over again and again. So if I set this work parameter to something like 1, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen one work parameter, we can see that player underscore work animation is playing over again and again. Why? So if we just select this transition and then go over to inspector, we can see we have chosen if work is greater than 0.1. So once we set this work to 1, so this one is 1, so 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player underscore ideal, sorry, player underscore work animation is playing over again again and again, because work we set 1 and we do know that 1 is greater than 0.1. So that's why. And we also need to make transition back to this idle, or we will stuck on this player underscore work animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition from this player work to player idle. Once this player game object not moving at all, in that moment we need to play a player underscore idle animation clip of this player game object. So that's why. So let's get out of play mode and we're gonna make transition back to this player idle. So let's right click on this player underscore work and make transition back to player underscore idle, and then select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as this player game object stops moving, then we need to play this player underscore idle animation clip right away, and we don't want any delay. So that's why we just untick this has exit time. Also we're gonna set transition duration to 0, we don't want any delay, and we're gonna scroll down. We need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this player underscore idle animation clip. So we're going to choose this same condition which work we created. So we're going to click on this plus icon and the inspector, and now we're going to choose if work is lesser than, we're going to check for small number, something like we're going to check for 0.1. So if we set this work parameter to 0, as you can see, if we set this 1 to 0, 0 will be lesser than 0.1, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why our player game object will play this player underscore idle animation clip over again and again, because the condition over here getting true. Once we set this work parameter to 0, so the work over here is 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna play the player underscore work animation player underscore idle animation clip right away. So let's have a look on that. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see. So once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play the player underscore work animation clip. But once we set this work parameter to 0, it's gonna play player underscore idle animation clip. So if I set this work parameter to 1, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen 1, it's just playing the player underscore work animation clip right away. But once we set this work parameter to 0 in our animator tab, so make sure you are an animator tab. So once we set it to 0, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen 0, it's just playing the player underscore idle animation clip over again and again. Why? If we select the back transition, then go over to inspector, and we can see that we have chosen that condition if work is lesser than 0.1. So once we set this work to 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's just playing the player underscore idle animation clip right away. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we need to set this work parameter through our code. through our code. Let's suppose once this player game object started moving left and right, then we're gonna set this work parameter to 1. So it's gonna play the player underscore work animation clip right away. But once this player game object stops moving, then we're gonna set this work parameter to 0. And once we set this work parameter to 0, we do know it's gonna play the player idle animation clip right away. And we definitely need to do that. Once this player game object stops moving left and right, then we need to play the player underscore idle animation clip right away. So we need to set this work parameter to 0 once we stops moving left and right. So it's gonna play the player idle animation clip accurately. So we also need to make transition from this player idle to player underscore attack animation clip, as well as player underscore hard animation clip. So we need to make transition between these animation state. So we only want to play this player underscore attack animation clip once the player is standing at one point, it's not moving at all. Because once we start moving, we don't want to play the attack animation clip. Instead, once this player game object stops moving or it just standing at one point, at that moment we just want to play the attack at animation clip. So that's why we only gonna make from this player id, not from this player underscore work animation clip. We only want to play this player underscore attack animation clip once our player game object stops moving. So that's why. So I'm gonna right click on this player underscore idle, and let's click on this make transition and make to this player underscore attack, and we're gonna click on this arrow. So let's click on that and go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. So as soon as we just click left mouse button, then we just want to play this player underscore attack animation clip right away. We don't want any delay, so that's why we just untick has exit time, and then we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this player underscore attack animation clip. So we're gonna set some certain a little different parameters. So let's set that. So in animator tab in parameters right over here, so just click that and click on this plus icon in order to set a condition or a parameter. So I'm gonna set this trigger. So let's click on that, and I'm gonna call this trigger to something like attack. So once we're gonna choose this condition, so let's select the transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna click on this plus icon in order to choose that condition, and then we're gonna choose. So just click over here and we're gonna choose this attack. So once we trigger this parameter, you will see this player underscore attack animation will be played right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. As we can see in the inspector, we have chosen that condition. So if we just trigger this attack parameter, you will see from this player idle animation clip, it's gonna play the player underscore attack animation clip right away. So let's have a look on that. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see once we trigger this attack parameter, it's gonna play the attack animation right away. So just have a look on that. So now if I just trigger this attack parameter, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen the attack animation clip just playing over again and again. So we don't want to play this animation clip over again again and again. So we need to uncheck the loop time. But before we do, as you can see, if we just trigger, we just stuck in this attack animation clip forever. So we also need to make transition to this idle as well as player work. So let's suppose this player game object start moving after attacking. So we need to play this player underscore work animation right away instead of this player idle. So we need to make transition from this player attack to back to player idle. If the player is not moving at all, then we need to play this animation clip, which is the idle one. And if the player is started moving, then in that moment we need to play this player underscore work animation clip right away. So let's get out of play mode and let's make transition between them. So we're gonna right click on this player attack and let's make transition back to player idle. And now we're gonna select this transition. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave this has exit time, and we're gonna set this exit time to 1 basically means over here 100%. So we just leave this has exit time because we just want to play the player ideal player underscore attack animation clip whole, and after that we just want to make transition back to this idle. So that's why we just leave this has exit time, as well as we have chosen exit time to 1 basically means 100%. We just want to play this player underscore attack animation clip, then we just want to make transition to this player underscore idle. So that's why exit time we just chosen 1, and we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. So after playing player underscore attack animation clip right away we just want to play the player underscore idle animation clip. So that's why we just set transition duration to 0, and you can choose a condition in which condition you just want to play this player underscore, and if you just leave it like this, it's automatically gonna move over to this ideal animation clip. So we're not gonna choose any condition like that, so it's automatically gonna transit to this player underscore player underscore ideal animation clip. So we also need to make transition from this player underscore attack to player underscore walk. But when we shoot, once this player game object starts moving, we need to play the player underscore walk animation clip right away instead of playing this player underscore attack animation clip once while we started moving. So we need to do that. So let's right click on this player underscore attack, and we're gonna make transition to this player underscore walk, and let's select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time because as soon as possible we need to play the walk animation clip right away once this player game objects start moving. So we don't want to play this player underscore attack animation clip anymore, and we just want to play the player underscore walk animation clip once this player game object start moving. So we need to play that this animation clip, which is the player underscore walk animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick this has exit time, and we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play. So once this player game object starts moving, we do know we need to set this walk parameter to 1, and once we set this walk parameter to 1, it's gonna play the walk animation right away. So we're gonna choose that condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose if walk is greater than with some smaller number, something like 0.1. And we do know that once we set this walk parameter to 1, and we can see if this walk parameter is 1 and 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player underscore walk animation will be played right away after playing this player underscore attack, but we're not gonna play. So that's why right away we're gonna play this player underscore walk animation clip once we start moving. So we need to play that animation clip right away. Now I hope you get the idea, and we also need to make this player underscore hurt animation clip once we take damage. So we're gonna make it from any state because let's suppose if this player game object running or standing at on 1 point, and if this player game object basically takes damage from the enemy, then this player game object need to play the take damage animation clip or the hurt animation clip right away. So the no matter what we doing, like standing at 1 point, working or attacking, so we need to play this hurt animation right away once we take damage. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state. So let's right click on any state and make transition to player underscore hurt, and let's select this transition or this arrow, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave this we're gonna untick this has exit time because as soon as possible we need to play this hard animation clip right away once this player game object takes damage from our enemy game object. And we're gonna set transition duration to 0. And what we're gonna do, we also need to make transition from this player underscore hurt to player underscore idle, as well as player underscore attack, and also this player underscore attack animation. So we need to make transition. So let's right click on this player hurt and make transition to player underscore idle, and let's select this arrow, and let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave this has exit time because it's need to play the heart animation clip 100% once we just standing at one point. So that's why we're gonna put exit time to 1. Basically means it's gonna play the player underscore heart animation clip 100%, and then it's gonna play this player underscore ideal animation clip. So we do want to play, but once we start moving we don't want to play the heart animation clip anymore. So we're gonna make the transition right away, but before we do, let's handle this player underscore ideal. So we're going to set the transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play. I'm not going to choose any condition, it's automatically going to move from this player underscore heart to player underscore ideal. And we also need to make transition from this player underscore heart to attack as well as to this work animation clip. So let's make transition. So let's right click on player underscore heart and let's make transition to player underscore work, and let's select this transition, go over to inspector. We're gonna untick this has exit time. As soon as this player game object start moving, we need to play this player underscore work animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick has exit time. We don't want to play this heart animation clip once we start moving or moving after taking damage. So that's why, and we're gonna select this transition one more time, go over to inspector, and we're gonna set transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down we need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play that animation clip. And one thing we forgot, that we also need to make jump animation clip. But before we do, let's choose this condition. So now condition, as you can see, we need to choose. So we're going to click on this plus icon, and work we're going to choose a greater than 0.1 and 0.1. So we do know once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play the running animation, running or the working animation clip right away. And we have chosen work is greater than 0.1, and we do know once we start moving we set this work parameter to 1. So this one is 1, and we do know 1 is greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player underscore work animation just gonna play right away after playing this player underscore heart. And we also need to make transition from this player underscore heart to player underscore attack. So let's right click on this and make transition to play this player underscore attack. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this transition. So select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as we click left mouse button we just want to play this player underscore attack animation right away, instead of playing this player underscore hurt animation clip once we take damage. And we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and we're gonna scroll down and we need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play this animation clip, which is the player underscore attack. So let's click on this plus icon and we're going to choose this attack trigger, and we do know once we just trigger this attack parameter, it's gonna play this player underscore attack animation right away. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's set this parameters manually, so we can see if the transition getting if the transition happening or not. We need to check that. So now if I just set this work parameter to 1, as you can see, as soon as we set 1, it's just playing this player underscore work animation clip right away. And once we trigger this attack parameter, you will see this player game object just gonna play that attack animation clip. So let's set, as you can see, but basically it's not playing because it's just playing the working animation clip. So once we set this work parameter to 0, as you can see, it just playing the ideal animation clip. And now if I just try to trigger this attack parameter, as you can see, as soon as we trigger, it's just playing the attack animation clip right away. So once we playing ideal animation clip, at that moment if we just clicking the left mouse button, it's gonna play the 100% attack animation clip. But once we start moving and then play this attack animation, it's not gonna play because we just moving. So that's why we're not able to play the attack animation clip. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. And one thing we forgot to do is to make the jump one. So we also need to make that one. So I hope you get that idea, that how you can make the animation and how you can make the transition between them. And we need to set this parameter through our code according to what this player a game object is really doing. So we need to set that. We need to control this parameter through our code. So let's do that. basically when we start moving, we just gonna set this work parameter to 1 through our code, and we do know that once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play the work animation clip or the running animation clip right away. So we need to do that. So let's get into our coding, but we have done a mistake, I guess. So we also need to make transition from this to player heart. So we need to set a condition in order to basically play this player underscore heart animation clip. So let's create another trigger to play this player heart animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon in the animator tab. So just click on this, and we're going to choose a trigger, and we're going to call this trigger to something like heart, and we're going to choose this trigger to play this player underscore heart animation clip. So let's select this transition from this any state to our player underscore heart. Select that transition, go over to inspector in the right, and we're going to scroll down, and then we're going to choose this heart trigger. So let's click on this plus icon, and then we're going to choose this heart trigger. So if we now just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see once we trigger this heart parameter, the heart animation clip or the damage animation clip will be played of this player game object. So let's have a look first of it. So if I just manually try to trigger this heart parameter, as you can see, as soon as we trigger it, the heart animation is just playing right away. So now let's get out of play mode, and let's control this parameter through our code. So make sure you just click on that to untrigger, and let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So if we just go ahead in Unity, we can see a animator component just added to this player game object once we created this animation clip, like this player underscore heart, player idle, player walk, and attack. So this animator just component just attached to this player game object, and we can see in the inspector. So what we need a reference of this animator component of this player game object, then we can set this parameter. So we need a reference of this animator component, because this animator component is responsible for playing our animation as well as making transition between them. So that's why we need a reference of this animator component of our player game object. So let's grab the reference first, as we have done in this player rigid body. So let's do the same thing. So we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and we will move to top of our class, and we're gonna make another public parameter. So let's make a public, and that will be float. Sorry, not float. Basically we're gonna make it public, so we can see underneath our player script, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we need to try we need to type the component that we just want to grab the reference. So in our case, we just want to grab the reference animator component. So we're gonna type animator, and we have to name it what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something like animator, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move to Unity. So underneath our player script, we should able to see another field will pop up, and it says RB, and it will be empty. So what we need to do, we need to drag this animator into that slot. So we're gonna have the reference, then we can just set this parameter in order to play those animation clip. So just wait for to compile. Once it's done, we are ready to grab the reference. So as soon as our player script gets compiled, we can see underneath our player script a animator field just pop up, and it says none animator, basically empty. So what we need to do, we need to select this animator and drag it right there into that slot. As you can see now, we have the reference of player animator, and we are ready to set this parameter through our code. To do that, let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and so we're gonna use this movement parameter to check if the player is moving or not. And we do know once this player game object starts moving, then we need to play this or player work animation clip or this player running animation clip. So we need to keep track of what player exactly doing. So we're gonna take this parameter, and we do know that this parameter is responsible for playing our animation clip. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move it bottom in the update function, and we will check. So we're gonna type this if make first bracket and some curly brackets. So into this bracket, we need to pass a condition, in which condition we want to check. So we're gonna pass this movement parameter in order to check. So let's pass movement, and if movement is greater than 0.1 f it so we just checking with a smaller number, as you can see. So we just checking if movement is greater than zero point 0.1. Basically means we just moving left and right. And we do know if this movement is greater than zero point 0.1, means we just moving left and right. So when we start moving left and right, we do know that this movement right over here is just gonna be 1, and we checking if this movement is greater than zero point 0.1. If that is the case, then we need to play the running animation clip, and we checking it right over here, as you can see. So if movement is greater than zero point 0.1, means we just start moving. So once we start moving left and right, we do know that that movement just gonna be 1 or greater than just gonna be 1. So and over here we checking if movement is greater than zero point 0.1, means we just moving. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to play the running animation clip. Basically we need to set this work parameter to 1, and we do know once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play the running or working animation clip. So let's do that. So over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna type this animator, and we do know we have the reference of this animator component. As you've seen, we just drag it this animator to this animator field. So we just basically going over to animator, and we're gonna use this set float function, and then make first bracket. Why we using this animator dot set float function? Because if we move to Unity, this work parameter over here is a float parameter, so that's why we need to use animator dot set float function in order to set. Basically we just going over to this animator of this player game object. In the inspector, we just moving over to animator component, and we using set float function in order to set the float. So first thing, this animator dot select for set float function, it's gonna take the parameter name, and we need to do inside quotation. So make sure you just type this quotation, and in between this quotation you need to pass the parameter name. So make sure you just go to Unity and check the parameter name, which in our case work, and W over here is capital letter. So what are we gonna do over here in quotation, we're gonna pass this work, and the second argument comma, you need to set the float, and we do know we just want to set this work parameter to 1, and once we set it to 1, it's gonna play the work and work animation clip. Didi hobe একটু কাজ animator dot slate float set float function. So as a second argument, we need to pass the value that we want to set. So we're gonna set it to 1f, and we're gonna close that off with semicolon. So basically what we have done over here, we just checking firstly if player is moving or not. So once our players start moving, we do know this movement just gonna be 1, and we checking if the movement is greater than 0.1, and we do know that once we start moving, it means we need to play the running animation clip. So that's why firstly we just moving over to this animator component, and we using this set float function in order to set the float. So this set float function, in first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case work, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. So we basically moving over to this animator, and then setting this work parameter to 1, and we do know once we set it to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. But let's suppose you start moving to the left side. So movement, we do know once we start moving to the left side, this movement just gonna be -1, and over here what we doing, we checking, and we do know that once this movement is -1, basically means we just start moving to the left direction, and we do know that -1 is not greater than 0.1, it's basically lesser than 0.1. So -1, so once we move to the left direction, that movement just gonna be -1, and -1 is not greater than 0.1. So what we have to do, we need to convert this -1 into a +1. So how we can do that? In order to do that, you need to use this mathf dot f's function absolute, and you need to put this movement into these brackets, and this function now over here mathf dot f's, it's going to convert -1 to a +1. Now if we even if we start moving to the left direction, that -1 just gonna be +1, and we do know +1 or 1 is now greater than 0.1. And if it the case, basically means we just moving left and right, then what we doing, we just going over to animator, and then setting that work float parameter to 1, and that work float parameter to 1, and we do know once we set, it's gonna play the work animation clip. We're gonna press down Ctrl S on our keyboard to save our script, and now let's move to Unity. So once we move left and right, you will see the work just gonna be 1, and we do know once it's parameter 1, it's just playing the work animation clip. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we can just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait. Now if we try to move left or right, as you can see, as soon as we doing, our player game object just playing the running animation clip over again and again. But the problem is that we stuck in running animation clip even we are not moving at all. So what we have to do, we need to set this work parameter to 0 through our code, and we do know once we set this work parameter to 0, it's gonna play the idle animation clip right away. So if we manually set this to 0, as you can see, as soon as we set it to 0, it's just playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. So let's get out of play mode and let's set this work parameter to 0 through our code. So let's go head over to script, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this else if condition to check one more condition and make some first bracket. So we do know that once we not moving at all, or we just standing at one point, we do know that that movement just gonna be 0f. So if the movement is 0f, means this player game object will not move left and right, means it just standing at one point. So we're gonna use that movement parameter to set the float. So we're gonna check right over here, if movement is lesser than or equal to, or we're gonna check lesser than is something like 0.1f. If that is the case, then what we have to do, so we checking. So once we once we stops moving, then we do know that movement just gonna be 0, and over here we checking if the movement is zero point 0.1 lesser than 0.1. So once we stops moving, this movement just gonna be 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1, means we just not moving at all. So in that situation, we need to set this work parameter to 0, and we do know once we set it to 0, it's gonna play the idle animation clip. So once we stops moving, we need to play the idle animation clip, means we need to set this work parameter to 0. So let's go to script, and over here, so we're gonna move over to animator first, and we do know we have the reference. So let's go to animator, and we're gonna use this set float function in order to set the parameter. And this function, as a first argument in quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. So in our case work, so make sure you just typing as you did in animator tab. So make sure you just do that. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value that you want to set with. So we're gonna set it to 0f, and we do know once we set a work parameter to 0f, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip right away. And close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control is in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So once we stops moving left and right, means this player game object just standing at one point, then we just setting this work parameter to 0, and we do know once we set it to 0, it's gonna play the idle animation clip right after stops moving. So let's do that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to see that, and let's have a look. Now if we start moving, we can see it just playing the work animation clip, and once we stops moving, it's playing ideal animation clip over again and again. So that this is the thing. So let's get out of play mode, and what we need to do, we need to trigger this attack parameter right now, because once we trigger this parameter, it's just playing the as you seen, it's playing the attack animation clip. So let's do this one as well. So let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's check that over here in the bottom. We're gonna check, so somewhere in the bottom in update function, and what we will do, we're gonna make a attack function for that. But before we make, let's do these things. Firstly, we're gonna check if, and we're gonna check for some input. So make first bracket some curly brackets, and over here we want to check for some input. Let's suppose if player game object click the left mouse button, then we just want to play that attack animation clip, and we do know we're gonna trigger that attack animation attack parameter, and once we trigger that, it's gonna play the attack animation. So over here we're gonna check if input dot get mouse button down. So make sure you just doing as I did over here, and then make this first bracket and one more bracket, and this input dot get mouse button, it's gonna take in this bracket a integer value. So let's suppose you just pass a 0. 0 basically means the left mouse button is basically means right over here. If input dot get mouse button down means if we just clicking the left mouse button, we can do whatever we just want to do inside this curly bracket, it will be execute. But if you pass 1 instead of 0, means it's basically means it's gonna check for right mouse button. So if you just clicking the right mouse button, then it's gonna check, but I just want to check for left one. So that's why over here I'm gonna pass, instead of 1, I'm gonna pass 0. So basically this over here basically means if input dot get mouse button down 0, means if we just clicking the left mouse button, then what we just want to do, we just want to play the attack animation clip. And we do know in order to play that attack animation clip, we need to trigger this attack parameter, and we have the reference of this animator component. So basically we need to go over to this animator component, and by this animator component we're going to trigger this attack parameter, and once we trigger, it's going to play that attack animation clip. So let's do that. So firstly we need to move over to animator. So let's go to animator. So we're going to type this animator, and let's use this dot, and we're going to use this set trigger function and make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. So why we using this set trigger function? Because if we move to Unity, this attack parameter is a trigger parameter, so that's why we need to use this animator dot set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter. And over here set trigger in brackets, it's gonna take the parameter name. So in our case attack, so we're gonna pass in quotation attack the parameter name. So make sure you just spelling it correct. In order to correct, make sure you just go to Unity and see the parameter name. So the A is capitalized, so that's why I just pass A is capitalized, and you just do the same thing. So if input dot get mouse button down 0, means if we clicking the left mouse button, then what we doing, firstly we just moving over to animator, and then we using set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter. So basically we just moving over to this animator component, and by this animator component we just triggering this attack parameter, and we do know once we trigger, it's gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So let's press down Control S in order to save our code, and now let's move over to Unity. So just wait for to compile, and once it done, we can go ahead and check that. So now if we go to if we just click on in the click this play button in the top, you will see once we click the left mouse button, this player game object just gonna play the attack animation clip, because we just triggering this attack parameter. So if I just click left mouse button, as you can see, as soon as we click left mouse button, it's just playing the attack animation clip right away. So this is the cool thing. And we don't have the jump animation clip, so you can use another sprite if you just want to include the jump one, because in this player sprite I am not able to see the jump sprite sheet, so that's why I'm not doing it. But if you just want to do the jump thing, then you can do. I will have a video in the description, you can go and check that out, that how you can make the jump animation clip, and then how you can just play the jump animation clip depending upon what this player is really doing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to do something is that if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, we can see in animator component in the inspector just begins plus. So what we need to do, we need to move over to this overrides, and then we need to click on this apply all. So the changes over here we made in this player game object in hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into this player game object prefab as well. So if we just go ahead on project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, and try to open up this player game object by double clicking on it, we can see now this animator component in the inspector attached to this player game object prefab as well. So the changes we made, it's gonna be saved into this prefab. And I just want to move this animator component up, and this player script to I just want to move it bottom. So I'm gonna right click on this animator component, so I'm gonna right click on it, and let's click on this move up in order to move this component up, and this player script to I just want to move it in the bottom. And if you just want to go back in scene view, so in hierarchy you can see the back arrow, so you just have to click on that to go back, and now it's will be safe. So if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can see animator component is top, and the player script is now in the bottom. So I hope you get that idea, that how you can make transition through animation clip, sorry, through our code. Through scripting, you can simply say that how you can make transition between them. It's time to make our tile map. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna disable this ground for now. So let's select the ground game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down delete in order to delete. Or what you can simply do, you can select this ground, select that, go over to inspector in the right, and then click on this uncheck, or we just disabling that, you can simply say. And let's do the, or let's drag the tile map over here. But so let's do that, but before we do, let's make a folder for our tile map, or you can simply say for our environment. So we're gonna head over to this project tab, let's go to asset, let's right click on assets, create, and then folder, and we can name this folder to something like tile map. So we can just import all, we can just drag it all of the tile map in this folder, or we just making our project clean, you can simply say. So we're gonna say something like tile map. So I'm gonna say tile map, and we need the tile set. Let's do that. So let's head over to project tab, assets, and let's move to sprites folder, and I'm gonna move over to my tile sets folder. Of course, I will have a link in the resources, you can go and check that out. And let's grab the tile set first, so we can see over here, and if we select any of them, I'm gonna select the tile set. So let's select that, and in the inspector you can see click in basically select the sprite sheet first, then go over to inspector and then click on this open sprite editor. So as soon as we click, we can see the tile set in the left side in this sprite editor tab. So what we basically need to do, we need to split individually. So what we're gonna do, firstly we need to select this sprite mode to multiple in the inspector and make this pixel per unit to something like 16. So we're gonna make it 16, and if it seems blurry, so if we scroll our mouse, we can see it seems little bit blurry. So to get rid of that, we're gonna choose filter mode to point of filter. So let's go to inspector one more time, and we're going to choose filter mode to point of filter to get rid of blurry. And after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom, and now we are ready to slice individually. So in sprite editor tab, you can see slice in the top left, so just click there and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put 16 in the x, 16 in the y. So we're going to put 16 in the x as we have done in this pixel per unit in the inspector. So you're going to do 16 in the x and 16 in the y, and after doing that, let's click on this slice button in the bottom. So just click there and then click on this apply button in the right, in this top right in sprite editor tab, and we're going to select our game preview once again, and let's go to that sprite sheet. And if we just click on this arrow, we can see the individual tiles, and we are now ready to place our tile. But before we do that, we need to create a grid. So we need to create a grid, and in order to create the grid, head over to this hierarchy. So right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, then sprite, or not sprite, basically if you just scroll down a bit, you can see tile map. So just go there and then select this rectangular. As soon as we select it, it's just gonna create our grid. We cannot see, but it's just created our grid, and we are ready to place our tile. So let's select the tile map over here, and in the top left in scene view, you can see open tile palette. So this tool just gonna be anywhere in the scene view. So you can find in the bottom left side or bottom right side, you can find it anywhere. I have it in the top left, so I'm gonna move this one somewhere over here, and then click on this open tile palette. And what we have to do, we need to create a new tile palette. So we can drag all of the tiles right there, and we can just create our tiles or the environment with those tiles. So let's click on this create new tile palette, and then click on this create new tile palette, and we have to name the palette what we want to name it. So I'm going to call it something like tile, and then click on this create button in the bottom right. So just click on that, and we have to choose a folder where we want to save it. So I'm going to move over to assets, and in assets, as you can see, we created a tile map folder. So we're going to open that up, or we're going to place the tile right there. So we're going to open that up, and let's click on this select folder in the bottom. And after doing that, we are ready to drag the tile sets over here. As you can see, it says drag tile, sprite, or texture. So we need to drag it over here. So what we have to do, we need to select the whole sprite sheet of our tile set, select that, and drag it over to the over here in this a tile palette. Or you can just select one by one. Instead of doing that, we're gonna select the whole sprite sheet, select that, and drag it over here. and we need to choose a folder where we just want to place it. So we're going to move over to assets. So click over here, let's go to assets. In assets we created the tile map folder, so we just want to place it right there. So let's select that folder and click on this select folder in the bottom right, and now it's gonna just drag all of the tile set over here. You will see that as soon as we drag it, we can see all of the tiles by now, and we are ready to place. And in order to place, we have a brush tool in the top, as you can see, or you can simply press down B on your keyboard in order to select the brush tool, and you can just paste these tiles something like this. And I'm gonna select this middle one, I'm gonna select that, and I'm gonna place it something like this much, and I guess this is fine. And let's suppose you just mistakenly place any tile over here, somewhere over here, and you just want to erase. So you can select this eraser tool over here, and the shortcut key is T. So if we simply press down D key, we can choose the eraser tool, and we are ready to erase which tile we just want to erase. Suppose like I just want to erase this tile, so I'm gonna just click there in order to erase, and we can see we can erase. And if you just want to erase at once multiple types, then you can select like this in this tile palette, and you can choose this erase tool over here in order to erase at once multiple tiles. So we can erase multiple times at once, and even we can place multiple time at once by selecting this brush tool. But before we select this brush tool, we need to select this tile, and we just ready to place at once. So I'm gonna place it somewhere over here, and this seems pretty fine. And let's suppose you just want to move this whole tile sheet somewhere in the top right. So what you can do, you can choose this tool over here, and the tool name is grid, and the shortcut key is ace. So if you just press down ace on your keyboard, it's gonna select that tool. And we just want to place this tile somewhere over here, something like that. So we need to select the whole tile set, basically select that, and you can select this move tool over here in the tile palette, and the shortcut key is M. So you can just click there to select that tool, and we can move this whole tile set anywhere we want. So let's suppose I just want it to over here, so I'm going to select that, and I can move it over here in the top right, so top right, in the top left, somewhere like that. So I'm gonna move it down, and we can see, so we just gonna place it over here one more time, and I'm gonna just choose this. So let's select this, and we're gonna paste it. I'm gonna paste it something like this. And now one thing we need to do, I'm gonna erase this tile, and if you just want to flip this whole tile set, we have a mirror tool as well. So basically we need to select the tile map. So just go over to create in hierarchy, and then select this tile map, and then click on this open tile palette. So you can see this over here, you gonna have it anywhere in this in view. So just select that, and then click on this open tile palette, so we can open our tile palette, and we are ready to place the tiles. So I'm gonna I'm gonna select this right corner, and I'm gonna select this one over here, and this one seems pretty fine. And I just want to erase this style in the top, you can see. So I'm just gonna remove that. So we can see, select this eraser tool in order to remove, and I can remove. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object just gonna passes through this tile. Why? Because we need to attach colliders to these tiles as well in order to detect collision. So this player game object easily can land top of it. So that is the thing. So now as soon as the game started, we can see our player game object just passes through that tile set. So we need to attach colliders to this tile set as well. So let's get out of play mode, and then select the tile map in the hierarchy. So firstly you need to select the grid. So go to hierarchy, select this grid, and click over here to expand, and we're going to choose our tile map. So let's select that, then go over to inspector in the right, and then click on this add component. So this is our tile set, so that's why we need to attach tile map collider. So over here we can simply type tile map collider to attach the component. So just type there, so you can see the component. So I'm going to click that in order to attach, and as soon as we have chosen, we can see individual tile map colliders just attached to these individual tiles. And let's suppose you just want to merge at once. So what you have to do, you need to attach another component. So just click on this add component, and you need to attach a composite collider 2D. So just click on this add component and find the component by typing name of the component. So we're gonna attach a composite collider 2D to compile all of these tiles at once. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna find the component by typing, so in our case composite. So let's click there to attach that. And now what we have to do, we need to move over to this rigid body, and we're gonna set it body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And interpolate, we're gonna choose interpolate for smoothing out. And now what we have to do, we need to move over to this tile map collider 2D, and then you can see composite operator and it says none. So what we want to do, we just want to merge all of these individual colliders at once. So that's why we need to select this composite operator to just click there, from choose none to merge. And now as soon as we just click on that merge, we can see all of the colliders just gets compiled at once. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, because we attach colliders to these tiles as well. So that is the reason. So just wait for a little moment. As soon as the game started, we can see this player game object just gets land top of this ground. And what we have to do now, if I just press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see it's jumping, but when I try to press down next time space key, we're not able to jump at all. Why? Because this player game object only checking for ground, and we do know that we didn't assign this tile map as a ground tag. So that's why this player not able to jump, and this player only just detecting collision when it's colliding with the ground. At that moment this player game object able to jump for the next time. So what we need to do, we need to assign this tile map collider as a ground tag, so this player game object can know this is our ground and we need to jump for the next time as well. So let's get out of play mode and then select this tile map, go over to inspector and tag, it says untag. So just click there and let's click on this add tag. If you haven't created, so you just click on this add tag, and we already have a ground tag as you can see over here. So we're going to click there to assign this tile map collider as a ground tag. Now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object will able to jump for the next time as well, because this player game object knows that this is our ground by now. So that's why it's gonna able to jump for the next time. So if I just press down space key, as you can see, as soon as we press down space key, our player game object is jumping and we can move left and right as you can see. So this is a pretty cool thing that we doing, and we need to make our environment. But before that, I'm gonna get out of play mode. What we're gonna do, make sure you just make this ground as well a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy, so you don't need to make it from scratch. So I'm gonna select my create game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it into this assets prefab folder or into this assets folder in this project tab. I'm gonna drag it into this prefabs folder to turn it into a prefab. I just want to change the color of our main camera, or you can simply say the background. I just want to change it with dark gray, something like that. So to do that, we need to select our main camera in the hierarchy, then go to inspector, then camera component, and over here as you can see, we need to choose this from this skybox to firstly solid color, and you can choose the background color with whatever color you would like to go with. So I'm gonna change it to something like dark gray. So just I'm gonna click there and I'm gonna choose this dark gray, and this seems fine to me, so that's why. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S on our keyboard in order to save our project. drag the background. As you can see, we just created our tile map ground, this all of these obstacles and these trees. So what you can do, you can just go over to this grid, and let's suppose you just want to add up grass and you don't want to attach any collider to the to those grass, then you can just make another tile map. So what you basically have to do, you need to move over to this grid, right click on it, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then choose this rectangular and name it to something like grass, and then you are good to go to place your grass. So if I just select my grass tile map over here, as you can see, and then click on this open tile palette, and you are ready to place your grass over here. So let's suppose I just want to place some grass over here, and we're not gonna attach any colliders to this ground grass grass tile map. Instead, we only attach the collider to this tile map, or you can simply say the ground tile. So that's why I just, if I select the tile map in underneath my create game object, as you can see, I just attach tile map collider, and we haven't attached any collider to this grass. So, and we don't want to attach any collider to this grass, so this player game object easily can pass through those graphs. So that's the reason. And let's suppose I just want to place a grass, so I'm gonna place it somewhere over here, something like this, and this seems pretty fine to me, as you can see, and it's pretty awesome. And we are ready to drag those backgrounds, so let's do that. So we're gonna cut this tab, and let's drag our background. So we're gonna move over to this project tab, so let's head over to project tab, assets folder, and then let's move over to this sprites folder, and we have some sprite sheet, so let's go there, and we need to find the background, so we need to find those first. So let's go to tile set png files, I have it over here, and this is our layers. Sorry, so we need to find those. So we can see we have water, we have background. So what we have to do, we need to find the you can simply say our sky layer. So I cannot able to find I'm not able to find those. So but we can see over here, so we can just say, we can simply just select that you can say background, and we can just directly drag it into this hierarchy or in this scene view, and we can just play around with this. So as you can see, it seems like that our this background, it seems like it's just in front of this tree layer and this player. If I just select my background in the hierarchy and then select this move tool and move it somewhere over here, as you can see, our player game object seems like it's just behind our background. So what we want to do, we just want to bring up our player game object in front of this background, and we just want to drag this background layer inside of this player layer. So what we have to do, we need to assign this background with some sorting layer. We need to assign those, so we're gonna create a background layer as well as for our player layer. So let's select the background game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and then move over to this additional setting, sorting layer, and we're going to create some sorting layer. So just click on this default and then click on this add sorting layer, and we're going to add two sorting layer, one for our player and one for this you can simply say this tree, sorry, for this background. So let's create two. So we're going to click on this plus icon in the inspector, and let's call this layer to something like background. Sorry, this shouldn't be in capital letter. I'm gonna call it background, and let's create one for our player. So let's click on this plus icon and let's create for player. And what we want to do, we just want to take this background layer and we're gonna move it all the way behind. So this background just gonna be behind of with all of our layers as compared to all of our layers, so it should be behind. So that's why we're going to take our background and we're going to drag it all the way behind, and we're going to leave our player in front of this default layer, and we're just going to leave it like that. And now what we have to do, we need to select our background in the hierarchy, select that, go over to inspector, then sort sprite renderer, sprite render, and sorting layer. We're gonna choose for this background, we're gonna assign it to background. So just click on this sorting layer. Firstly, make sure you just go over to this sprite renderer component, then additional setting, then sorting layer, and we're gonna assign this our background as a background sorting layer. As you can see, as soon as we have chosen, our background is now behind our player game object, and we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's assign this player game object with our player sorting layer. So let's select the game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer component, and we're gonna move over to this sorting layer, and let's assign this with our player. Now we assigned it this player game object as a player sorting layer, and we assigned it this background as a background sorting layer. If we select our background in the hierarchy, you can see that. But the problem is that our background seems a lot more small, so we need to make it bigger. So what we can simply do, we can just move over to that assets, and so this is our prefab. So we need to find a png instead, so we can just move over to this png, and we can just click on this arrow. So we need to replace with our png, basically this background. So I'm going to select my background in the hierarchy, and I'm going to delete that. Instead, we're going to move over to this png files folder, and then I'm going to take this png mode of this background. So as you can see in the bottom, you can see background.png. So we're going to select that, and let's drag it into this hierarchy or into our scene view, and we're going to assign this background as a background sorting layer. But before it, I'm going to name it to something like background, like that. And let's go to sprite renderer, and we're gonna assign this background sorting layer to background. Now it's fine. So this background is still seems pretty small, so what we have to do, we need to go over to that sprite, basically select the background sprite, then go to inspector in the right, and we're gonna make this pixel per unit a less number. So less pixel size means this sprite just gonna be large in size, means our background just gonna be big in size. So I'm gonna make it something around 16. And if your background seems little bit blurry, so what you can do, scroll down a bit and then choose this filter mode to point of filter to just get rid of blurry. And after doing all of these things, we're gonna scroll down and then click on this apply button in the inspector. As soon as we click apply, we can see our background is now too much big, as you can see. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make it a little bit small. So we're gonna select our that sprite sheet one more time. So make sure you just select that background sprite in that folder, and then go over to inspector, and we're gonna make this pixel per unit something like 32 to make our background a little bit small. So we need to increase our pixel per unit number in order to make our sprite small. So we're gonna make it 13, and after doing that, let's click on this apply button one more time in order to apply. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move it somewhere. So let's reset the position of the background. So we're going to select our background in the hierarchy. Let's go to transform, right click on it, and then click on this reset. So it's going to reset the position to 0, 0, 0. And now what we have to do, if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see the background will be stationary, as well as our main camera is not moving at all with our player game object. So we need to also deal with that. But before we do, let's see this. And our background just seems you can say simply say it just staying at on one point, as well as our camera not moving with this player game object, as you can see. So we need to make our camera follow. So once we go over here, we just want our this main camera to follow our player game object. So we also need to do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I hope you get that idea that how you can do these things. And you can just simply scale this background. It's totally up to you with how much a number you just want to go with, you would like to go with. So you can just make that pixel per unit any number. Let's suppose it's seems our background a little bit small. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make it a little bit large in size. So we need to select that sprite sheet one more time, and we need to increase this pixel per unit a less number. Less pixel size means the sprite just gonna be large in size. So we're gonna make it 25, something like that, to make our this background a little bit large in size or little bit big. So we can just put 25, and then we can just click on this apply button. So you need to scroll down a bit and then click on this apply button in order to apply that. And if you just want to replace this background with something else, you can do that as well. It's basically totally up to you, and this seems pretty fine to me, as you can see. I hope you get the idea that how you can do these things and how you can just assign this layer with your player game object as well as with this background. Our camera not following our player game object. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see our player game object just moving left and right, but the camera is not following our player. So we need to do that. But before we do, let's have a look on this. So now if we try to move left and right, as you can see, camera is not going with our player, so we need to make that. So let's get out of play mode, and in order to follow this player game sorry, in order to follow our player game object, we're gonna use Cinemachine camera. We're not gonna use this main camera. We can just go ahead and then create a script in order to follow our player game object, but instead of doing that, we're gonna install Cinemachine. And Cinemachine, without writing any line of code, it's just gonna do the thing that we want. So in order to install your Cinemachine camera in your project, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then go to package manager. Basically, scroll down a bit and then click on this package manager, and over here in the left bar in package manager, you can see this Unity registry. So just go there and scroll down, and just find the Cinemachine camera. I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that. You're gonna see a install button over here, so just click on that install button in order to import Cinemachine camera in your project. Or simply what you can do, you can just go to top here search bar, and you can find the component by you can find the Cinemachine by typing Cinemachine in the top over here in search. And I already have installed it, so I'm gonna cut this step. So let's cut that. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move over to this hierarchy. So basically, in order to create our Cinemachine camera 2D, we need to move over to this hierarchy. So just go there, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to Cinemachine and then targeted cameras, and you need to click on this 2D camera. As soon as we just clicked on, we can see our Cinemachine camera just added. And if we select our main camera and then go over to inspector, we can see in the bottom a Cinemachine brain just added up to this main camera. Why? Because this Cinemachine camera right over here, it's gonna give instruction to this main camera what this main camera actually need to do. So we need to follow our player game object. So in order to follow our player game object, select your Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then Cinemachine camera component. Over there you can see tracking target. So you need to drag the player or the game object you just want to follow. You need to drag in this tracking target slot, and it says non-transform, so it's gonna take the position. Transform basically means the position, rotation, and the scale. So we need to drag the game object which game object we follow. So in our case, we just want to follow our player game object, so we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and then we're gonna drag it into that tracking target slot. As soon as we drag it, and now if I just go ahead in the go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see our main camera will follow our player game object. And this Cinemachine camera just giving instruction to this main camera, so that's why Cinemachine brain just added up to this main camera. And now if we try to move left and right, we can see our camera which our main camera just moving with our player game object. And we can just play around with this dead zone. If I just go ahead in the inspector, then scroll down, we can just play around with this something like this dead zone. If I just check this, and we can just set the dead zone. So in this area we can see this is a little bit blank. So in this area, if we try to move, main camera will not follow. But once we are out of this area, you will see main camera just gonna follow right away. So as you can see, as soon as we just cross this area, we can see main camera is following, and this is our dead width zone. And you can just increase this value if you want. So you can just simply go over to this Cinemachine position composer, I guess its name. So just go to that component in this Cinemachine camera in the inspector, and then you can just play around with this X and Y. So if I just increase this X size, so this is our area. So in this area, camera will not follow, but when we surpass this area, you will see our main camera just gonna follow our player game object wherever or which direction this player game object just moving. And we can also play around with this screen position X, something like this. and I'm gonna set it to 0. I don't want, so you can see, and we can just play around with the Y as well. So this is the property, and you can just play around with this, and it's basically that is the thing. And make sure you just copy this number and you just want to save it, so you just need to make sure you just out of play mode. So just click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and then change this value. So why, let's suppose you just want to save whatever changes you made while in play mode. You just want to copy the position, scale, or date zone, something like that. So what you have to do, you need to go over to that component. So in our case, Cinemachine position, so we're gonna right click on it, or you can just click on this three dot in the right section. You can see, just click there and then click on this copy component, and we're gonna get out of play mode. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And let's suppose we just want to save those number. As you can see, as soon as we get out of play mode, those changes not been saved to now whatever changes we made, it's not saved yet, because we just doing inside our play mode. So we need to get out of, so we just we do know that we just copy those properties, so we can just simply press paste on those values in this cinemachine position. So we need to go over to that, right click on it, and now you can just click on this paste component as new values, or you can simply click on this paste component values. As soon as we paste, we can see the properties is now saved. So we can see the properties that we change it while we are in play mode, and we can just play around. But I'm not gonna do that, so that's why I'm gonna untick this as date zone, as well as I'm gonna set the screen position X to 0, as well as screen position in Y I'm gonna set back to 0. And let's suppose you just want to make the parallax effect. You just do want this background to move a little bit slow as compared to the close ground, or this tile ground, you can simply say. Or if you have many ground many backgrounds, you can go and you can do that. So what we have to do, basically we need to select our main camera. So make sure you select this main camera in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, and then go to camera component, and then over there projection, you can see it's set it to orthographic. So what we need to do, we need to select this perspective in order to make the parallax effect. And we can see, as soon as we chosen, we can see now our camera just goes a little bit zoom out. Our camera just gets little bit zoom out, so we can just simply zoom in. So we can just go over to this field of view, and we can just play around, but we cannot able to change it over here. We need to change inside our Cinemachine camera. So select the Cinemachine camera in the hierarchy, then go to inspector, Cinemachine camera component, and you can just play around with this lens value, and you can just increase this number in order to zoom out. We can just shrink this number in order to zoom it. So I'm gonna make it something 50. I guess 50 50 seems perfect number. So now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this background will move a little bit slow as compared to the close one. So which ground, so in our case, this ground is basically close to our main camera, so that's why it's gonna move little slow as compared to the back one. But we cannot able to see that our background just moving little bit slow. So what we have to do, we need to get out of play mode. So make sure you just out of play mode, and then select this background, and then click on this 2D in the top in scene view, you can see. So just click on this 2D in this scene view. Make sure you first select the background came object in the hierarchy, then click on this 2D in the scene view. And what you have to do, you can hold down alt and you can just move your mouse in order to see like this. And what we have to do, we can see our background is same in the Z axis. So what we have to do, we need to drag it little bit farther away from this main camera, so it gonna seems that our this background just gonna move little bit slow, as like a real really the parallax effects really do like those things. So what we need to do, we need to drag this background in the Z axis little bit farther away from this camera. So our this background just gonna seems it's gonna move little slowly as compared to the close one to this main camera. So we're gonna select our background, and let's you can hold down Alt on your keyboard and you can move your mouse to take a look around this, like in this, and we're gonna drag it our background in the Z axis a little bit further away. So we're gonna drag it something like in the Z axis something like 3 unit. I guess 3 units seems pretty fine, and we can see in the game view as well. As soon as we drag it a little bit further away, this background just becoming small because it's pretty much far away from this main camera. So that's why we can drag it in order to just make it a little bit bigger to the close one, and it's gonna this background just gonna move slow as compared to the close one. So this ground is close to our main camera, so that's why it's gonna seem it will move faster as compared to the further one. And we can just play around with this number. I'm gonna drag it a little bit up this far background, something like this, and we can just play around with these numbers, and it's pretty fine. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see that background just gonna move a little bit slow relative to the close one, which ground is, or which background is close to our main camera. And you can do with multiple as well. As you can see by now, we can see our background just moving slowly as compared to this ground one, because it's further away from our main camera, so that's why it's just moving slow as compared to the close one. But what we have to do, we need to duplicate this background multiple times in order to fill out this background. So what we can do simply, or else we can just select our main camera. So we can select our main camera and we can make this background, sorry, not main camera, we need to select our background game object in the hierarchy. May select that and just make it child, or just place it top of this main camera game object. Now background is a child of our main camera, so wherever our main camera gonna move, this background will also gonna move with it. Why? Because this background is now child of our main camera. So if we just try to just drag this player something like this, we can see camera is just going with it, our player game object, and the background is also going with it. Why? Because this main camera is just following our player, and this main camera is also moving, so that's why this background is also moving, because this background is a child of our main camera. And we can drag it out in order to just in order to not make that background child of any game object. So how you can make that child one? You need to select the game object first in the hierarchy. So in our case, we're gonna choose our background and we're gonna drag it top of this main camera in order to make this background child of our main camera. So wherever main camera gonna go, this background will also go with, because this main camera is a child of this main camera, sorry, this background is a child of our main camera. So that is the reason. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this background just gonna move with our main camera, because this background is a child of our main camera. So that's why. So wherever the parent just gonna go, the main camera just gonna go with it, sorry, the background just gonna go with it. And as you can see, it's indeed doing too much pretty fun. But the thing is that it's kind of seems little bit weird, you can simply say. So what we can do, we can simply just duplicate this background multiple times in order to just fill out the whole area. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and let's drag it out this background to in order to don't make this background child. So we're going to select our background and let's drag it out in the hierarchy. So this background is not anymore child of our main camera by now, so this background not gonna move with our main camera. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make so we're gonna hold down all and we can move our mouse in order to look around. And what we want to do instead, we're gonna duplicate this background multiple times. But before we do, let's make this you can say this background a little bit large in size. So what we have to do, we need to make our pixel per unit a less number. So let's select the background sprite from that folder. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna make this pixel per unit something like 16 in order to make this background little bit large. And we're gonna scroll down, let's click on this apply button in order to apply. And we need to take care of that this background perfectly fits this area. So that's why we just made it a little bit bigger. and we're gonna fill this area as well. So we can just duplicate this background, but before we do, let's click on this 2D in this scene view in order to go in 2D mode. So I'm gonna click on this 2D and let's duplicate this background. But before we duplicate, let's reset the position of this background. So but I'm gonna leave this Z to something like a 5 because I want this background to move slowly as compared to the close one with is close out with our main camera. So that's why. So in this Z, I'm gonna put something like 5. I guess 5 seems pretty much fine number, and we can just select select this background, and in the X I'm gonna make 0, and in the Y as well as in the Y I'm gonna make it 0. And let's duplicate, or I just want to move it up in the Y axis. So what we can simply do, we can select our background in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool from here, and let's move it up in the Y axis. Sorry, I'm gonna move this one over here. So we're gonna move something like this, I guess, and you can just play around with this value and it's fine. And now let's duplicate this background. So we're going to select our background in the hierarchy, and let's press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, and let's move this one something over here to just fill this area, and we're going to move it something like, I guess 40 is a perfect number. So we're going to put in the X. So go to inspector, transform, position, and in the X we're going to move 40, and now it's perfectly just matched. I guess it's still not, so we're going to move it little bit away, something like this, or we can just flip this background. So we can in the X I'm gonna move 40, and let's suppose you just want to flip this background. So what you have to do, you need to select the background first, select that, go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and in the X if you just take this box, it's this background just gonna flip horizontally, and we don't want to flip in the Y axis. So that's why we're gonna only check this X axis, or we just want to flip horizontally. So we basically need to check this X axis. As soon as we have done, as you can see, it's now get flipped. And make sure you just make the duplicate one child of the first one. So basically select the duplicate one and drag it top of the first one. So the duplicate one just gonna be child, and if we select the parent one or the main one and try to move it like this, we can see the child or the duplicate one just moving with it, because the duplicate one is a child of our first one. So that's why. So in the X I'm gonna put it 0 one more time, and now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, it should be fine by now. Let's have a look on this. So if we try to move left and right, we can see the background is moving fine. And let's go up, we're gonna move over up. So let's do that, and we can see in the top it seems like our background just gets end up. So what we're gonna do in the Y, we need to move it a little bit farther away, or we can just simply define a area. We should not move over to that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our Cinemachine camera in the, you can say in the hierarchy, select that, then go over to inspector, scroll down, say Cinemachine camera position. So in the Y we're gonna make it something like this much, I guess we're gonna set it to 0. Or what simply you can do, you can basically you can just do that, you can duplicate this and you can just put it as guys something over here. So let's do that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our background, basically the main one. So let's select that, right click on it, then go to 2D objects, sprites, and then choose this square, and we're gonna move this square something over here, and let's scale this square to just fit this area. So we're gonna make in the X scale. So select the square, go over to inspector, then transform X, we're gonna move in the scale something like this much. So we're gonna put it something like around 50, I guess 50 doesn't seem much good, so we need to fit perfectly. So let's do something around 80, let's do 80, and in the Y we're gonna scale it up. So we can just put in the Y some numbers something like 10, but instead of doing that, I'm gonna select my rectangle from here in this scene view, select that, and we're gonna stretch. So we're gonna hold down Alt, so it's gonna resize from center like this, and in the Y we're gonna move it. But before we move it, we're gonna put it something like this much, and let's move this up a little bit. So let's select the move tool from here, and let's move it up. And this, and we want this to be behind our all of this ground. So let's assign this square as well as with our background sorting layer, and we do know that background sorting layer is all the way behind, so that's why. So let's select the square, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and additional static sorting layer we're gonna assign with background. Now it seems fine, and let's move it a little bit up somewhere like this. And we just want to change the color with this color, which is the sky blue. So what we're gonna do, in order to change the color, select the square, go to sprite renderer, then color field, just click there and click on this plus icon, sorry, pencil icon, and we're gonna choose this color. So let's go over here, just hover over your mouse in this color. As soon as we have chosen, now it's perfectly fit, as you can see. And make sure you just make this square as well a basically child of this background or the main one. So if we just try to move this background, we can see the square just moving with it also. And I'm gonna set back this x to 0, and this is pretty much fine, and it should be fine. And we can see a little bit gap between these sprites, so we're gonna fit that perfectly. So let's select this square and let's move it little bit down, something like this much, and this seems pretty much fine. And now there is no gap, so we can just simply play our game to just test it out. So let's do that. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on that. And I guess in the bottom we need to fit, but before we do, let's take a look. We can see a gap between over here, as you can see, with our water layer as with or water layer and this background. So we need to fit. So basically what we have to do, we need to drag our background little bit down, so it's gonna fit that. Or we can simply drag this background close to our main camera in order to fit that. But before we do, have a look on this, and this seems pretty much fine, as you can see, and this is awesome. And one thing we forgot to do, that is that we need to move this background or this square as well as in the z-axis. So if I just get out of play mode and then click on this 2D in the scene view and hold down alt on my keyboard, we can see this square, it seems like pretty much close to this our main camera. So we need to drag it in the same distance in the z-axis with this background. So firstly let's select the background, and if we just go over to inspector, we can see in the z is 5. So we also need to move this square in the z axis with 5 units, so it's gonna be somewhere over here. So it's not gonna move slowly or fastly as compared to this background. So we're gonna move this square. So let's select the square underneath our background game object in hierarchy, go over to inspector. In the z we're gonna move it 5, and now it's perfectly aligned. And we can just simply check the number. I guess this background a little bit close. Now if we select this background and we're gonna reset the position, I guess we need to set in this z is 5. So if I just drag it out this, so make sure you just drag it out your square fast. So drag it out, basically don't make it child by now. And now what you have to do, select the square and then go to inspector, and in the z axis we're gonna put 5 as like the background. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our square by now, and let's make this one child of this background. So let's drag it top of this background game object in order to make that one child. And now we can see our square is same distance in the z axis with our background. So let's click on this play button in the top. We should not able to see that thing by now. Have a look on this. So just wait. And now if we, sorry, I'm gonna click on this play button in the top one more time in order to play my game, and let's have a look on this. Let's do it should be fine. And as you can see, this is seems fine now. The square is gone, or it just perfectly fits, and this is awesome to see. and only one thing we have to do is that we can see a black background, or it seems like there is a gap. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna fit that. So let's get out of play mode. Basically we can see the background, so that's why the you can say whatever the main camera sees. So we're gonna drag it down our background. So let's select the background in the hierarchy and let's move it down a little bit to just fit this area. And now it seems fine. And make sure you just make this background as a prefab, so you're gonna have the coffee. And if you just somehow lost your background, so you can just restore it directly. So that's why we're gonna make this background as well a prefab, basically copy. So let's select the background in the hierarchy and drag it into this prefab folder in assets, basically in this project tab, then assets folder, and basically create a prefabs folder to just keep all of the things in organized way. So that is the thing. Let's create some enemies. So I'm gonna head over to my project tab, then assets folder, and then I will move over to this sprites folder, then orange folder. I have those enemies, so I'm gonna click over here and let's select the idle. So let's select this, I just headed over to this idle folder, and I'm gonna select this idle one of this enemy sprite. So let's select that and drag it over to this scene view, or in this hierarchy I'm going to drag it into this scene view. As you can see, our sprite just seems so much small. So what we have to do, we need to make pixel per unit a less number, and we do know that less pixel size means this sprite just gonna be big in size, or it's just gonna be large in size. So let's make that. So we're gonna select all of this sprite by holding down shift, go over to inspector, and let's make this pixel per unit something like around 16. And after doing that, we're gonna scroll down and let's click on this apply button in the bottom in inspector. So as soon as we just said, we can see our enemy, and our enemy seems a little bit big, so we're gonna make it a little bit small. So let's make this pixel per unit over here. Instead of making 16, let's make it 32, and let's click on this apply button in the bottom. And now as soon as we click, we can see our sprite just gets small. But the problem is that it's now it's too much small. So let's make this pixel per unit number something around 24, and let's click on this apply. And now we can see our enemy is lot more good, or we can just make it a little bit bigger. So let's make this 24 to something like 22, and let's click on this apply button in the bottom. But the problem is that our sprites or this enemy just looking a little bit blurry. So to get rid of that, we're gonna choose this filter mode and now point no filter in the inspector, and then click on this apply button. And now we can see our enemy is the blurry is gone by now. And I'm gonna name this enemy to something like enemy. So let's select the sprite in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, and let's rename this to something like enemy. And what we want to do, we just want to flip this enemy to the left side. So what we can do, we can just move over to this inspector, transform, and then scale. We can put in the x scale to something like -1. But the problem is that once we go over transform and then right click on it and then click on this reset, we can see it just reset the position, or it just our enemy just get flipped to the right side. So instead of flipping in this scale x -1, we're gonna move over to this sprite renderer, and then we're gonna check this x flip x axis. So we want to flip this character horizontally, so that's why we're gonna check this one. And if you just want to flip this vertically, then you can just click on this y axis over here in sprite renderer. I'm not gonna do that, so that's why I just check this x axis only. And let's select this enemy game object, and I'm gonna move it over somewhere over here. So let's select the enemy game object and let's move it over here. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna attach some components to this enemy game object. So the first thing, we're gonna add a rigid body to the foregravity. So let's add that up, and I'm gonna select my enemy game object and gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. Let's go to inspector and then click on this add component, and let's add a rigid body to the foregravity. So I'm gonna find that component by typing of the name of the component, which is rigid body 2D. and let's go to rigid body 2D, and we're gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. Why? Because if we don't do this and then go over to transform rotation and play around with Z axis, as you can see, it's just gonna flip or rotate like this. So to just preventing that, we're gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis, and we're gonna choose collision detection to continuous, and I'm gonna scale up the gravity a little bit. So we're gonna set this gravity scale to something around 3, and interpolate, we're gonna choose interpolate for smoothing out, and that's it. And let's add another component which will be a box collider 2D for collision detection, or else this enemy game object just gonna passes through this ground type. So that's why. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a box collider 2D for collision detection. So we're gonna find the component by typing name of the component, which is box collider 2D, and let's click over here to expand, and let's click on this edit collider to edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. So we're gonna make it something like this much, just fit it perfectly, and it's gonna be fine, and I guess it's fine by now. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see this enemy game object just gonna fall down top of our ground tile. Why? Because we added a rigid body, and it's gonna land top of our ground because we added box collider 2D. As soon as the game started, as you can see, this enemy game object just gets fall down top of this our ideal ground tile. And let's make the animation now. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna make the animation. But before we make the animation, make sure you just select the pixel per unit as you have done in this ideal sprite. So if I select any ideal sprite, then go over to inspector, we can see pixel per unit we set 22. So we're gonna make the same for attack, running, walking, and then all of the things that we need. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to this run folder, and let's select all of this enemy by holding down shift and go over to inspector, and we're gonna make this pixel per unit to 22 as we have done with our ideal sprites. And let's scroll down, and we're gonna choose filter mode to point and filter to just get rid of blurry, and let's click on this apply all. And we're gonna do the same thing for this attack and the hurt. So let's do that. We're gonna make this pixel per unit 22, scroll down, point no filter, and then click on this apply. And let's do with this heart as well. So we're gonna make it 22 for a point of filter, and then click on this. And now we have done with all of this. So what we need this animation tab. But we're gonna make our animation little bit fast. So in order to make the animation little bit fast, what you have to do, so let's make the ideal animation first of this enemy game object. So I'm gonna move over to this ideal folder, and make sure you just select all of the sprite by holding down shift of individual sprite, basically ideal one, and then drag it this into top of an enemy game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. And we need to choose a folder where we want to place this animation. So we're gonna move over to this assets folder, and we do know in assets folder we created this animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up, animation folder, by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder for our animation. So I'm gonna right click on it, and let's go to new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like animation. So let's call it enemy underscore animation, and let's open this animation folder as well. And I'm gonna create another animation folder. Why? Because we're gonna have multiple enemies, so that's why. And this will be our first enemy, so we're gonna call it something like enemy 1 animation. So let's right click on it, right click over here, and then new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like enemy 1 animation. So let's call it enemy 1 underscore animation. And after doing that, let's open this subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So this will be the ideal one, so we're gonna call it something like enemy 1 ideal animation. So let's call it enemy 1 enemy 1 ideal. So let's call it ideal. something like that, and then click on this save button in order to make the animation. And now if we select our anime game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click on this play button over here, we can see animation is now nicely playing. You can just take a look, scroll your mouse to just take a closer look, and this just playing fine, and it just created for us animation right away. So this is the pretty fast way in order to make the animation. Basically you need to select all of the individual sprite, and then you need to drag it top of this the game object you would like to make animation with. So you can just drag that top of that game object in order to make the animation pretty fast way. So let's make other animation. Or one will be attack, one will be running, and then heart animation as well. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to this project tab and let's make those animation. So I'm gonna make the run one. So let's select all of this sprite by holding down shift, and then we're gonna drag it in top of this enemy game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away, and we need to choose a folder where we want to place our animation. So we will move over to this assets folder, and we do know in assets folder we created this animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and also we created a anime underscore animation subfolder. So let's open that up, as well as this anime one underscore animation, and we're gonna name this animation to, this will be the run one or a work one. So I'm gonna call it something like anime underscore run, and let's click on the save button in order to save. And now if we select our anime game object in the hierarchy, then go to animation tab and then click over here, and we're gonna choose this anime one underscore run, and then click on this play button. As you can see, it's playing the run animation clip over again and again. So it just over again and again. This is pretty much fun, and we can just play hit this play button in order to play our animation, and this seems pretty much fine to me. And let's make the other animation, which will be the attack one as well as the heart one. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to project tab, let's go to attack folder, and let's select. But before we do, make sure you just make the pixel per unit as the same as you have done with ideal sprite. So this will be the attack one. We're gonna select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it top of this anime game object in the hierarchy. And let's go to assets, animation, anime one underscore, and this will be the attack one. So let's call it anime one underscore attack, and let's click on save, and we're gonna move over to animation. Let's select the anime game object in the hierarchy, and let's click over here in animation tab and then choose this attack and click on this playback. We can see the animation is now playing, but the problem is that we can see it's kind of bit weird. So what we need to do, we basically have to change the pivot point. So we're gonna move over to all of the animation. So we're gonna hold down we're gonna hold down shift, and then we're gonna select all of this sprite, and let's hold down shift one more time. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the center point something else, so we can just see that, and we have that. So let's do that quickly. So we're gonna select all of our animation. So let's select that, go over to inspector, then click on this sprite editor, but we're not able to do that. Sorry. So this is our attack one. We can just move it, and we can see the pivot point. And if we select the ideal sprite, the pivot point is somewhere else, and this is fine, I guess. So now if we just select our anime game object, we can see, and I guess we can arrange. So if we select and then attack and then click on this play button, it's kind of, it seems weird. uh, and this is okay, I guess. We don't need to work anything like that. And you can use some, basically if we move to orange, we have. So you can use as other sprite sheet or other enemy game object in order to make this animation perfectly. I don't think this is fit perfectly, so you can, I have it and other enemies as well. In my project tab we have brown, all of them, and this is okay. I guess enemy 2 we have yellow ninja, and this is fine. Let's do the other thing. We can just leave this and let's select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's make this one prefab. Of course I will have a link in the description of other enemies, you can go and check that out. So let's select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to make this enemy a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy, and now what we have to do, we need to make our enemy to move left and right, so it's gonna patrol around this ground. And once this player game object get closer to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object firstly need to chase our player game object, and after that it should this enemy game object need to attack on our player game object. So basically that is the thing. I just replaced that enemy with this ninja one. I will have a link in the description of this enemy sprite, you can go and check that out. So if you're this if it seems less pixel size, something like a weird, so you can just select all of the sprite by holding down shift, then go over to inspector and then scroll down in the bottom, check this override for Windows, Mac and Linux, and then make this max size to something like 16384. So it's gonna go that thing just gonna disappear. So that's the case. If your just sprite seems less pixel size, then you can just do these things, and make sure you also make this pixel per unit a less number in order to make this sprite a large or in size, and then choose this filter mode 2.0 filter in order to get rid of blurry. And if your sprite seems less pixel size, then you can just go over, check this overrides for Windows, Mac, Linux, and then make size, you have to choose this 16384 in the bottom, and after doing that thing, it's okay, and you're gonna good to go. We are ready to good to go. So let's select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, and then if we move over to animator tab, we can see all of the animation we just created. We have the enemy one, idle, run, attack and the heart. So I'm gonna rename this something like this, and what we want this enemy underscore run animation clip to be default one. So this enemy just gonna patrol around this ground, and once our player game object get in attack range, firstly this enemy game gonna chase our player game object, and when our enemy game object gets in some certain distance, then this enemy game object need to attack on our player game object. So we just can get rid of this idle animation clip. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see right after the game start, this enemy just gonna play the idle animation clip right away. Why? Because this enemy one underscore idle animation clip is the default one, so that's why. So as soon as the game started, as you can see, this enemy just playing the idle animation clip over again and again, and we can see in the animator tab as well. So we don't want this enemy one underscore idle clip to be default one. Instead we want this enemy one underscore run. So let's get out of play mode and let's set this one to be the default one. So let's right click on it and click on this set as layer default state. And now if we just go and then click on this play button in the top, you will see right after the game start, enemy just gonna play the running animation clip over again and again. Why? Because that animation clip we just set it default, so that's why. So right after the game start, as you can see, this enemy just playing running animation clip over again and again. So let's get out of play mode, and also we have to do, we need to make transition between these states. So I'm gonna get rid of this enemy one underscore idle, so I'm gonna get rid of, or I'm gonna delete that. So we also need to make transition from this enemy one underscore run from this to our attack. when once our player game object get close to of this enemy game object some certain distance, then this enemy need to play the attack animation clip. So we need to make transition from this run to attack. So let's right click on enemy one underscore run and make transition to enemy one underscore attack, and we're gonna select this transition, go over to inspector, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna untick has exit time, because as soon as our player game object get closer to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to play attack animation clip right away. So that's why we just untick has exit time. Also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, we don't want any delay. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this attack animation clip. So let's set some certain condition or parameters. So in the animator you can see parameters, so just click there and then click on this plus icon, and then we're gonna choose a bool parameter which can be true or false, and we're gonna name it to something like attack, and we're gonna choose this condition. So if this attack is true, basically check means we need to play the attack animation clip right away. So we're gonna choose this condition. So let's go to inspector, and we're gonna click on this plus icon in order to choose our condition, and we're gonna choose if attack is true. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to set this attack parameter manually to true, you will see this attack animation just gonna play right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, and we do know if attack is true, it's gonna play that animation clip. So if I just manually set this attack parameter to check, basically means true, we can see enemy attack animation is now playing over again and again. But if I just set this attack parameter to false, we cannot able to go this run animation clip. So we also need to make transition back to our run. So if I so we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode, and let's right click on this attack and make transition back to enemy one underscore run, and let's select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. As soon as our player game object gets outside of this range of our this enemy attack, then this enemy need to play the run or the chase animation clip. So that's the thing. And let's set the transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down a bit. We need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play the running animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon. Now we're going to choose if attack is false. So if we just set this attack parameter to false, means uncheck, it's gonna play the run animation clip, because we have chosen that condition. And if we just go ahead, let's click on this play button in the top to check it if it's perfectly working or not. Let's try to set this attack parameter manually. So just wait for to compile, and if I just set this attack parameter to true based checked, we can see enemy attack animation clip playing over again and again. Why? Because if we select this transition from this run to attack and then go over to inspector, we can see that we have chosen that condition if attack is true. So that's why it's just playing this attack animation clip again and again. And now if I just set this attack parameter to false, means uncheck, as soon as we said, we can see this enemy is now playing the running animation clip right away, because we have chosen that condition. If I select the back transition, go over to inspector, we can see we have chosen that condition is that if attack is false, then it's just gonna move over to this running animation clip. So that's why it's just playing over again and again. So we also need to make transition from this heart no matter what state we are in. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna make this enemy underscore one heart. So let's suppose this enemy just go patrolling around, or it's something like this player game object is close enough to this enemy game object in order to play the attack animation. And let's suppose we just damage this enemy game object, so it's need to play the hurt animation clip right away, no matter what state we are in, like walking around this ground or applying attack animation. Once we take the damage from this our player game object, we need to play right away the hurt animation clip, no matter what we're doing. So that is the thing. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state. So let's right click on any state, make transition to enemy one underscore heart, and now we're gonna choose this transition. And what we will do, we will go over to inspector, and we're gonna move, or we're gonna untick this as exit time, because as soon as we take damage from our player game object, then this enemy game object need to play the damage animation clip or the hurt animation clip right away. and we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this heart animation clip. So we're gonna create another condition or another parameter to just play this heart animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon, and then we're gonna choose a trigger in the bottom, and we have to name that trigger what we want to name. So we're gonna call it something like heart or damage. So let's call it heart instead, and we're going to choose this condition. So let's go to inspector, and we're going to click on this plus icon in order to choose the condition, and we're going to choose this heart. So if we just manually trigger this heart parameter, you will see enemy game object just gonna play the heart animation clip right away. And we also need to make transition from this heart to run or attack depending upon where the player is. If the player close enough, then this enemy need to play this attack animation clip instead of run. And if our player game object is far away, then at that moment this enemy game object need to play this run animation clip. So we also need to make transition from this hurt to this run or attack depending upon where player is. So let's right click on this hurt, make transition to enemy one underscore run, and let's select this transition, and we will go to inspector, and we're gonna leave this as exit time, and we're gonna choose exit time to 1, because we just want to play, you can simply say we just want to play the heart animation clip completely, and after that we just want to play this running animation clip. So that's why we just leave it this exit time as exit time, as well as we choose exit time to 1, basically means 100%. We're gonna play the heart animation clip once we take damage from our player game object, and after that it's gonna play the run animation clip. And we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and we will scroll down, and we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play the run. And we can just leave it like this. It's automatically gonna play the animation clip, so it's will go over to this heart animation, and after that it's gonna automatically gonna move over to this running animation clip if we don't choose any condition. So we're gonna leave it like that. And we also need to make transition from this enemy underscore hurt to this enemy underscore attack. So let's right click on it and make transition to enemy one underscore attack, and we're gonna select this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untake this. We're gonna leave this as exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose 1, because we just want to play 100% damage or hurt animation clip of this enemy game object, and after that we just want to play this attack or run depending upon where player is. And we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, or we can just leave it like this. It's automatically gonna play this attack animation clip or this run depending upon where player is. So basically that is the thing. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to trigger this hurt parameter manually or this condition, you will see this enemy one underscore hurt animation just gonna play, and after that it's gonna play run or attack depending upon what where player is. So if I just try to manually trigger this attack hard parameter, as you can see, as soon as we trigger, we can see that it's just playing the heart animation clip, and after that it's just moving over to this enemy one underscore run automatically, as you can see. So now if I just set this attack parameter to true, basically checked, as you can see it's just playing the attack animation clip over again and again. And if I just set this attack parameter to false, basically unchecked, we can see it's just playing the run animation clip because we have chosen that condition. If I select the back transition, go over to inspector, we can see if attack is false, then it's gonna play this enemy one underscore run animation clip. I hope you get the idea. And if I just try to trigger this heart parameter, we can see it's just playing the heart animation clip. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and what we have to do, we need to basically we need to control these parameters, this attack and heart, through our code depending upon where player is. So if the player close enough to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to play attack animation clip. So we need to set this attack parameter to true once our play game object is close enough to this enemy game object. So we do know, once we set this attack parameter to true, basically check, you will see the attack animation just gonna play right away. So we need to set this condition or this parameter through our code. So that is the thing. Let's script our enemy. So let's create a enemy script in order to move this enemy left and right. Basically this enemy need to patrol, but when our player game object get closer to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to chase, and then this enemy game object need to attack on our player game object. So let's do that. Let's create a enemy script to do that. So let's head over to project tab, assets, and I'm gonna move over to this scripts folder. Let's right click there, or you can simply right click on this assets, then go to create in the top, and then select this mono behavior script, or you can just scroll down a bit, says scripting, and just select this mono behavior script, because we're gonna attach that script to our enemy game object. And I already have created the script over here, and I just name it enemy. You can name it whatever you want. So basically name it which is notable. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that enemy script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, or you can simply click on this add component in the bottom. You can see new script. Firstly you have to name the script what you want to name it, and then click on this create and add button in the bottom. So I'm gonna open up my enemy script I already have created. So let's double click on this to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default we can see we have start and update function. So what we want to do, firstly we need to keep track of if the player is an attack range or not. So we will go to top of our class, and over here we're gonna define some variable, or we're gonna declare some variable. So first thing what we need our player position to just keep track of where player is, and if the player gets in attack range of this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to chase our player game object. So we need player transform, or you can simply say player position. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy and then go over to inspector, we can see a transform component which is responsible for position, rotation and scale, as you can see. So we need this player transform, simply you can call player position. And the second thing, we're gonna declare a attack range. We're gonna define some attack range, and to in order to chase our player game object. So let's go over to script, and let's go to top of our class. So first thing, we're gonna need our player transform or player position. So we're gonna make a public. So let's make a public, and sorry, this will be public because we're gonna see this field underneath our players enemy script right over here in the inspector. And the component we're looking for is it transform or position. So let's type transform, which is responsible for position, rotation and scale. And we can call this one to something like player position or something like that. So I'm gonna call it player, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So underneath our enemy script we will see player transform, and by default it's just gonna be empty, or it will says none, means empty. So what we have to do right there, we need to drag this player game object in the hierarchy to that slot in order to get the reference. So by default it's just gonna be empty, so just give it a moment to compile the script, and once it's done we are ready to go. So just wait a little moment. As soon as our enemy script gets compiled, we can see player, and it says none transform. So what we have to do now, it's basically means empty. We need to select our player game object in the hierarchy and drag it into that slot, and now we can see we have player transform. Basically means this player transform means position. And let's open up the enemy script by now, one more time, and let's declare a variable to just which will be attack range. So we're gonna check for some distance, something like over here, and if this player game object gets in that range, then this enemy need to chase our player game object. So let's do that. So we're gonna declare a second variable, and we're gonna make this public because we just want to adjust this field or this parameter through in the inspector. So we don't need to come to this script and then change this value over again and again. So we can adjust underneath our enemy script. So that's why we're gonna make it public, and that will be float. And we can call this one to something like attack range. So I'm gonna call it attack range, attack range, and by default I'm gonna give a default value something like 7 or 5 if, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's what we're gonna do, we're gonna declare another variable. But before we do, let's do that, we're gonna move over to this update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame, so we need to keep track of where player is every single frame. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move over to update function, and let's do over here. So firstly we're gonna check, so we're gonna use this if condition. So make first bracket and then some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check the distance between our enemy and this player. And if this player comes in attack range, then this enemy game object need to first chase, and then it should attack on our player game object. So we're gonna check, and in order to check the distance between them, we need to use the vector2 dot distance function and make this first bracket. And this vector2 dot distance, it's gonna take two position and it's gonna compare the distance between them. So first thing, we're gonna pass our own position, which is transform dot position. Transform dot position basically means current position of our enemy. Basically we're just moving over to this enemy and then accessing this transform and then accessing the position. As you can see, firstly we moving over to this transform, then accessing the position means the current position of our this enemy game object. And the second position, we just want to compare with our player position. So comma, we're gonna pass our second position which we want to check for, or we just want to check with. So in our case, player dot position, player dot position. And we do know we have the player transform reference basically position, so that's why we pass player dot position. Means we just going over to this player game object and then accessing this position. Player dot position basically means this over here. Firstly we just going over to our player game object of this and then accessing this position. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check the distance between them. So let's check if it's lesser than or equal to some kind of distance, something like baba একটু সাউন্ডটা কমে না attack range. So we're gonna pass attack range. So if vector2 dot distance, so we're checking the distance between our player, as you can see, with our enemy own position. And if the distance between is lesser than or equal to attack range, and attack range by default we set 5f, as you can see. So if the distance between our this player and this enemy, if the distance between them is lesser than or 5, as you can see we're checking. So what we're gonna do in that situation, this enemy need to chase our player game object. But before we do, let's have a look on, or we just want to print out a message in the console. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So we will type debug.log in order to print out a message, then make first bracket and then quotation. You can just type whatever message you just want to see. So I'm gonna say something like enemy need to chase player, something like that. And we're gonna close that off with semicolon. And let's suppose if the distance between our enemy and player is not lesser than or equal to this attack range, means our player is far from this enemy game object, it's not in attack range. So in that situation, this enemy need to just patrol around this, you can say this ground tile. So it just need to patrol. So let's go to script now one more time. So in that situation, we're gonna type else. So else the distance between them, if it's not lesser than or equal to attack range, then what we're gonna do, then our enemy game object need to just patrol around ground tile. So we're gonna print out a message. So debug.log in order to print out that message, and we're gonna say in quotation something like enemy need to patrol, something like that. Enemy need to patrol. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Control S in order to save, and let's go to Unity. So if the distance between our player and this enemy, if it's not lesser than or equal to attack range, means this player game object is far from this enemy game object. So in that situation, what we're doing, in that situation we're just printing out a message in the console says enemy need to patrol. So let's move over to Unity. and we're gonna select our console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to see that message. Let's have a look. So if the distance between our player and this enemy, if it's not equal to or lesser than attack range, then this a message, as you can see in the console, we can see enemy need to patrol. But once we get closer to this attack enemy game object, basically the distance, or we just get in that red attack range, we're gonna see a different message. So let's have a look on that. So now if we just get closer, as you can see, as soon as we get closer, we can see in the console enemy need to chase player message just getting pop up every single time. But once we get away from this enemy game object, basically means if we just go out from or get out from that attack range, the that enemy need to chase should be pop up in the console. So let's have a look. As soon as we just get away from this enemy game object, we can see a message in the console getting pop up says enemy need to patrol. So instead of printing out message like this, we really want to chase, and then we need to play those. So let's get out of play mode. And what we're gonna do now, let's double click on that message to go in Visual Studio, or you can simply select your enemy game object in the hierarchy and then double click on this enemy script in the inspector. So you will move over to that script. As you can see what we're doing, we're just printing out a message enemy need to chase. So let's have a look on this in this else condition. What we're doing, enemy need to patrol. Basically what we want, if the player game object is not in attack range, then this enemy just need to patrol around this ground. So we're gonna have a look on that. So let's go to script. So we're just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, we just want to move our enemy. So what we're gonna do over here, we're gonna use this transform dot translate function in order to move. And this transform dot translate, make sure you just make this first bracket. It's gonna take the direction in which direction you just want to move. So we just want to move this enemy game object to the left side, something like this. And we're gonna shoot out a ray from this enemy feet in the down direction, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, then we're gonna flip this enemy game object to the right direction. But before we do, we're gonna use this transform dot translate function in order to move. And this transform dot translate function over here, it's gonna take the direction in which direction you just want to move. So we just want to move in the left direction. So basically what we're doing, we just going over to this enemy game object transform, and then we're using this translate function in order to move. And over here it's gonna take the direction in which direction you just want to move. So we're gonna say transform dot right. Basically transform dot right over here basically means the you can say transform dot right means the and in which direction enemy is looking. So enemy is looking to the left direction, or we can simply use this. Instead of doing that, let's use this vector2 dot left, or you can say something like new vector2. So we can use this as well and make first bracket. And what we want to do, we just want to move in the left direction. So left direction means we just want to go in negative in the x-axis, and we don't want to move this this enemy game object at all in the y-axis. So in the y-axis we're gonna put 0. So this vector2, we do know it has x-axis and y-axis. We don't want to move in the y-axis, so that's why we're gonna put 0f in the y, and in the x we're gonna put -1f. So we're gonna put -1f. Basically means we're gonna move in the left direction or in the x-axis to the negative direction. Why? Because we put -1f. So every single frame this enemy game object will move to the left direction with -1f unit. So we're gonna go to left direction, or you can simply pass something like vector2 dot left. It's basically means this thing, basically the same thing. So we can just simply write vector2 dot left, which basically means -1 in the x. So we will go to this negative direction, and in the y it's gonna be 0. We don't want to move in the y, so that's why we put 0f, or we using vector2 dot left. It's basically means y in the 0 and -1 in the x. So where this enemy just gonna move to the left direction like that. So let's do that. And what we're gonna do, we also need to multiply this vector to dot left with our time dot delta time to just make our movement constant. So we're gonna multiply this time dot delta time to just make frame rate independence, and we just want to move a little bit faster, so we can just simply multiply this whole thing something like with 5 unit, because this vector to dot left it's basically means -1 in the x. So if you just multiply with 5, so it's gonna be something like -1 into 5, which will be -5. So this enemy game object just gonna move a little bit faster, means it's gonna move with 5 -5 unit to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna multiply this whole thing with our some unit. So we can just simply multiply with 5f, or we can multiply with something like 2.5f. But instead of hard coding like this, we're gonna make a variable, public variable, so we can adjust underneath our anime script. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to script, and let's go to top of our class, and let's declare another variable, and we're gonna make it public because we're gonna adjust this variable through in the inspector. In the inspector, that will be float, sorry, that will be float, and we're gonna call it something like speed. So let's call it petrol speed. Let's call instead petrol speed, and by default I'm gonna say something like 2.5f, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna replace this 2.5f with our petrol speed. And petrol speed we have chosen 2.5f, so this will be -1 in the x. So -1 into this petrol speed is 2.5, so -1 into 2.5 will be -2.5. So it's gonna move to the left direction or in this direction with -2.5 unit every single frame. And let's close that up with semicolon by now, and let's control S to save our script, and let's go to Unity. Let's head over to Unity. So in the left direction, this enemy just gonna move with -2.5 unit. You will see that, so just have a look on that. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, this enemy just gonna move to the left direction with this petrol speed. As we can see, the petrol speed we can see underneath our enemy script because we just made it public. So that's why, as you can see, this enemy just moving too much fast. So what we have to do now, we just want to move a little bit slow, something like we're gonna say 1.5, and we can adjust the petrol speed over here because we made this petrol speed parameter public, so that's why. And I'm gonna clear the console, and make sure you just go to inspector and then click on this overrides and then click on this apply all. So the changes over here you made in this enemy game object in the hierarchy, it will be saved enemy game object prefab as well. So let's click on this play button in the top, and now let's take a look on this. It should be fine. So as you can see, it's just moving. And now I'm gonna get out of play mode. So it's just moving something over here. So what we basically want to do, we just want to shoot out a ray from this enemy feet in the down direction, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, then we're gonna just flip this enemy to the right direction. And once the enemy is somewhere over here, and if that ray just don't collide with this ground, then we're gonna flip once again to the left side of this enemy. We're gonna flip this enemy to the left side, so this enemy just need to patrol around this ground. So we're gonna do that. So let's open up our script, but before we do, let's understand our logic. And we're gonna create another parameter to just keep track of if the which direction this enemy is looking. As you can see, this enemy is looking to the left direction, so we're gonna create a parameter something like facing left, and by default we're gonna set it to true because this enemy is looking to the left direction, so that's why. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class. And this parameter doesn't need to be public, instead we can make this one private. So we're gonna make a private that will be float, sorry, not that will be float, instead this will be bool, which will keep track of which direction we're looking, so it can be true or false. And we're gonna call it something like facing, let's call it facing left, facing left, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna move over to this start function, and we do know that start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true. So we will set facing left parameter equals to true. Why we set this facing left parameter to true? Because this enemy is looking to the left direction, as you can see. So that's why in the start of the game I just set that facing left parameter to true. And once this enemy just gets flipped to the right direction, then we're gonna set that facing left parameter to false, because once we flip this enemy, it will no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why it's we're gonna set facing left parameter to false. So let's go to script now, and we're gonna move over this else condition. So we're just moving our enemy over here. So what we're gonna do, or we can just simply just get out of this else condition. We can do over here as well, something over here, or let's do in this else condition, means when we patrolling, then we're gonna do that thing. So in order to shoot out a ray from this enemy fit in the down direction, what we have to do, what we need to do, we need to use a function for that. So let's go to script, and we need to use this physics2d dot raycast function. And this function physics2d dot raycast, it's gonna create the ray as a first argument. This function physics2d dot raycast, it's gonna take the point from you where you just want to shoot out the ray. So we're gonna create a empty child game object on this enemy game object from something over here, and from that point we just want to shoot out the ray in the down direction. And this as a second argument, it's gonna take that direction. So we're gonna shoot out the ray in the down direction. And the third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray, so we're gonna define the length as well. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object you just want to target. So I only want to target this ground, and we're gonna shoot out a ray in the down direction. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, then we're gonna basically over here, so we're gonna define a ray length something over here to much small, and that ray not gonna collide with this ground. So if this enemy is somewhere over here, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip this enemy. But before we do, let's go to script, and we need to declare those variable. So first thing, we need a position. So let's put double slash forward slash in order to make this comment, and basically comment don't interrupt our code. So let's go to top of our class, and let's declare those variable. So first thing, we need our a point or a position from where we just want to shoot out the ray. So let's create a public, so we can adjust through inspector, and that will be transform. And we do know this transform is responsible for position, rotation, and in scale. So that's why we just type transform, or you can simply say position. And I'm gonna call this one to something like detect point, something like that I'm gonna call. And the second thing, we need the direction, but we can define in this function, so we don't need to do anything like that. So we can jump in the third argument, which just gonna take the length of the ray. So also let's make this one public, and that will be float, and we can call this one to something like ray length, or I'm gonna call it distance, something like that. And by default I'm gonna set it to something over let's set it to 0.48, and let's close that up with semicolon. And the fourth argument, it's going to take the layer mask, or basically which game object you just want to target. So in my case, I just want to target that ground game object. So let's make this one public as well, so we can adjust through inspector. And this will be layer mask, so we're gonna type this layer mask, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it target, or let's call it detect layer. I'm gonna call it let's call what is ground, something like that. What is ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script. And let's move over to Unity, because we need to assign those variable one by one. So just wait for to compile. So first thing, we're gonna create a empty child game object from into this enemy game object. So as soon our script gets compiled, we can see in enemy script in the inspector detect point and it says none transform, basically empty. So what we have to do, let's create a empty child game object on this enemy game object. So let's select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, right click on it and then create an empty child game object, and we're gonna call this game object something like detect point as the name of that position. And let's select the move tool from here in the scene view, and I'm gonna move it something over here, and from here I just want to shoot out the ray. And if you just want to select an gizmos, I'm gonna move this one over here. If you just want to select a gizmos, you just have to go over to inspector and then click on this box, and we're gonna choose something like yellow something. I'm gonna move it a little bit up, and this is fine. And now we're gonna select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, go over to enemy script, and I'm gonna select my this detect point, and let's drag it over to this detect point slot. Now we can see we have the detect point, basically we have this position. And the second thing, we can see the distance or the ray length, and you can adjust it over here as well. So that's why we just made it public. And what is ground, and it says nothing. So what we have to do, we need to assign this ground or this tile ground as a ground layer. So how you can do that, so we need to select our this ground game object first, or this ground tile. So let's head over to this create game object, and we're gonna select this tile map, or we can just name it simply something like ground tile. So in my case, this tile map, which is the ground. So let's select that, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default. So just click there and then click on this add layer, and we have to name the layer what we want to name it. So I'm going to call it something like ground, and I just want to assign this ground game object, sorry, ground tile as a ground layer. So I'm going to call it something like ground. And after doing that, make sure you just type hit enter, and then select that tile map or this ground tile one more time in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector. As you can say, as we can see, it says layer and it's set it to default. So just click there, and we're gonna assign it to ground. Now I assign it this ground tile as a ground layer, as you can see in the inspector. Now we're gonna select our enemy script, and it says what is ground. So we're gonna select our ground now in the bottom, and we assign it this ground as a ground layer. So the ray only gonna check for this ground, and it's not gonna check else something else. So this the ray only gonna check that, you can simply say that ground. So let's open up our anime script by now by double clicking on it, and let's go over here and let's remove these two forward slashes to just use this physics2d.raycast function. And we do know we have all of the reference by now. So physics2d.raycast function, at the first argument, it's going to take the position from where we want to shoot out the ray. So we're going to shoot out the ray from this detect point dot position, and we do know we have the detect point reference. And the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna simply type vector2 dot down. Vector2 dot down basically means -1 in the y. So the ray just gonna hit in the vertically in the down direction, and x in the 0. So the ray only gonna go in the down direction. It's basically means -1 -1 in the y, so it will be in negative direction vertically, and 0 in the x, so it's gonna shoot out in the down direction only. Or you can just simply pass something like this, new vector2 which has x axis. So we're gonna pass firstly we need to make first bracket, then x axis and y axis. So in the y axis -1 f, and in the x 0. And basically this is the thing. Or you can simply pass vector2 dot down, means the same thing. And so I'm gonna pass something like vector2 dot down, means the same thing. And the third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray. So we're gonna pass this distance, this distance, and we do know as a distance we have chosen 0.4 f of the length of the ray. And the fourth argument, it's going to take the layer pass, or basically which layer or which game object you simply want to target. So in our case, we're going to type this what is ground, and we do know as a what is ground, we have chosen that ground layer. And so the array only gonna check for that ground, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So this physics2d.raycast function over here, it's gonna shoot out the ray from this position, which is detect in the down direction with this much of length, and it's gonna check for that ground game object only. So this array physics2d raycast function, it's gonna give a true value or a false value depending upon if the ray is really colliding with this ground or not. If the ray colliding with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give a true value, else it will give a false value. So what we're gonna do, whatever the result is, let's store the result into another variable, or you can simply say another container. So we're gonna create a raycast hit 2D because this is a ray, so that's why we're gonna put it into a variable called raycast hit 2D. So we're gonna call it raycast hit 2D, and then we're gonna call it something like hit info or hit, and let's set equal to this. So this hit over here can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with this ground or not. So if the ray is colliding with this ground, then this function over, so sorry, it's gonna return a true value. So that's why this hit over here just gonna be a true value, because we directly setting it, as you can see, or we basically storing this result into this hit variable. So this hit can be true or false depending upon if the ray is really colliding with that ground or not. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check, so we will go to next line and we will check if, make first bracket and some curly brackets. So we're gonna check over here if hit is equals to true, something like this, or you can just simply pass this, it's also basically means true, this over here. So if hit is true, basically means the ray is really colliding with this ground. So we, whatever we're gonna do inside this curly brackets, by now it will be execute, means if hit is true, basically means the ray is really colliding with this ground. But let's suppose if hit is equals to false, so we're gonna check if it's equals to false, basically means the ray is not colliding with this ground. So that's why this hit just gonna be false, and we're checking over here if hit is equals to false, basically means the ray is not colliding with this ground. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy game object to the right direction. So what we're gonna do over here, we're gonna check. So we're gonna type debug dot log, and we want, what we want to check, so we're gonna make, we just want to print out a message something like if hit is equals to false, means the ray not colliding with the ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message something like flip enemy to the right side, so because the enemy just gonna be somewhere over here, so the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So that's why in this moment we need to flip this enemy game object to the right direction. But before we do, let's print out a message. So we're gonna send something like flip enemy to right side, something like that, right side, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to enemy, sorry, in Unity you will see that. So just wait for to compile. But the problem is that we cannot able to see the ray. It would be nice if we able to see the ray, so we can just adjust simply, and in order to draw the ray, we need to use a different function. So let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and in order to draw the ray, we need to use another function, and we're gonna do it somewhere in the bottom. You can do anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. And we're gonna use this on draw gizmo selected function, and make sure you just type as I did over here, because this is Unity callback function, it's gonna get called automatically by Unity. And this function over here, private void on draw gizmo selected function, you can just remove this private, it doesn't need to be, or you can just leave it like that, it's basically up to you. So this function over here, it's gonna draw the ray that we want to draw, where from we just want to draw. So in order to draw a ray, we need to use this gizmos dot draw ray function. So we're gonna use this draw ray, and this function, in as a first argument, it's gonna take the position from where you just want to draw the ray. So we're gonna draw the ray from this detect point dot position, and we do know we have the detect point reference, detect point position reference. And the second thing, it's gonna take the direction in which direction you just want to draw the ray, and we do know we're gonna draw the ray in the down direction. So that's why we're gonna pass vector 2 dot down, and what we will do, we just gonna multiply this direction with our length of the ray, so we can simply see the ray like that. So we also gonna multiply this down direction with length of the ray, which is distance we do know, and we're going to close that up with semicolon, so we can able to see our ray. So this function over here, gizmos dot draw ray, it's going to draw the ray from this detect position, detect point dot position, and in the down direction. But what we need to do, it's gonna give a error, some errors if you just don't assign that detect point ray. So if we just move over to Unity, in the enemy script, if you just haven't dragged this detect point field to this detect point slot, basically means this detect point is null, basically means empty. So this over here, this function is still will try to find that detect point dot position, as you can say, and it's gonna draw the ray in the down direction. But we do know that if you haven't assigned, then it's gonna still try to find this detect point. If you just haven't assigned, so it's not gonna able to find that point or that position reference. So that's why it's gonna give a error, some error. So before we draw the ray, we need to check if we just assign it this detect point or not. Basically, if we have if we just drag it this detect point to detect point slot or not. If it's empty, then we need to stop drawing that ray. So before we draw the ray, we need to check if the we will check if and make first bracket some curly brackets, and what we want to check right over here, we want to check if detect point assign it or not. So we're gonna say if detect point is equals to null. Null basically means empty. If detect point is equals to null, means you haven't dragged this detect point to this detect point slot, basically means this detect point is empty, yeah, and it says none. And we're checking over here, if detect point is equals to null, means detect point is empty. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to stop drawing this ray. So before we draw the ray, inside these curly brackets, we're gonna type return and then close that up with semicolon. Basically, after return, whatever you're gonna do, it will not be execute. So if detect point is equals to null, means detect point is empty. So in that situation, what we're doing, we're just typing return, and after return, whatever line of code we're gonna write, it will not be execute mean the ray will be stopped drawing. But we do know that we assigned this detect point to detect point field, so this condition over here in if is totally false, it's not empty. So that's why the ray will be drawn from that point. And you can choose a color that you want to draw with. So I'm gonna choose something like yellow. So in order to select a color, we need to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set equal to any color you would like to go with. So I'm gonna say something like I'm gonna draw with color dot yellow. So we're gonna pass color dot yellow and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our code. So we're gonna draw the ray with yellow color. So let's now move over to Unity, and it should be fine by now. So the ray just gonna be draw from that point. So just wait for to compile, and we're gonna move over to overrides. So let's go to inspector overrides, and let's click on this apply all in order to change in prefab. And I'm gonna clear the console, and let's click on this play button, and as soon as it's get compiled, we can see the ray, and it's drawn from this detect point, and it's just going in the down direction. And we can increase the length of the ray as well by going over to this distance parameter underneath our enemy script. So I'm gonna say something like, I'm gonna increase a little bit, something like this. I guess this seems pretty fine. So let's click on this play button. So we now able to see our ray, and if this ray don't collide with this ground, you will see that message just gonna pop up in the console, says something like chase our player. So as soon as the ray don't collide, so I'm going to click on this pause button in the top. We can see in the console says flip enemy to the right side. I hope you gave it, you are able to get it. So whenever the ray don't collide with this ground, that message just gets pop up in the console, says flip enemy to the right side. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of printing out message, we just want to flip this enemy game object to the right side. So if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, and then go move over to this inspector transform component, and then set this rotation in the y-axis to -180. As you can see, as soon as we put with this, enemy just gets flipped to the right direction. So basically we need to change this y as we have done in this player game object. We're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna set the Euler angles in the y to -180, so it's gonna flip to the right side. So let's set basically let's put it 0 by now. So let's go to script, and over here, as you can see, if hit is equals to false, basically means this ray not colliding with this ground, then we just printing out this message saying that flip enemy to the right side. Instead of printing out message, we need to flip. So let's remove this message, and we also want to check in which direction we just going. So we do know we just going in the left direction, so we will check if hit is equals to false, basically means if the ray is not colliding and this enemy game object just looking to the left side. So we need to flip this enemy game object first to the right side, and after doing that we're gonna set that facing left parameter to false, because this once we flip this enemy game object to the right side, it's no longer able to look to the left side. So that's why. So let's go to script. So we're gonna also check which direction we're looking. So we're gonna check if make first bracket and some curly brackets. So if we're gonna check if facing left is equals to true. If that is the case, that means we need to flip our enemy game object to the right side. So firstly we're checking if the ray is colliding or not. So the ray is not colliding, so we're checking if hit is equals to false. At the same time we're checking if facing left is true, means we are over here, somewhere over here. So if we select enemy game object in the hierarchy, then move tool, if I just drag this enemy somewhere over here, as you can see, it's gonna be the ray not gonna collide with this ground. Now we need to flip this enemy game object to the right side. So let's go to script. So we're gonna flip, and in order to flip we're gonna use this transform dot Euler angles, and we do know this gonna have x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So we will set equal to new vector 3, because this transform dot Euler angles is a three-dimensional data which has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So that's why we set equal to a new vector 3 which also has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. And let's close that up with semicolon. So we're gonna put y in the -180. So as soon as we're gonna put, it's gonna flip to the right side. So in the y we're gonna set -180f, and in the x we're not gonna do anything like that. So that's why we're gonna put 0f in the x, as well as we're gonna set the z-axis as well to 0f. And after flipping this enemy game object totally to the right side, we're gonna set that facing left parameter to false, because once we set, basically I'm really apologize for the noises just coming out. So what we need to do now, we need to flip this, which once we flip, we do know this enemy just gonna look towards to the right side. So that's why. So let's go to script, and after just flipping our enemy to the right side, Didi, face right side, we're gonna set facing left. So we're gonna set facing left equal to false, because we'll no longer able to look to the left direction once we flip this enemy game object to the right direction. So now I'm gonna drag this enemy somewhere over here, and let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity, and let's take a look on that. So we're gonna have that. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we are ready to check that out. Wait for a little moment. Once it's done, we are ready to go. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see whenever the enemy just gonna over here, somewhere over here, this enemy will flip to the right side, because we just setting y to -180, and after that we're setting a facing left parameter to false, and it should flip. As you can see, as soon as it's over here, it just gets flipped to the right side. And now what we have to do, as you can see, it's just going to the right side. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So let's suppose an enemy is somewhere over here and this enemy is looking to the right side. So if I just flip this enemy to my 180. As you can see, it's gonna be somewhere over here, so the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So what we have to do in this situation, we need to set that this y 180 to 0. So once we set this 180 to 0, as you can see, as soon as we put, it's looking to the left direction once again. So we need to do that, and we need to do that. So let's do it. So let's go to a script now, and we're gonna check if the facing left is false. So we will check else our enemy game object is looking to the right direction. So firstly we're checking if it is false, means the ray is not colliding. So once enemy somewhere over here, the ray not gonna collide with this ground, so that's why we're doing inside this hit equals false. And then what we're doing, we're checking else, means if the facing left is false. If that is the case, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back this y to 0. So let's copy this line of code by Control C, and then we're gonna paste it over here by Control V. So firstly we will move over to transform, and then Euler angles, and we're gonna set this y rotation to 0. And we do know once we set this to 0, this enemy over here, it's gonna look to it's gonna flip to the left side one more time. And after that, flipping this enemy game object to the left side, what we need to do, we need to set that facing left parameter to true, because once we flip this enemy game object to the left side, it's gonna look towards to the left side. So that's why we're gonna set facing left parameter to true. So let's go to script, and we're gonna set, after flipping, we're gonna set facing left parameter to true. And let's press down Control S to save our script, and let's head again to Unity. So this enemy game object right over here, it's just gonna patrol around this ground according to where in the condition of this ray. If the ray is really colliding, then it's not gonna flip, but if the ray is not colliding, then it's gonna flip relatively which direction it's just going. So let's click on this play button, but before, I'm gonna zoom out, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game and have a look on this. So just wait for a little moment, and it should be fine by now. So enemy just gonna flips over here. As you can see, it just get flips once it's over here. And if this enemy just not, so as you can see, it just gets flipped to the left direction because the ray is not colliding with this ground. As soon as it's not colliding, it just gets flipped to the left side. And if you just want to see that private parameter, which is the facing left, we created that parameter in order to just keep track of which direction we looking. And we do know that if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to enemy script in the inspector, we cannot able to see those parameter which is the facing left, because that parameter is a private. Let's suppose you still want to see that, then what you have to do, you need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then click on this debug mode in order to see those private parameter. As soon as we just set it to debug, we can see the facing left parameter over here, and it just gets checked unchecked, basically means true or false. And once this enemy is over here, it's gonna get unfalse, unchecked basically means false. And once it's enemy just gonna over here, this facing left parameter just gonna be true because it's going to the left direction. So that's why. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to normal mode. And in order to go to normal mode, you just need to go over to three dots in the top right. So just click there and then click on this normal to go back to normal mode. And now if we just get closer to this enemy game object, we're not moving this enemy game object at all. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see that. So you will see, just wait for to compile. And now if we just try to get closer to this enemy game object, you will see that, as you can see, enemy just gets stopped and it's not moving at all. So what we need to do in this situation, firstly, this enemy game object need to chase this player game object in which direction player is going. And when it's come to certain distance, then this enemy game object need to attack on this player game object. So let's do that. And we just printing out a message in the console says enemy need to chase. Instead of doing this, we need to chase, and after that we need to attack on this player game object. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message to go that line of code. in Visual Studio. So we're gonna remove this. Instead of doing this, we need to chase. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove, and we're gonna check the distance between them in order to basically do that. Let's do these things. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set the transform dot position, basically means transform dot position right over here means the current position of our enemy. So we're gonna set equal to and in order to chase we're gonna use this function. So let's set equal to, and in order to chase we need to use this vector2 dot move towards function, and this function as a first argument it's gonna take the current position, and the second thing it's gonna take the target position or the position that you want to chase after you want to chase, and the third argument it's gonna take the speed, with how much speed you just want to chase. So we need to assign those variables. So I'm gonna comment this for now by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class and let's declare a variable something like a chase speed. So I'm gonna do it somewhere over here, and let's make a public, sorry, this will be public, and that will be float, and we can call this one to something like chase speed. So let's call it chase speed, and I'm gonna set a default value something like 3 unit of 3 units, something like that. And I just want to set our petrol speed a little bit lower number, and I'm gonna set it through inspector. I'm not gonna give a default value, and let's do that. So let's go over here. So we're checking. So let's do this. So we're gonna remove this double forward slash, and transform dot position basically means current position of our enemy game object. Basically we're just moving over to this enemy, and then this transform, and then accessing the position of it, and we're gonna set the position equal to this vector2 dot move towards function, and this function over here it's gonna move our game object where we just want to move that, or we just want to move our enemy game object. So first thing it's gonna take on position means the current position, which we know transform dot position means the current position of our enemy game object, and the second thing comma it's gonna take the target position, or which game object you really want to target. So in our case we're gonna target our player, so we're gonna pass player dot position, and the third argument comma it's gonna take the speed or the chase speed with you just want to chase your player game object. So we're gonna pass this chase speed, and chase speed by default we set 3, but we just made it public so we can adjust this field underneath our enemy script in the inspector. And make sure you just multiply this with time dot delta time to just make it frame rate independence. So we're gonna multiply with time dot delta time, and after doing that let's close that up with semicolon, and we're going to press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's hit again to Unity and have a look on this. So just wait a little moment, and once it's done we are ready to go. And I'm gonna increase this attack range, and this you can say and I'm just gonna set this petrol speed a little bit lower, something like 1, and I'm gonna set attack range something like 7, and chase speed I'm gonna say I'm gonna set 2 units, something like that. And let's go to override in the inspector, and then click on this apply all button in order to save into prefab of this enemy game object as well. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on this. Now let's have a look on this. We're gonna jump, and as soon as we're gonna get in attack range, as you can see enemy just pushing our player game object. So what we just want to do, once this enemy game object comes in certain distance or relatively to this player game object, then we just want to stop our enemy, and then this enemy need to attack instead of chasing when it comes to in certain distance. So let's define them. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to script, and we're gonna declare a retrieve distance value. So we're gonna go to top of our class, and this just gonna keep track of the distance between them. So we're gonna make this one public as well, and this will be float, and we're gonna call it something like retrieve distance. So let's call it retrieve distance. If I miss a spelling, sorry, I actually don't know the spelling of it. And by default I'm gonna set something like 2.5 unit, and let's close that out with semicolon. Make sure you just set a default value by using this equal sign. It would be it's a basically good practice to do, so make sure you just do that. So over here we chasing, as you can see, but before we chase we're gonna check the distance between our this player and this enemy. If this enemy just get closer some certain distance, we need to stop this enemy. So before we chase, basically doing this line of code means we just chasing, we want to check the distance between them. If that distance between some greater than number, then we're gonna chase, and else we should not chase. So we're gonna check before we basically chase our player game object. We're gonna check if, and we're gonna use this vector2 dot distance function in order to check the distance between them. So let's use this one, so which is vector2 dot distance, and this over here we do know it's gonna take two position and it will compare the distance between them. So first we're gonna pass or transform dot position, means the current position of enemy, comma, and the second thing it's gonna take the position you want to check with. So in our case we're gonna pass this player dot position. So if the distance between our player and enemy, if it's greater than some retrieve distance, so we're gonna check with this retrieve distance, and retrieve distance is 2.5. so if that is the case, so if the distance between is greater than retrieve distance, make some curly brackets. So in this situation we just want to chase, so we're checking the distance between them. So let's cut this line of code by Control X for cut, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So what we basically doing, firstly we checking the distance between our attack range, means this player game object came just this player game object comes in attack range. So what we doing, and at the same time we checking the distance between them, if it too much close or not. So we just taking our enemy position and player position, if it's greater than retrieve distance, mean our this enemy game object is still not came in some certain distance, then what we're doing, we just chasing. But when it comes in certain distance, mean our enemy position and player position, it's not greater than retrieve distance, and retrieve distance by default we set 2.5. so it's gonna check the distance between 2.5, so it's gonna be over here. So if it's not greater than retrieve distance, means our this enemy game object get too much close to this player game object. So in that situation what we need to do, this enemy need to attack on this player game object. So for now let's print out a message. So if the distance is not greater than this retrieve distance, so we're gonna check in else condition. So else the distance between is too much close, basically means it's not greater than retrieve distance, means our this enemy game object is now too much close to this player game object. So in that situation what we're gonna do, we're not gonna chase our player game object, instead we're gonna play the attack animation. For now let's print out a message. So we're gonna type debug log in order to print out a message, and we're gonna say something like enemy attack because we're gonna say sorry, because it's too close, it's too close. And let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Control S to save our script. So firstly we're checking the distance between, if it's greater than retrieve distance, mean our enemy just little bit far away. But once the distance is not greater than retrieve distance, means our enemy is now too much close, then what we're doing in that else condition, means our enemy is now too much close, we only just printing out this message, so enemy just gonna stops right there. So let's press down Control S to save our script, and now let's move to Unity. So we're gonna press down Control S and let's go to Unity, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to see that. And let's have a look on this. So let's get closer to this enemy is chasing first, and then it just stops right over here, as you can see. But the problem is that enemy is not flipping in the direction player is going, and we can see in the console the message just getting pop up says enemy attack because it's too close. Basically means this enemy is too close, so that's why it just stops, and the else condition run. And in else condition we just printing out a message in the console says enemy attack because it's too close. So let's get out of play mode. So what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy game object in the direction player is going. Let's suppose player is somewhere over here. So enemy so this player position in the X just gonna be greater than of this enemy position in the X. So let's do that. So let's go over to script, and over here we're gonna do, because a player is over here, so if transform dot position and player dot position is lesser than or equal to attack range, means this player just comes in attack range of this enemy game object. Now this enemy game object need to flip in the direction player is going. So that's why we're going to do inside this if condition. So let's do it over here, because enemy basically player is in attack range, so we need to flip. So we're going to check if, so make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we're gonna check over here, we're gonna check transform dot position dot x, means our enemy position in the x axis. If it's lesser than player, so we're gonna go to player, and we do know we have the reference of our player, basically player transform means position, which is player dot position dot x. If it's the case, let's suppose a player is somewhere over here. So if I just say select my player game object in the hierarchy and move it somewhere over here, as you can see enemy in the X position just gonna be greater than this player position, sorry, of this enemy position in the X axis. And we're checking over here if enemy position in the X axis is smaller than our player position in the X axis. X axis basically means player position in the X axis greater than enemy position in the X axis. So player just gonna be over here. So what we need to do, we need to flip this game object now in the right direction. Basically enemy, sorry, player just gonna be over here, so player just gonna go to the right direction. So that's why we need to flip this enemy in the right direction. So we need to do that. So let's do it. So, and at the same time we're gonna check which direction the enemy is looking. So we're gonna use this in condition in order to check the second condition. So firstly we're checking if the player sorry, if enemy position in the X axis is lesser than player position in the X axis, means player is somewhere over here. Now we need to flip this enemy game object to the right direction. At the same time we're gonna check if we're looking to the left direction. So if facing left is equals to false. So if that is the case, means this enemy is just looking to the left direction. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip this enemy right now to the right, and after that we're gonna set that facing left parameter to true, because after flipping this enemy game object to the right direction, it's gonna look to the right direction. So that's why it's not gonna able to look to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set facing left parameter to false. So firstly let's rotate that. So we're gonna simply copy this line of code in order to rotate. So let's press down Ctrl S to copy, and let's paste it over here by Ctrl V. So we're gonna set the yellow angles of our enemy in the Y to -180, as you can see. And after setting, so basically once we set this enemy in the Y rotation to -180, we do know that this enemy just looking to the right direction. And after that what we're doing, we're just setting this facing left parameter to false. Why? Because once we flip this enemy game object to the right direction, this enemy not gonna able to look to the left direction. So that's why after flipping this enemy game object to right direction, we're just setting that facing left parameter to false, as you can see. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our code. And now let's move to Unity and have a look on this. So just wait for to compile a little moment, and once it's done we are ready to go to check. Let's have a look first. So I'm gonna move this player game object somewhere over here. You will see once we're gonna be somewhere over here, and this enemy just gonna be here. This enemy just gonna flip to the right direction right away. So let's have a look on this. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait for to compile, and now let's have a look on this. So I'm gonna flip. So as you can see, but the problem is that this enemy it's not flipping at all. So we have done some mistake, but let's have a look on this. So it's flipping. So what we're doing, let's go to that line of code. We have done a mistake. Transform dot position means current position or our, basically transform dot position dot x means our enemy position in the x axis. If it's lesser than player position in the x axis, if that is the case, or we can just simply put this line of code somewhere out of this if condition. So let's do that. So we're gonna press down Control X in order to cut, and let's paste it over here inside this if statement, outside of this if statement. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our code. So this should be perfect by now. Let's have a look on this. Actually we have done the mistake in our scripting. So let's go to script. Over here, as you can see, we're checking if facing left parameter is equals to false. Instead of checking this, we need to check if facing left is true. So we're gonna check if facing left is equals to true. Basically means this enemy just looking to the left direction. So and then what we're doing, we just flipping our enemy game object to the right direction, as you can see. And after that, what what we're doing, we just setting this facing left parameter to false, because once we just flip this enemy game object to the right direction, this enemy will no longer able to look to the left side direction. So that's why after flipping, we just setting this flipping facing left parameter equal to false. As you can see, you can just put this if condition inside this attack range. So let's put this. So I'm gonna press down Control X in order to cut, and let's paste inside in this attack range by Control V. So we just done the mistake over here. We need to check facing left equals to true instead of facing left equals to false. Basically means over this line of code, it means our enemy just looking to the left direction. So that is the thing. So we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and now let's move to Unity, and it should be fine by now. So if this enemy game object somewhere over here and this enemy is somewhere here, then this enemy will flip in the direction player is going once this player game object came in attack range. So let's take a look on that. So our script just gets compiled, and let's have a look on this. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on this, and it should be fine by now. So let's hope that it will be okay. And let's grab the reference first. So I'm gonna just go over to this in the right. As you can see, this enemy just gets flipped in the direction a player is going, as you can see. But the problem is that if we just move over to the left direction, the player just gets flipped or just going to the left direction. Enemy is not looking at all to the left direction by now. So we also need to flip this enemy game object to the left direction. So firstly, what we need to check, we need to check if the player position in the x axis, as you can see, it's just gonna be lesser than as compared to the enemy position in the x axis. Basically means player is over here. So now what we have to do, we need to flip this enemy first, and after flipping, we're gonna set that facing left parameter to true, because once this enemy game object flips to the left direction, it will no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why we're going to set facing left parameter to true one more time after basically flipping this enemy game object. But firstly, we need to check the x position of this enemy and this player game object. So we can see player position in the x axis just gonna be lesser than enemy position enemy position in the x axis, as you can notice over here. So let's do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to script. And over here, else if, we're gonna check else if the condition is different. So we're gonna make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do first, we're gonna check the player position in the x axis. So we will say player dot position dot x means player position in the x axis. If it's lesser than transform dot position dot x means enemy position in the x axis. It's basically means enemy is over here. Now we need to flip this enemy to the left side. So let's copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. and we're gonna set a y to 0. So once we set to 0, we do know this enemy just gonna flip to the left direction, and after flipping this enemy game object to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true, because we will we will look towards to the left direction. So that's why, and press down Control S to save your script and hit again to Unity. And let's take a look on this. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to go. And it should be fine. So let's click on this play button in the top to play our game and have a look on this. So this enemy will flip according to our player direction, or in which direction player is going. So as you can see, it just flips to the right because the player position in the x-axis is greater than enemy position in the x-axis, as you can see. But once the player position is x-axis is just lesser than enemy position in the x-axis, as you can see, this enemy just gets flipped to the left direction. So this is the cool thing, and we can just play around with like this, and this is fine. And now what we have to do, we need to play the attack animation clip instead of playing this walk animation clip over again and again. So if I select this enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animator tab, we can see this run animation just playing over again and again. So once our enemy just gets too much close, then this enemy need to play the attack animation clip. And what we have to do, we do know we need to set this attack parameter to true in animator tab, as you can see. So we need to set it to true, and we have done the logic. So let's get out of play mode and let's do that. So but before we make transition between this animation state, we do know we need a reference of this animator component of this animator enemy game object, because this component right over here, animator, is responsible for playing animation and then switching this animation switching between this animation state. So we need a reference of this animator component of this enemy game object. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, because we're gonna grab the reference files. So we're gonna do it somewhere over here in the bottom, and let's make it public, because, or we can just simply make it private, so it doesn't need to be public. So we can set through this start function. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab the reference. So we will type this private. So if we set it to private, we're not gonna able to see this field underneath our anime script, because I just want to grab the reference inside that code. So that's why it doesn't need to be public. And the component we're looking for is animator. So we need to type the component name that we are looking for, that which one we're looking for, which is animator, sorry, animator, and we need have to name it. So I'm going to call it something like animator, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we just made it private, and we do know once we set it private, we're not gonna able to see that field underneath our anime script. So how we can just grab the reference of it? We can grab the reference in this start function, and in order to grab the reference, what we have to do, we need to use this get component. So we're gonna type this basically just referencing this anime game object itself, and by this we're gonna use this dot, and we're gonna use this get component, and you need to make this bracket you need to make this arrows, and this over here, this dot get component, and then arrows, you just have to pass the component that you looking for. So we're looking for our animator, so we're gonna type this animator, and then you need to make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this right over here, it's just referencing itself, this anime game object, and by this we can see we're just getting the component we're looking for is animator. Basically we're just grabbing this animator component, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this animator component in this animator variable. So we're gonna store that, so we're gonna have the reference. So let's take this animator, this dot get component animator, basically this animator right over here in this anime game object, and now we just grab it. Now we're gonna store this animator component into this animator variable. So let's store that, or you can simply say this is our container, this is animator container. So we firstly take, and now we're gonna store it in this container. So let's set animator, so we're gonna say animator equal to this. So firstly we just grab it this animator, basically this animator right over here, and then we just taking this animator and then we storing this animator into this animator container, or we just created private animator. Now we have the reference, basically we have this animator component and we are ready to switch up the animation. And in order to switch up, we gonna set this attack parameter to true as we have done. So we're gonna set this attack parameter through our code. So let's do that. So we're gonna go over to script, and over here as you can see we're just printing out message once enemy get too much close to this player game object. We're just printing out a message in the console says enemy attack because it's too close. So instead of printing out message, what we have to do, we need to set this attack parameter to false. And we do know once we set this attack parameter to to true, it will just gonna play the attack animation clip right away of this enemy game object. So let's do that. So we're gonna remove this message and we're gonna go over to that animator, and we do know we have the animator reference, and so that's why we're typing animator, and then we're gonna use this set bool function and make first bracket. Why we using this set bool function? Because this over here attack parameter is a bool parameter, and in order to set this bool parameter we need to use this animator dot set bool function. And this over here set bool function, as a first argument it's gonna take the parameter name, and you need to do in quotation. So make sure you just type this quotation and you need to pass the parameter name. So go to Unity and check the parameter name spelling. So in my case this attack, so I'm gonna pass it in this quotation. So let's pass attack, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. So we're gonna set it to true, basically means check, and we do know once we set this attack parameter to true, it's gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So we're gonna set equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's go to Unity and let's take a look on this. And let's click on this play button in the top. So basically what we're doing, firstly we just going over to animator and then setting that bool parameter. Basically we're just moving over to this animator component, and then we just setting that parameter. So let me explain. So if we go to Unity, we're just going over to this animator and then setting that parameter. As you can see, attack is now true, and this enemy just playing the attack animation clip over again and again, as you can see. So what we need to do now, if I just get further away from this enemy game object, enemy is still playing that attack animation clip over again and again. So once our player game object is not in attack range, so in that moment we're gonna set this attack parameter to false of this enemy game object. And once we set this attack parameter false, basically uncheck, as you can see, as soon as we have done it, this enemy just playing the running animation clip over again and again. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script now. But before we go to script, let's select the back transition from this enemy attack to enemy run. If we select that, go over to inspector, then scroll down, we can see we need to set this attack parameter to false. So let's do that. So because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the inspector. So let's go to script, and over here we're doing, as you can see, we just chasing our player game object. So once we chasing our player game object, in that moment we need to stop playing attack animation clip. Instead we need to play the work animation clip or the chase animation clip once we chasing our player. So we're chasing over here, so that's why we're gonna move over to animator, and we're gonna use this save function set bool. And this over here we do know it's gonna take the parameter name. So in our case in quotation we need to do, so which is attack. And the second thing, it's gonna take this value, so we're gonna set it to false. Means once we set it to false, we do know it's gonna play this run animation clip one more time. And let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So once this enemy game object far away from this enemy game object, so once our player game object is far away of this enemy game object, then this enemy just gonna play the run animation clip, because in that situation we just setting this attack parameter to false, and we do know once we set, it's gonna play this run animation clip. So let's take a look on this. So let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on this. The animation just gonna be should be fine by now. but before it, let's take a look on this. So we can see enemy just playing the attack animation clip, and once we get away from this enemy game object far, we can see enemy is now just patrolling around this ground, and then it just playing the run animation clip over again and again, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's make the attack of this enemy game object. Basically, once this enemy game object plays attack animation, this player game object need to take damage. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a circle over here. So if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab and then select this and then click over here, and we're gonna choose this attack animation. So once this enemy just plays attack animation, as you can see, we're gonna make a circle around this sword or this attack thing. We're gonna make a circle, and if that circle collide with this player game object, then this player game object need to take damage, and we're gonna create that. So let's do that. So let's select the enemy game object in the hierarchy and open up the enemy script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna make a function for attack, and I'm gonna move with this if condition in the top. So let's remove these spaces, and I'm gonna make the function somewhere in the bottom. You can make it anywhere you want, it's basically totally up to you. I'm gonna make it something over here, and we're gonna make this function public because we just want to call that function through animation event. Basically, we just want to call it. If we just select this animation tab, then this attack animation clip, we just want to call that function somewhere over here. So this just gonna be a perfect time to damage this player game object. As you can see, we can see in this scene view as well. So that's why we're gonna make the function public, so we can call it over here in animation tab. So let's go over to script, and for we're gonna make this function public so we can call it through animation event. And for function, we need to type void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like attack, and then make first bracket some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this curly brackets or inside this function, we just want to create a circle around something over here. We're gonna create a attack point, and from that attack point, we're gonna create a circle with some specified radius, and if that circle collide with this player game object, then this player game object need to take damage. So in order to create a circle, we need to use this physics 2D. So use this physics 2D dot overlap circle. So you need to use this physics 2D dot overlap circle function in order to create the circle, and make first bracket, and this function over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to create the circle. So we're gonna create the circle somewhere over here. So we're gonna create a empty child game object on this enemy game object somewhere over here, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius with how much radius you just want to create the circle. So we also gonna define some radius of that circle, and the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, which is which game object we want to target. So we're gonna target this player game object, so we need to assign the layer mask as this player. So we need those variable. So let's make this one comment by now by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class and assign those variable. So I'm gonna move I'm gonna do it somewhere over here. And if you just want to put a header, let's suppose you just want to split these variables or parameter names in different section, you can just give it a title as well. And in order to give a title, you need to use this square brackets, and you have to type this header and then make first bracket, and in quotation you can just give it the title what you want. So I'm going to call it something like this one will be the attack section. So I'm going to call it attack something like that, and after that we are ready to create the parameters. So first thing, we need a point or a position from where we want to create the circle. So let's make a public, and that will be transform, or you can simply say position, and we can call this one something like attack point or attack position. So I'm going to call it attack position, and let's close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, we need the radius, so let's declare that variable as well. So we're going to make public, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like attack radius. So I'm gonna call it attack radius, and by default I'm gonna give a default value something like 1 unit or 1f, and let's close that off with semicolon. And the third argument, which we need the layer mask. So let's make another public, this will be layer mask or which game object we really want to target. So we're gonna call it something like attack layer. So let's call it attack layer, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So we need to assign those variable one by one. So underneath our anime script, we're gonna see a attack header first, or a title, and after that we're gonna able to see those parameter as we created one by one. So the first thing gonna appear the point from where we want to create the our circle, where from we just want to create the circle. Second thing radius, and the third thing is the layer mask. So we can see a attack header just gets add up, or title you can see in the inspector, because we just give it a header, we just have just put it a header or the title. And attack position, as you can see, it says non-transform, basically empty. So let's create an empty child game object in this enemy game object, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here so we can create the circle from that point or position. So let's select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, right click on it, then create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like attack position. So I'm gonna call it attack position. So let's call it attack position. Then select this move tool from here, and we're gonna move it somewhere in the center of the attack range, sorry, center of that attack sort, something like this, I guess. And if you just want to select an gizmos, you can just go over to inspector and then click over here in this box, and you can choose an icon, or you can just select an custom icon as well by clicking on this other. But I'm gonna choose a yellow, something like that. I guess this is fine now, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, and this is fine. And so what we have to do now, we need to select this attack position from this enemy game object in the hierarchy. Select that, and we're gonna drag it in this attack position slot in our enemy script. And the second thing, as you can see, it says attack radius, so we can just adjust the attack radius over here as well. And the third thing, it says attack layer, and it's by default chosen nothing, as you can see. So we're gonna choose our player because we just want to damage this player game object. So that's why as a attack layer we're gonna choose player. But before we choose, we need to assign this player as a player layer. So how you can do that, you need to select the player game object in the hierarchy first. Select that, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there. Click the, sorry, not three dots, basically you just need to click on this layer, and it says default, so just click there and then click on this add layer, and we need to add a layer. So we're gonna make for this player, so let's create a player layer. So I'm gonna call it player, and then after doing that, make sure you just select the player game object in the hierarchy one more time. Then go over to inspector, go to top right, says layer, and it says default, so we're gonna assign it with player. Now we assigned this player as a player layer, as you can see in the inspector over here. And we can just go over to overrides and then click on apply all, and we're gonna do the same thing as well in this enemy game object. But before we do, as in our enemy script attack enemy script, we're gonna choose this attack layer. So if we just click, we can see our player layer, so we can just choose that player. And if you just want to choose multiple layer, you can do as well. You can just select, let's suppose this ground, but I just only want to damage this player game object, so that's why I'm gonna choose the player only, and I'm gonna uncheck this ground. Now with the circle will be just gonna check for this enemy sorry, player game object only. It's gonna check to this player game object. And now we're gonna select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, overrides, and we're gonna click on this apply all, so the changes gonna be saved into this enemy game object prefab as well. And now let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and let's go in our attack function. Why are we doing so over here? So let's remove these two forward slashes. So we're gonna remove those slashes, and after that we can see this overlap circle just gonna take as a first arguments the point. So we're gonna pass our attack point or attack position. So we're gonna pass attack position dot position, and we do know we have the reference, so make sure you just type dot position because this we need the position, so that's why. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we're gonna pass our attack radius, and attack radius by default we set 1, but we can adjust in the inspector as well, so that's why we made this field public. and the third argument, it's gonna take the layer. So we're gonna pass attack layer, and we do know as a attack layer we have chosen this player, as you can see in the inspector attack layer player. So that's the circle only gonna damage or just gonna check for this player game object. And now let's move to script, and we're gonna close that up with some semicolon. So this function right over here, physics 2d dot evolve circle, it's gonna draw or just gonna create the circle from this attack position with this much of radius, and the circle just gonna only check for this attack layer, and attack layer we have chosen player, so it's only gonna target our player. So this function can be true or false depending upon if the circle really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else the circle is not colliding with this player game object, then it's gonna give a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result, whatever it is, we're gonna store the result into a collided 2d. Why? Because this will work like as a collision, so that's why we're gonna store the result into a collided 2d variable. So we're gonna create a collided 2d. So let's create a collider 2d, and we have to name what we want to name it. So I'm going to call it something like call info or call information, you can simply say, and let's set equal to this. So this right over here, it's gonna be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this over here just gonna give us a true value, and we just storing that true into this call info parameter, as you can see. So this call info right over here just gonna be true or false according to this function, and this function we know if the circle really colliding with this player game object, then it's gonna be true. So that's why this call info right over here just gonna be true right away, because we just storing this result into this call info parameter, or you can simply say in this container. So this collided 2d, why we created a collided 2d container or a variable, because this will work like as a collision, so that's why. So let's suppose the circle collide with this player game object. So in this situation, what we need to do, we need to damage this player game object. But before we damage, let's have a look on, let's print out a message if it's correctly working or not. So we're gonna use this if condition, and we will check. So make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check right over here, we want to check if the call info is true. So we're gonna check over here if call info is equals to true. If that is the case, when the circle colliding with this player game object, basically the circle is really colliding with this player game object. So we checking over here if call info is equals to true, or you can just leave it like this. It's also basically means true, means the circle is really colliding with this player game object. So what we just want to do for now, we're gonna print out a message. So that's why if the call info is true, basically means the circle colliding with our player game object. Let's print out a message for now. So we're gonna type debug.log in order to print out a message, and we can make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon, and you can put in quotation whatever message you just want to see. So I'm gonna say something like, I will go over to this call info parameter, and then I'm gonna access the game object, and then I'm gonna access the name, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message. And in order to add a custom message, you need to use this plus icon, then type quotation, and you can put any sentences that you want to see in between this quotation. So I'm gonna say something like takes damage. So I'm gonna say takes damage, and let's close that up with semicolon. So basically what we have done, so we do know that we just storing the information into this call info, as you can see, and by taking this parameter, we just taking if the circle is really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then what we're doing, we're just going over to call info, then dot game object. Basically call info dot game object means the circle collided with the game object. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this player game object. So this over here called info dot game object referencing this player game object, or the game object the circle collided with. So in this case, it's gonna collide with this player game object. So we just moving over to that game object, and then accessing the name of the game object. So in our case, this player, so the name we can see in the hierarchy player. So this gonna be over here player call info dot game object dot name, accessing the name, and the name is player, and top of that we just adding a custom message takes damage. So it's this should be something like player takes damage. So this message just gonna pop up right away, and we're gonna press down Control is in order to save our script. Let's head over to Unity, and we need to select our console, and we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we're gonna have a look on that. So just wait, but the problem is that we're not able to see our circle, and we don't know we're gonna use another function to draw the circle. So it would be fine if we able to see our circle that we created from this attack position. So let's do that. So we're gonna move over to script one more time, and we're gonna use this same function on draw gizmo selected. If you haven't included, then you can just include this on draw gizmo selected function, and you can ignore this line of code. So we're gonna draw the circle, so we're gonna use this function one more time. So let's move over to this function, and make sure you just typing as I did over here, and you can just ignore this thing. And in order to draw a circle, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, draw where sphere function, and make first bracket, and this function right over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the position from where you want to draw. So we're gonna draw the circle from our attack position. So we're gonna type attack position dot position, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the radius. So we're gonna pass our attack radius, and let's close that up with semicolon. But this function, it's gonna give us an error if you haven't dragged the attack position to this attack position field. So basically, if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to enemy strip in the inspector, we can see I just dragged this attack position to this attack position field. And let's suppose somehow you just haven't dragged this attack position to this attack position field, so this gonna be empty right over here. And what this function is doing over here, it's just trying to finding that attack position and trying to draw the circle from this attack position. And if you somehow just haven't dragged attack position, so this function over here will not able to find this attack position. So that's why it's gonna give us an error. So before we draw this circle, we need to check if we assign it the attack position or not. Basically, if we just drag this attack position to attack position in our enemy script or not. So if it's empty, then we need to stop drawing. If it's not, then we can just ignore, and we can just draw the circle. So that is the thing. So before we draw, we're gonna check. So we're gonna use the same thing, same logic. So make first bracket and then some curly brackets, and in this if condition, we're gonna check if attack position, if it's equals to null. If that is the case, basically means this one attack position is empty. So we haven't dragged this attack position to this attack position field. So in this situation, what we need to do, we need to stop drawing, and we checking over here it if attack position is equals to null. Basically that field is totally empty. So what we need, then we need to stop drawing this circle. So that's why we're gonna type this return, sorry, we're gonna type this return and then close that up. Sorry, really sorry. We're going to type this return, and let's close that up with semicolon. So if attack position is equals to null, basically if it's empty, then what we're doing, we're just typing return, means after return we're not gonna able to execute this line of code, or this line of code will be stopped executing, means the circle will be stopped drawing if the attack position equals to null, as you can see. And we can choose the color as well for like drawing our circle. We can choose a custom color as well. So before we draw, we're gonna choose a different color. So we're gonna say something like gizmos dot color in order to set, and we're gonna set equal to the color we would like to change with. So I'm gonna say something like red. So I'm gonna say color dot red, but you can just put any color you like. It's totally up to you. And I'm gonna close that off with semicolon, and let's control and then press down Control S in order to save. And let's move over to Unity and have a look on this. The circle will be drawn from that attack position. As soon as the script just gonna get compiled, you will able to see that. So just wait, and once the script is completion done, we can see the circle is now just gets drawn from this attack position, and we can just adjust the radius as well. So that's why we just made that field public. So we can move over to this anime script, and let's go to bottom. Attack radius by default we set 1, and we can just adjust. Before we adjust, let's choose the animation tab. So make sure you select your anime game object in the hierarchy, then go over to this animation tab and then click over here, and we're gonna choose anime 1 underscore attack animation clip, and we're gonna see that we can see the sword or this attack weapon just getting end over here. So we need to increase our radius to just fit this area. So we're gonna increase our radius. So we're gonna make something like, I guess, this much is okay, which is 2.5. So we're gonna put 2.5, and 2.5 number seems pretty much good, and we can just go ahead. And now if I select the console and I'm gonna click on this clear, and let's click on this play button in the top, you will see whenever this enemy game object are gonna attack on this player game object, or if this circle just collide with this player game object, that message just gonna pop up right away. You will see that. So now if we just get closer, we can see that even enemy just attacking on our player game object, the message is not getting in the console, getting pop up in the console says player takes damage, because we also need to call the function. So if we just get out of play mode and then head over to script, we just created this attack function, as you can see over here, and we're not calling this function at all. So that's why the circle is not checking for any player, or it's basically not creating this circle anymore. So we also need to call this attack function in order to execute this line of code, or to just create the circle, as well as printing out this message. So we're gonna move over to Unity, and in order to call the function in a perfect time, so we just want to call the function when this enemy game object plays attack animation. If this enemy game object just playing patrolling around this ground, then we should not just attack on this player game object. We only want to call that attack function, or we only want to damage this player game object when this enemy game object plays attack animation. So that's why we're gonna call this attack function in our attack animation. So what we have to do, we need to move over to Unity, then select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, then move to this animation tab, and then click over here, and then choose this enemy 1 underscore attack, and over here we're gonna call the function, and we can see we can just move this line in order to see the animation. And as you can see, this just gonna be a perfect time to call the function or to damage our player game object, basically simply to damage our player. So we can call the function here, and in order to call the function, we need to click on this add event in the animation tab. In the left side you can see add event, so just click there and then click on this add event. Go over to inspector. In the inspector you can see function, and it says no function. So we need to choose, or we need to call the function. So that's why you need to make the function public. So let's click there, and let's go to anime script, then methods, or you can simply say functions, and then we're gonna choose this attack function. And now we just calling the attack function over here. So basically what we have done, we just moved over to this anime script or this anime C# class, and then we calling this function there. So, and this function just doing the race thing. As you can see, it just printing out the message in the console says the player takes damage, because this collision dot game object means the game object the circle collided with, and then accessing the name of it, and then top of that we just adding a custom message says takes damage, as you can see. So let's go to Unity now, and let's select the console here, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to implement that, or to have a look on that. So just wait for to compile, and we will able to see that. So now it should be fine. So the message should be pop up. As you can see, as soon as this enemy game object attacks or plays attack animation, at that moment the message in the console getting pop up says player takes damage. So basically it's just working perfectly, and we can just drag away a little bit further away this enemy game object from this player to just get a perfect distance to attack on this player game object. So we can get out to play mode, and we can just go over to this enemy game object in the hierarchy, then enemy script in the inspector, and we can just increase this attack range as well as this retrieve distance. So I'm gonna set the retrieve distance something like 3.5 in order to just in order to make it perfect. and let's click on this play button in the top by now, and let's have a look on this, and it should be fine by now. So now if we just move, and enemy just getting stops here, and we can just increase the retrieve distance number in order to just drag it little bit further away this enemy game object from this player game object. I hope you get the idea of this, that how you can do. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's make player attack as we have done in this enemy game object. We're gonna do the same thing. So let's select player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna make a function for that. So let's do it somewhere over here. You can do it anywhere you like, it's basically totally up to you. It doesn't need to be in order. And we're gonna make this function public because we're gonna call this function through animation event. So let's make a public for public, so we can access this function. For function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it attack. So let's call this attack and make first bracket some curly brackets. And to create basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a attack point, and from that attack point we're gonna create a circle. And if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to take damage. So we're just gonna do the same thing. So let's go to script. So we need those variable because we're gonna use this. So let's use this physics 2d dot overlap circle in order to create our circle. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the position from where we want to create the circle. Second thing, it's gonna take the radius of that circle. And the third argument, it's going to take the layer mask or which game object we specifically want to target. So in our case, we're going to target this enemy game object. So we need to assign this enemy game object as a enemy layer. So let's make this function for now comment by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna gather some information, or we just need to gather those variables. So let's make a header to give it a title, and I'm gonna say something like attack sorry attack, and let's create a public, and that will be so first thing we need a point or a position from where we want to create the circle. So this will be public transform, means position you can simply say, and we can call this one something like attack position. So let's call it attack position. And second thing, we need the radius. So let's make this one field as well a public, and that will be float, and we can call this one to something like attack radius. So let's call it attack radius, and by default I'm going to set around something like 1f or 1 unit. And the third argument, we need the layer mask or which game object we specifically want to target. So in our case, we're going to target our enemy game object. So let's create a third argument which we need. So this will be public. So we're gonna make it a public, so we can adjust through inspector. That will be layer marks, and we're gonna call it something like attack layer or target layer, we can simply call it. So I'm gonna call it attack layer, and let's close that up with semicolon. Press down Ctrl S to save your script, and now let's move to Unity. So Unity just gonna take a moment, and once it's done, it's ready to go. So we need to create those variable one by one. So the first thing, we need a position or attack position where we just want to create the circle around. So we need that position. As just wait for to compile, and once it's done, it's we are ready to go. So let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's create an empty child game object on this player game object, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here. So let's right click on this player game object in the hierarchy, then create an empty child game object, and we're gonna name this game object to something like attack point. So let's call it attack position or attack point. I'm gonna call it attack position, and let's select the move tool from here in the scene view, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here in the center of that attack area. And if you just want to select and guess mode, you can just go over to inspector and then click on this box, and we're gonna select this yellow, something like that, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, and this is fine. So now if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to player script, we can see attack title and attack position, and it says none. So what we have to do now, we need to select this attack position and drag it right there, and attack radius by default we set 1, as you can see, and we can adjust it over here as well. And attack layer, it says nothing, so we're going to choose this enemy layer. But before we choose enemy layer, or we want to target this enemy game object, we need to assign this enemy as a enemy layer. So select the enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer and it says default, so just click there and then click on this add layer, and let's create a one more layer for this player, so for this enemy game object. So I'm gonna make a enemy layer. So let's enemy, then hit enter, and make sure you just go to that game object one more time in the hierarchy. Basically select that, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer and it says default. So let's assign this enemy as a enemy layer which we recently created. So let's click there and we're gonna assign it to enemy, and we're gonna do it no, this game object only, so we just want to do it inside. So let's click on that. Now we assigned it this enemy as a enemy layer, as you can see in the inspector, and make sure you just go to overrides and then click on apply all, so the changes gonna be saved into this enemy game object prefab as well. And now let's select the player game object in the hierarchy and move to this player script. We can see attack layer and it says nothing, so let's choose enemy. So we're gonna click there and let's choose enemy. So the circle only gonna check for this enemy game object. So let's open up our script, player script, because we have all of the things that we need by now. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's go to that function and let's remove this to forward slash. So this physics 2d dot overlap circle, as a first argument it's gonna take the position from where we just want to create the circle. So we're gonna type this attack position dot position from our attack position we just want to create the circle. And the second thing, it's going to take the radius, so we're going to pass our attack radius. And the third argument, it's going to take the layer mark, so we're going to type this attack layer, and we do know as a attack layer we have chosen enemy, so that's a circle only going to check for that enemy game object. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this function over here, physics 2d dot overlap circle, it's just gonna create the circle from this position with this much of radius, and it's just gonna attack the enemy, because as a attack layer we have chosen enemy. So that circle just gonna be create, and the circle will be create from this attack position. And if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then this function over here just gonna give a true value, else it will give a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the value or result into a collider 2d, because this just gonna work as a collider, so that's why. And we're gonna call it something like hit info or hit information, you can simply say, and we're gonna set equal to this. So this hit info right over here, it can be true or false depending upon what this function is really doing. So if the circle really colliding with this enemy game object, then this function just gonna be true. So that's why this hit info just gonna be true, because we directly setting it. As you can see, hit info equal to physics 2d dot overlap circle, and if the circle don't collide with this enemy game object, then this function just gonna be false, and this hit info will be false. So let's suppose if hit info is true, means the circle really colliding with this enemy game object, then what we need to do, we need to damage our enemy game object. So we're gonna go to next line and we will check. So we're gonna put if condition, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if the circle really colliding with this enemy game object or not. Means if hit info, so we're gonna set if hit info equals to true, means the circle is really collide with that enemy game object. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message in the console, or we can just leave it like this, if hit info, it's basically means true. So the circle really collide with this enemy game object. So what we're gonna do now, for now we're gonna print out a message. Let's do that. So we're gonna type debug.log in order to print out message. Make first bracket and in quotation you can just type the message that you want to see in the console. So I'm gonna say something like enemy takes damage, takes damage, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our skip. And now let's move to Unity. So if the circle, if the circle really collide with this enemy game object, that means this hit is true, this hit info is true. And if hit info is true, basically the circle really collide with that enemy game object, then what we're doing, we're just printing out a message in the console says enemy takes damage, as you can see over here. So let's go to Unity now, and let's select the console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game. And let's have a look on this. So whenever the circle just gonna collide with this enemy game object, you will see that message just gonna pop up. But the problem is that we cannot able to see the circle, and if we just attack on our enemy game object, we're not able to see the enemy takes damage message. Instead we able to say player takes damage function, because we also need to call that function. But before we call, let's get out of play mode. It would be nice if we able to see the circle, and if the circle collide with this enemy game object, then that message should be pop up. So in order to draw the circle or to see the circle, we need to use another function we do know. So we're gonna open up our player script. So let's go there, and we have to use this. So we're gonna make it in the bottom, somewhere over here. You can make it anywhere you like. So I'm gonna make it in bottom, and we need to use this on draw gizmo selected function. So make sure you just typing as I did over here, else it will not gonna work, because this is Unity callback function, and it's automatically gonna call by Unity in order to draw something. And this function over here, it's gonna draw. And in order to draw a circle, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, draw where sphere. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you just want to draw. So we're gonna pass our attack position. So let's pass attack position, sorry, attack position dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So we're gonna pass our attack radius, and let's close that up with semicolon. But before we draw, we need to check if we assign it the attack position or not. So before we draw, we're gonna check if attack position, if it's equals to null, means empty. If that is the case, then we need to stop drawing. So we're gonna make some curly brackets, and we're gonna type return. So in this situation, we need to type return, basically means after return, this line of code will not be executed, means the circle will be stopped drawing. But let's suppose if we send it, then this just gonna run. And we can also choose a color, and in order to choose a color, we're gonna type this gizmos dot color, and we can set this color equal to that the color we would like to go with. So I'm gonna set something like color dot yellow, and let's close that off with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our code. And now let's move to Unity. So the circle will be drawn from this attack position with our attack radius, and by default we set the attack radius is 1, but we can adjust it over here as well. As soon as our script just gets compiled, we can see the circle now has been drawn. But we need to fit this circle perfectly in this attack radius. So that's why we're going to select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab, and then select the attack animation. So we need to click over here, and let's choose the player attack, and let's see. So this is the perfect, as you can see. So we need to adjust. So I'm gonna move this attack position somewhere over here, and then I'm gonna increase the attack, so it just gonna fit perfectly our attack area. So I'm gonna select my attack position, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, and this seems fine. And let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to player script, and we're gonna make this attack radius a little bit up, something like this much, and this is perfectly fitting our attack area, and this is okay. And once we done, we can just ready to go. But before we do that, we're gonna select our player game object. Let's select that, go to overrides, basically inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all button in order to save the changes in this player prefab as well, means copy of this player game object. Now if we select our console and then click on this play button in the top, so whenever we attack on this enemy game object, this enemy game object just gonna takes damage. But before it takes damage, we know we just printing out a message says enemy takes damage. So let's have a look. but we're not able to see that message. We able to see in the console says player takes damage, but once we attack on this enemy game object, we should able to see that enemy takes damage message as well, but we're not able to see. Why? Because we also need to call the attack function. So let's get out of play mode, and if we move over to script, we just created this attack function, as you can see. An attack function just doing the rest thing, which is just creating this circle and then printing out this message if the circle really colliding with that enemy game object or not. So we also need to call this function in order to execute this line of code, but when we should call this function once we attack on our enemy game object. So once this player plays attack animation, at that moment we're just gonna call, because that's just gonna be a perfect time. And in order to call, we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab, and let's click over here and let's choose this player underscore attack animation, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here. So as you can see, this just gonna be a perfect time in order to call that function. So we're gonna call the function over here, because this just gonna be a perfect time in order to damage our enemy game object. And in order to call the function in animation tab, you can see in the left side add event. So just click there, and then select the event, and then go over to inspector in the top right, sorry, in the inspector in the right section. As you can see function, and it says no function selected. So just click there, and we're gonna move over to player script or player C# class, and then we will move to methods main function, and we're gonna choose the attack function, or we basically simply calling the attack function over here. And now if we select our console, so basically what we're doing, let me explain one more time. We're just moving over to this player script firstly, this player script right over here, and then we're just calling the attack function, this function, and we don't know what this function really doing. So let's go to Unity now, and let's select the console. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on this. It should be fine by now. So once we attack on this enemy game object, that message just gonna pop up right away, says enemy takes damage, because we're just calling the function. So let's attack. So we can see both of those messages. Firstly, we seeing able to see player takes damage, as well as we able to see enemy takes damage message in the console. So instead of printing out message, we need to damage our player. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and this is the thing. I'm gonna clear the console as well. Before enemy takes damage, we need to give some health amount to this enemy game object. So let's do it. So we're gonna select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, then open up the enemy script by double clicking on it, and we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna declare our max health. So we're gonna do it somewhere over here, but before it, let's give it a title. So we're gonna make square brackets, then header. In order to give a title, make first bracket, and in quotation you can just keep the title. So I'm gonna say something like health, like that, and let's declare variables. So first thing, we're gonna give a health amount to our enemy game object, and we're gonna make this one public, so we can adjust through inspector as well. And this will be integer, like 1 2 3 4 whole numbers, and we can call this one something like max health. So let's call it max health, and by default I'm gonna give some health amount. So I'm gonna set equal to something like 3 unit, and let's close that up with semicolon, or you can just close that up with semicolon, and later on in the inspector you can just keep the health. But I'm gonna give a default value, so that's why I'm gonna set equal to 3. And let's make a function in order to take damage. So we're gonna make it somewhere in the somewhere over here, and we're gonna make this function public, because we wanna call this function from another class. So that's why basically when our player attack on our enemy game object, at that moment we're gonna call this function. So that's why we're gonna make this function public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So we're gonna call it something like take damage, and then make first bracket some curly brackets, and this over here take damage, it's gonna take an argument in between this first bracket. So we're gonna give, and that will be integer type, like 1 2 3 4, and that will be damage, something like that we're gonna call it. And over here what we're gonna do, don't worry, I'm gonna explain this. And over here we're gonna subtract, so max health we will subtract from our minus equal. So in order to subtract, you need to use this minus equal, and we're gonna subtract this damage amount, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we have done over here, firstly we have given some value or the max health, as you can see, which is 3, and let's suppose we call this take damage function, and max health for the first time. So the max health over here is 3 by default, we given as we know. And let's suppose this is a damage parameter, later on you replace with real numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and let's suppose as a damage parameter you just pass 1. So this just gonna be over here pass 1. So whenever we're gonna call this function, we can this replace this damage with any number we like. So I'm gonna replace with something like 1, and let's suppose we call this function for the first time. So the max health is 3, so minus equal, and this damage we just assume 1. So 3 minus 1 just gonna be 2. So the max health of our enemy game object will lose 1 unit every single time when we call this take damage function. And let's suppose there we call this take damage function for the second time. So the max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 just gonna be 1. And let's suppose we call this take damage function for the third time or last time. So the max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 just gonna be 0. So the max health of our enemy game object will somehow hit 0. So what we're gonna do, and let's suppose the max health of our enemy game object is already 0, and if we call this a take damage function, so this one is 0, so 0 minus 1 0 minus 1 just gonna be minus 1. So the max health of our enemy game object will just gonna move over to our negative value. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if the max health of our enemy game object is already 0. Then we need to stop subtracting, or we need to stop damaging our enemy game object, because the enemy health is already 0. So before we subtract, we just want to check the max health of our enemy. So we're gonna use this if condition, make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we're gonna check if the max health. So we will type if the max health if already lesser than or equal to 0. In this moment we need to stop subtracting, so that's why we're gonna type return and then close that up with semicolon. We're gonna type this return and then close that up with semicolon. Basically means we just stop subtracting. After return, we do know this line of code will not be execute, means our max health will be stop subtracting once our max health of any enemy game object is already 0 or lesser than 0, as you can see. So we're just doing that thing, and now it should be fine. Let's control s, press down control s in order to save your script, and now let's move over to Unity. So it should be fine by now. Let's have a look on that. So underneath our enemy script, we will able to see an health title, and after that we just gonna able to see the max health of our enemy game object in enemy script in the inspector. So we can see health and max health. By default we set it to 3, as you can see. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, so once this enemy game object takes damage, this max health will go to or it will subtract 1 unit every single time once we attack on this enemy game object. So let's have a look. So if I just attack, so we cannot able to see, even we just attacking our enemy game object, we're not able to see max health just going to 2 and then 1 and then 0. So it's not going at all, because we also need to call the function. So if we go over to script, so we just made the function over here, we also need to call the function in order to execute this line of code. Basically means we need to subtract, so we also need to call the take damage function, and take damage function just gonna do this thing. So that is the thing. So let's get out of play mode, and when we should call that function, because when we should call that take damage function, once this once this player game object attack on this enemy game object, at that moment we're gonna call the function. And we do know we're just printing out a message. So if we just move over to console, we can see a message enemy takes damage. Instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the function, and that function, take damage function, just gonna do the raise thing. So let's double click on this message to open that up script. So we just printing out a message says enemy takes damage. Instead of printing out, we just want to damage our enemy. So basically we need to call the take damage function in that enemy script over here. So we're gonna call the function. So we're gonna remove this, and instead of printing out message, firstly we just want to check if the circle of this player game object, so if we select our player game object, if the circle really collide with this enemy game object, and then we're gonna access the enemy script of this enemy game object, and then we're gonna call the function. So we do know if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, we can see enemy script attached to this enemy game object. In the inspector we can see that. So firstly we're gonna check that. So let's move to script, and over here we're gonna check if, sorry, so we're gonna make if condition make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we want to check, so we're gonna use this hit info parameter to just extract info about the circle collided with. So we're just using this hit parameter, and we do know we're just storing all of the information into this hit info, as you can see. So this can be true or false, and just we storing the result in this hit info. So by this hit info parameter, we can just extract info like the name of the game object, anything we can, like any component that we're looking for. So we're gonna use this hit info, and we're gonna use this dot get component. So get component, so we're gonna use this game object, and then we're gonna get the component. So we're gonna use this get component and make this arrows. উঠে আছে তো, ওই যে চার্জার উঠে চার্জার দেওয়া আছে। So if hit info dot game object dot get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy script, and then make first bracket, and we're gonna make first bracket, and we're gonna check if it's not equal to null, sorry, not equal to null, and make basically save your code by Control S. And now if we just move over to Unity, so what we basically have done over here, if hit info is true, if that is the case, mean the circle of our player game object really colliding with that enemy game object. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, I'm gonna explain that. So if this circle is really, so if we select our player game object, if this circle is really colliding with this enemy game object, we do know that this hit info just gonna be true. And by this hit info parameter, we just checking, as you can see, if hit info dot game object basically means the circle collided with the game object. So thus this circle just gonna collide with this enemy game object. So this hit info dot game object basically means this enemy game object, and by that we just getting the component that we're looking for. So we just getting the enemy component. So firstly we just going over to this enemy game object, and then we just accessing this enemy script of this enemy game object, as you can see, or we just getting the component, and we're checking if it's not equal to null. Basically means the enemy script is attached to this enemy game object, and this is not equal to null. Basically means the enemy script is not attached to this enemy game object, but we do know that this enemy script is attached to this game object. So that's why this just gonna be not equal to null. Basically means the enemy script attached to this enemy game object. So with doing that, so in this situation what we need to do, this enemy game object need to take damage because the circle colliding with this enemy game object. So that's why this enemy need to take damage. So firstly we're checking if the component is not equal to null. Basically means the enemy script attached to this enemy game object, and we're checking it over here. As you can see, it's not equal to null. Basically means enemy script is attached to our enemy game object, and after doing that basically means we need to damage our enemy game object by now. So in order to damage, we need to move over to this enemy script, because in this enemy script we can see that we just creating this we just created this take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is really doing in that enemy script. So we're gonna call the function here. So firstly we're checking if enemy script is not equal to null, means enemy script is attached to our enemy game object, and after doing that we need to damage our enemy because the circle just gonna collide with this enemy game object. So that's why, so we're gonna do it over here. So we will go to hit info, and hit info dot game object we're gonna type, and hit info dot game object basically over here referencing the game object the circle collided with. So in our case this enemy, so hit info dot game object basically means the enemy game object. And then after getting the game object, we're gonna use this get component in order to component that we're looking for, and then make these arrows. So the component we're looking for, or the script that we're looking for, is our enemy. So that's why we're gonna type this enemy and then make this first bracket. And so basically we're just going over to this that enemy script, basically this enemy script, and we do know we just created a take damage function inside this enemy script. So we're gonna call the function here. So let's call it, so we're gonna use this dot, and then we're gonna call that take damage function, and then make first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. And it's gonna give us error because we do know that this take damage over here, it takes a damage parameter or a damage argument. So we need to pass with a real number. So I'm gonna pass something like 1. So if you just put 1, it's basically means it's gonna subtract. So this just gonna be a damage over here, just gonna be 1 right away. So we're gonna subtract every single time 1 unit. And let's suppose you just pass something like 3. So this enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health right away, because if you choose 3, so the max health by default we have given 3, so 3 minus 3 just gonna be 0. So that's why enemy just gonna lose all of his health right away. But I'm gonna pass 1, so that's why I'm not gonna pass 3, something like that. But you can just change that damage parameter with this real number, as I said, that you can just replace that damage parameter with any number that you like, and that is an empty. So that's why we need to pass an integer value. Sorry, that is an integer parameter. So that's why we need to pass a integer value, because like whole numbers, something like that. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our code. And now let's move to Unity, and we should able to see once this enemy game object takes damage, that message just gonna pop up, says that just gonna pop up. So just wait for to compile. And if we select the enemy game object in the hierarchy and move over to enemy script, we can see max health by default we have given 3. So if I just click on this play button in the top and then try to attack on this enemy game object, you will see this max health right over here. It's just gonna lose 1 unit of health every single time that when we just attack on this enemy game object. So let's have a look. So if I just attack first time, as you can see, max health is now 2. If I just attack second time, max health is now 1. And if I just attack on this enemy game object last time or third time, we can see enemy just loses all of his health, as you can see over here. So once this enemy game object loses all of his health, then we just want to destroy this enemy game object right away. So let's get out of play mode and let's open up the enemy script by double clicking on it, and let's make a function to destroy our player game object. And I'm gonna make it in the bottom, and we don't need to make this function public, and you can just make it anywhere you like in your enemy C# script. So I'm gonna make it in the bottom, and we're gonna type void for function. And if you just don't assign with this private or something like this public, this function over here just gonna automatically defined by private. So I'm gonna remove this public or this private and in front of this void. So this function is by automatically gets assigned with a private function, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like die and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside what we want to do inside this function, we just want to destroy our enemy game object. But before we destroy, we just want to print out a message. So for now we're gonna print out a message, and in order to print out a message, we're gonna type this debug.log function, and this function over here as a first argument, it's gonna take type this quotation, and you can just put any message that you would like to see in the console tab. So I'm gonna say something like enemy died diet, and then close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call the function, and this function just gonna print out the message in the console says enemy died. But when we should call this function, this die function, once our enemy game object loses all of his health, then we're gonna call the function. So we're gonna call this function in this take damage. As you can see, we're checking over here if the max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, we're gonna call the function, and this function just doing the rest thing. But instead of calling over here, we're gonna call it in this update function, because that just not gonna be a perfect time in order to call, because we just need to keep track of how much health we have of this enemy game object every single time. So that's why we're gonna do inside this update function, and we do know update function runs every single frame. So over here we're gonna check, so we will move over to top of this update function, and we're gonna check the health of our enemy game object here. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and then curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, so we're gonna make, sorry, and let's make so we're gonna check the max health of our enemy game object, or we just want to keep track of our enemy game object health. So we're gonna say if the max health of enemy, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, if that is the case, then we're gonna call the function, because our enemy don't have any health by now, so that's why. So let's call the die function here. So we're gonna call the die and make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our code. And what that die function is doing, it's just printing out in the console says enemy died, as you can see. So this message just gonna pop up right away once our enemy just loses all of his health. As you can see, we just taking here if the max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. So let's go to Unity now and have a look on that. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's keep track of how many health has on this enemy game object. So we're gonna make sure you select the console tab as well to just see that message. So now if I just attack on this enemy game object 1 2, and the max health of this enemy game object is now 1, and if I just attack on this enemy game object for the last time or third time, we can see enemy just loses all of his health, his max health is now 0, and we can see the message in the console says enemy died every single time, because that update function runs every single frame. So that's why this die function just calling every single frame, and the die function just printing out this enemy died message in the console every single time. So that's why that message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we need to basically what we have to do, we need to destroy this enemy game object. But before we destroy, we're gonna do the same thing in this player game object. So let's get out of play mode. So we need to assign some health of this player game object as well, and we're gonna do the same thing as we have done in this enemy game object. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class. Over here we're gonna declare some variable. So make let's give it a title first, header, and we're gonna call it something like player health, or the title, and let's define. So we're gonna make a public that will be int, and we can call this max health player, or let's call it simply max health, max health. And by default I'm gonna give 5 unit of health to our player game object. So I'm gonna give 5 unit, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's make a function in order to take damage of this player game object, and I'm gonna make it somewhere over here. And for function, we're gonna make this function public, because we're gonna call this function later or through another class or another script. So whenever enemy attack on our player game object, then we're gonna call this function in order to take damage. And for function, we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like take damage. And we're gonna do the same thing. So make first bracket, and this function it's gonna take an argument in with how much we just want to subtract. So that will be int, like whole numbers, and we're gonna call it something like damage, or amount. We can simply say let's call it amount instead. And let's make first curly brackets, and what we want to do inside this function, we're gonna subtract. So max health, we're gonna subtract from our max health minus equal this amount. and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose later on we just replace this amount with something like 1. So the max health by default we have given 5. So 5, and if we call this take damage function for the first time, so the max health is 5. So 5 minus 1 just gonna be 1, and we assume this amount is 1. And if we call the take damage function for the second time, so the max health is now 4. So 4 minus 1 just gonna be 3. And if we call this function for the third time, so the max health is now 3. So 3 minus 1 just gonna be 2. I guess it is 3. And if we call this take damage function for the fourth time, you can simply say, so the max health is now 2. So 2 minus 1 just gonna be 1. And if we call this take damage function for the fifth time or last time, so the max health is now 1. So 1 minus 1 just gonna be 0. Means our max health of our player game object will somehow gonna hit 0. So before it hits 0, or if we basically want to subtract, we need to check the max health of our player game object. If it's the max health of our player game object is already 0, then we need to stop subtracting, because the max health of our player game object is already 0. So before we subtract, we're gonna check the max health. So we will check if max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, so in this situation we need to subtract, because the max health of our player game object is already 0. So make some curly brackets, and we're going to type return. And we do know that after return, whatever line of code we're going to write, it will not be executed. And let's also make a die function, so we can know the max health. If the player game object is already 0, then we need to call the die function in order to destroy our player game object. And we're gonna make it in the bottom somewhere over here, and we're gonna make function for void for function, and we're gonna call it something like die, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna, for now, let's print out a message, and later on we're gonna destroy our player game object. So we're gonna type something like debug.log and make first bracket. So I'm gonna pass this dot game object, dot name, and top of that I'm gonna add a message. So top of that, if you just want to add a custom message, then you need to use this plus icon, then some quotation, and I'm gonna say died, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're going to press down Control S in order to save our script. And we also need to call the die function, but when we should, once the max health of our player game object is already 0, the means our player game object already loses all of his health. So we're going to do it in this update function, because this update function runs every single frame. So we just need to keep track of our max health of our player game object every single frame. So we're going to check it over here in top of update function, and we're going to check if, so make first bracket and then some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we're going to check if the max health, if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0, means our player game object loses all of his health. Then what are we gonna do, we're gonna call the die function. So let's call the die function and make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And what this die function is doing, it's just printing out a message in the console, as you can see. So this over here, basically it's just referencing itself. So if we select our player game object, so this dot game object basically means it's just referencing itself. So this player game object just referring itself, and by that what we're doing, we just accessing the name. And we can see this player game object name is player, we can see in the inspector here. So that so this dot game object dot name just gonna be player, so this player, and top of that we just adding a custom message says tied. So this will be player plus tied, means player tied message just gonna pop up right away once the max health of our player game object is 0. And we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move to Unity, and Unity just gonna take a moment to compile our script. And we also need to call the take damage function from this player game object, but when we should, once our enemy game object attacks on our player game object. And we do know that we just printing out a message. So if I just click on this play button in the top to play our game and take a look on that, you will see once this once this enemy game object attack on this player game object, that message says player takes damage just getting pop up in the console right away. So let's have a look on this. So as you can see, as soon as it attacks on our player game object, we can see a message in the console just getting pop-up says player takes damage. So instead of printing out message, what we basically want to do, we're going to call the take damage function from this player game object, and we do know what that function really doing. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message to go that line of code. So we're going to go, and over here as you can see, if call info is true, basically means the circle is really the circle of this enemy game object really collide with this player game object. It means this player game object need to take damage. So as you can see, we're doing if call info is true, basically means the circle colliding with our player game object, and then what we're doing, we're just printing out message player takes damage. Instead of doing this, we're gonna check, firstly we're gonna check if, so we're gonna make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we want to check, let's suppose the circle collide with this player game object. So and this player game object should have the player skip. So we just want to check if the circle collide with this player game object, that means this player game object need to have the player skip in order to take damage of this player skip, because we just made that player take damage function in this player skip or in our player skip. So we need to check if the player skip is attached to this player game object or not. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if call info dot game object dot get component, and the component we're looking for is our enemy script. So we're going to type enemy and then make first bracket, and then we're going to check if it's not equal to null, basically means that script is attached to our player game object. And over here call info dot game object basically means this game object the circle really collide with. So if this enemy circle a circle collide with this player game object and player game object, that means this call info dot game object means the circle the circle collided with the game object, the circle gonna collide with this player game object. So call info dot game object over here basically means the this player game object, and then what we're doing, we're just taking the player game object, and by that we're just getting the component enemy. As you can see over here, sorry, this should not be enemy, I really apologize, this will be player instead. So this so what we're doing, we're just getting the player skip. So firstly we're just moving over to this player game object, and then we're just trying to getting this player skip, and we're checking if this player skip is not equal to null, means this player skip is attached to this player game object means. And now what we have to do, we're just taking the player script attached to this player game object or not, and if it's, then what we need to do, this player game object need to damage. So and we're checking it over here, as you can see, means we just found our player script. Now what we have to do, this now this player game object need to take damage. So let's call the function over here, which is take damage function in our player script. So we can type call info dot game object, and we do know call info dot game object basically means that the circle collided with the game object. So in our case, this call info dot game object means this player game object, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the function here, which is the take damage. So I'm gonna use this get component and then make these arrows, and the component or the script that we're looking for is our player. So we're going to type player and then make first bracket. So in this player script, we do know we just created the take damage function, and we know that what take damage function really doing. So I'm gonna call the function over here. So let's call it take damage and make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. And we do know that this take damage function, it's gonna take an argument, and that argument just gonna be amount. So we're gonna pass 1, so it will just gonna subtract 1 unit every single time. And if you just pass 1, and we do know we by default we have given to that player game object 5 unit of health, so the player game object just gonna lose all of his health right away because we just pass the take damage argument as a amount as a 5, but I'm gonna pass 1, so that's why it's gonna subtract every single unit with 1 unit. So we're just going over to call info dot game object, means we're just going over to this player game object, and then we're just going over to this player script of this player game object. And in this player script, we know that we just created this take damage function, as you can see over here. And we're just calling the function here, as you can see, and we do know what take damage function really doing. So we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So whenever this enemy game object just gonna attack on this player game object, that function just gonna call, which is the take damage. And we do know what take damage function doing. It's just subtracting from our max health by 1 unit. So let's have a look on that. So now if I just click on this play button and then select this player game object in the hierarchy, then move to player script in the inspector, we can see max health by default we have given 5. So whenever this enemy just gonna attack on this player game object, you will see this max health just gonna shrink down with 1 unit. As soon as attacking, as you can see, max health is now 3, then 2, then 1, and once this becomes 0, we can see a message in the console says player died, just getting pop up every single time. Why? If we just go to player script, because once we loses all of our health, as you can see, we just checking over here, then we just calling the type function. And what type function is doing, it's just printing out this dot game object dot name, basically means the name of the game object, so in our case player. And top of that, we just adding a custom message, so this will be player plus type, means player type message just getting pop up, so that's why it's just getting pop up. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and let's click on this clear button in our console tab in order to clear. And make sure you just go to inspector, then overrides of this player game object, and then click on this apply button if you just change it anything in this player script or in this player game object in the hierarchy. And we're gonna do the same thing in order to save in that prefab of, or basically means copy of this game object. So we can go over to, and we don't have anything to change, and this is pretty much fine. Once we destroy our enemy game object, what we want to do, we just want to show up a particle effect or a explosion effect. To do that, let's head over to project tab. I have all of those sprites. I'm gonna give a link in the description, you can go and check that out. So let's head over to project tab, then assets folder, and I'm gonna move over to this sprites folder, and I have explosion folder as well over here, and I'm gonna choose this one. So let's select the sprite sheet and go over to inspector in the right, and then click on this open sprite editor. So as you can see, we have more than one sprite, so we need to split individually. So we need to choose this sprite motto from single to multiple, and pixel per unit, we're gonna choose something like 16 in order to make this sprite large in size. So we're gonna make it something 16, and then let's scroll down a bit. If your sprite seems blurry, then choose this filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom. And after doing all of these things, go over to this sprite editor tab, and then click on this slice and select automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. We can see one row and 3 6 7 8 columns, so we're going to put 8 columns and 1 row. And then click on this slice, and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab. And after doing that, I'm going to select my game view once again, and let's go to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So we're going to select our first one, so let's select that and drag it over to this scene view or in this hierarchy. So we're going to drag it into this scene view, and I'm going to name this to something like explosion effect. So let's name it to something like explosion effect. So we're going to call it explosion effect. And what we have to do now, we need to make the animation. And in order to make the animation in a first way, make sure you just click on this arrow to that spreadsheet to see the individuals, and then you need to select all of them by holding down shift and then drag it over to this explosion effect game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away, and then we need to choose a folder where we want to save the animation. So we will move over to this assets folder, and we do know in assets folder we created this animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create another subfolder for this animation. So I'm gonna right click, then new and folder, and we're gonna name this folder to something like explosion animation. So I'm gonna call it explosion, sorry, I'm gonna name it to explosion. So let's rename this to explosion animation, explosion underscore animation. And after doing that, make sure you just open that subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So I'm gonna call it something like explosion effect. So I'm gonna call it explosion explosion effect underscore effect, and let's click on the save button in order to make the animation. Now if we select our explosion effect in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click on this play button in animation tab, we can see the animation is now playing over again and again. And what we want to do, we don't want this animation clip to be looped, so that's why what we will do, we will move over to our project tab, then assets folder, and then animation folder, and we basically need to find the animation which we recently created. So we need to find where we just place it the animation. So we place it this animation in this explosion underscore animation folder. So let's head over to that, and we can see the clip as well, which is the explosion underscore effect. So let's select that, go over to inspector, you can see loop time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna unloop, because we're gonna uncheck this loop time, because we don't want this animation clip to be looped over again and again. We just want to play one time, and then after that we just want to unloop, as well as we need to destroy this explosion effect game object. And let's make this explosion effect a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy, and we can just spawn wherever we need. Something like if this anime game object get destroyed, then we're gonna show this explosion effect. So let's make this one first prefab. So let's select the explosion effect a game object in the hierarchy, then drag it over to this prefab folder in this assets folder, or in this project tab, then assets folder. I just drag it in this prefab folder. As you can see, I have it over here. And let's select this explosion effect game object in the hierarchy, and let's delete it for now from the scene view, because we're gonna spawn that once this player game object get destroyed, sorry, once this enemy game object gets destroyed. So we're gonna select that, and let's delete it for now, and let's open up the enemy script where enemy is dying. So we're gonna select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, and let's go over to inspector, then enemy script, and let's open up this enemy by double clicking on it. And let's go to die function where we're destroying our enemy game object. So as you can see, we're doing it over here. So we're just printing out a message in the console says enemy died, as you can see. So we also need to destroy this enemy game object, and in order to destroy a game object, we need to use destroy function. So go to script, and then after printing out message, so we're gonna leave this, and after that we're gonna print out a message. Sorry, not gonna print out, we basically want to destroy our enemy game object. So in order to destroy, we need to use destroy function, and this destroy function in brackets is going to take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case, we're going to destroy this enemy game object itself, and we can see enemy script is attached to this enemy game object, so we're going to destroy itself. So what we have to do over here, we need to pass this basically just referencing itself, and then we're going to type this dot game object, and then close that up with semicolon. So what we basically doing over here, we just destroying itself. This dot game object basically means right there, it's this enemy game object itself. So this dot game object basically means the enemy game object itself. But before we destroy our game object, means this enemy game object, we also want to show that explosion effect as using, and we just made a copy. So in order to show that, we're gonna move over to script. So before we destroy, we're gonna show that, and in order to show or spawn that explosion effect, we need to use this instantiate function. And instantiate function then make this first brackets, and this instantiate function, it's gonna spawn the game object you want to spawn. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object we want to spawn. So we need a reference. So if we move to Unity, then move over to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, we have the explosion effect game object. As you can see, we just made a prefab, and we can see this over here. So we need a reference of this game object, or basically this explosion effect game object, in order to show this when this enemy game object dies. So we need a reference of this explosion effect game object. And the second thing, it's going to take the position from where you just want to spawn. So we're going to spawn from this enemy game object center position, so we also need the position. And the third argument, it's going to take the rotation. So we're going to pass like quaternion dot identity, it's basically means no rotation. So let's make this function for now comment by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class because we need to gather those variables. So first we need the game object we want to spawn. So I'm gonna go to top of our class and we're gonna assign it over here, and we're gonna make this one public, and this will be public. So we need a reference of that game object. So in our case, explosion effect. So I'm gonna make a game object parameter, or you can simply say this is our container, and we can call this one to something like explosion. So let's call it explosion effect prefab. So let's call this one something like that, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we're not gonna create any second parameter for our position. Basically we just want to pass our own position, so that's why we don't need that thing. So we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and let's now move over to Unity. So underneath our enemy script, we're just gonna able to see a field will appear, says something like explosion effect prefabs, and that's just gonna be empty right away. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we are ready to go that to do that. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we are ready to go. Basically we need to assign. So now if we select our enemy game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then go move over to enemy script, we can see after max cell we can see another field, and it says explosion effect, and by default is non game object, basically means empty. So what we have to do now, we need to drag the explosion effect game object right over here. So we're gonna have the reference, and then we're gonna spawn that. So we're gonna select our explosion game object from that folder. So in our project tab, then assets, and then prefab folder. So I'm gonna select my explosion effect game object, and let's drag it into the slot, into this slot, explosion effect prefab slot. Now as you can see, we have the explosion effect game object, and we are ready to spawn. So let's open up the enemy script by double clicking on it, and let's go to that function in our type function, and we can see this forward slash. So we're going to remove this. So as a first argument, this instantiate function gonna take the game object we want to spawn. So in our case, we're gonna spawn this explosion effect prefab, and we do know we just drag it the explosion effect game object into that slot. Basically means we have the explosion effect game object that we want to spawn. And the second thing, we're gonna pass comma, it's gonna take the position from where we want to spawn. So we're gonna spawn from this enemy game object center position. So we're gonna pass transform dot position. So we will pass transform dot position, and transform dot position means over here the center position of this enemy position, or you can simply say current position of this enemy game object. Basically we just going over to this enemy game object transform in the inspector, this transform, and then accessing the position of this enemy game object. And the third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So we're not gonna rotate like that, we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity. So pass quaternion dot identity, and then close that up with semicolon. And quaternion dot identity basically means over here means no rotation, and we can just simply press down Control S in order to save our script. So what we have done, so I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script. So this instantiate function just gonna spawn this explosion effect prefab game object, and we know that we just drag it the game object into this slot. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we just spawning from this transform dot position, means current position of our enemy game object with no rotation, as you can see. So we just spawning this explosion effect prefab at this position with no rotation. And now let's move over to Unity. It should be fine by now, and make sure you just drag the reference. Basically you need to drag the explosion effect game object in this enemy script, so make sure you just drag it over here, and we are ready to go. So I'm going to clear my console, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So just wait for to compile, and it should be fine. So let's move left and right, we can see, and if we just destroy this enemy, we can see that just gets spawned. And if we just move over to hierarchy, we can see this explosion effect game object clone, it's still in the scene view as well as in the hierarchy, as you can see. So also we need to destroy this explosion effect that we have shown. We also need to destroy that from the scene view as well as in the hierarchy to just make our game clean. So it be just gonna be clean our game. So let's get out of play mode, and when we should delete this, or when we should destroy that explosion effect game object, basically once the explosion effect game object plays a 100% animation clip. So if we just move over to project tab, then assets folder, and then prefabs folder, and open up this explosion effect game object right by double clicking on it, and then go over to this animation tab, we can see it's just completing the animation clip right over here, which is point something like 0.4 second. It's just completing the whole animation clip, as you can see. So after this amount of time, we just want to destroy this explosion effect game object, so we need to destroy after this amount of time. And to go back in hierarchy, you can see the back arrow, so just click there to go back, and we're gonna destroy that explosion effect game object as well after playing the 100% animation clip. So let's open up the anime script one more time, and over here what we're doing, we just spawning this explosion prefab at this position with no rotation, and after spawning that explosion, what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into another container, and we need to type this game object type container. Why? Because this explosion effect prefab itself a whole game object, so that's why we need to put it a container or a variable, or you can simply a parameter that is a game object type, and we can call this to something like something like tame explosion effects, tame explosion, sorry, tame explosion effect prefab, and let's go ahead set equal to this. So why we just name it like this? Basically temp over here basically referencing temporary. And firstly we spawned this explosion prefab at this position with no rotation, and after that we just taking this explosion prefab game object what we spawn it in, and then we just storing that or just putting in this same explosion effect prefab game object. So we just stored it. So we also need to destroy the container or where we stored this explosion effect prefab after spawning. So we also need to destroy that, so our game just gonna be clean. So after restoring, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this destroy function one more time, and this destroy function, we do know it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So in our case we need to destroy the container or the parameter where we stored it. So we store it in this same explosion effect prefab game object, so we also need to destroy this. So let's pass as a first argument takes explosion prefab, and then close that up with semicolon. But if you don't put a comma and then second argument, this a tame explosion effect game object just gonna be destroyed right away, because we also need to define a variable after that which amount of time we just want to destroy. So comma you can pass as a second argument the time after that this amount of time that tame explosion effect prefab game object will also be destroyed. So you just put a second parameter as well by comma, and if you just don't put comma and then put a second parameter, this game object just gonna be destroyed right away. But we want to destroy this tame explosion effect prefab after completing the whole animation clip of that explosion effect prefab. So after that amount of time we just want to destroy, so that's why comma as a second argument we're gonna specify our time. So we're gonna put it something like 0.8f. So after this amount of time we have seen it just completing the whole animation clip, so that's why we just put this amount of time. So after this amount of time this tame explosion effect prefab game object just gonna be destroyed. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. Now let's move over to Unity. So after that amount of time that tame explosion effect prefab game object will also be destroyed. So firstly we just spawning, and then we just taking that spawning whatever we spawned, we just taking that and storing into this tame explosion effect prefab game object, and we also destroying this after this amount of time, as you can see. So let's go to script now, sorry, let's go to Unity and let's click on this play button. You will see after playing that explosion effect it will be destroy that amount of time, which is 0.8 we just put. So after that amount of time it's just gonna be destroyed. So let's have a look on that. So if I just kill this enemy, we can see that it just gets destroyed, and after point 8, it's point 8, that explosion effect prefab game object also get destroyed. And we can just take a look as well. So if we move to hierarchy, we're not able to see that explosion effect prefab clone at all, as well as we're not able to notice in our scene view, means it's totally get destroyed and it's fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can just show those effect anywhere you want. It's basically totally up to you. Now what we're gonna do, we're just gonna create a script in order to keep track of if the game is active or not. Let's suppose we destroy this player game object, we're gonna get some error. So let's have a look on that first. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy and open up the player script in the inspector by double clicking on it. And we just printing out a message over here, as you can see, says the name of the game object and then diet, basically player diet. We just printing out the message in our console. So also we want to destroy our player game object right away once this player game object loses all of his health. So we're gonna do that thing. So let's go to script and we're gonna use the destroy function. So after printing out message something player died, we just want to destroy our player game object. And in order to destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function. And destroy function in these brackets, it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this dot game object, and this dot game object basically means the game object referencing itself. So the player script attached to this player game object. So this dot game object right there means this player game object itself. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And if you just don't assign with comma as a second argument, this game object or our player game object will be destroyed right away. And if you just want to destroy the your player game object after some period of time, then you can just put the comma and you can specify the time as a second argument as well. But I'm not gonna do that, so let's remove this comma, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So once our player game object loses all of his health, this player game object will be destroyed right away, because we're using that functions called destroy function, and we just put it itself, player game object itself. So let's have a look on that. So let's click in this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this, how player game object get destroyed itself. So let's have a look on that. So this player game object just gonna destroy after taking damage 5 times from this enemy game object. So it takes 1 and then 3 max health, then 2, our max health is going down, then 1, and this, and we can see our player game object now get destroyed from this in view, as you can see. So if we go to console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up, says the object of type Unity engine has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access. So if I just get out of play mode and just double click on this error, so let's double, as you can see over here, we're just trying to finding this player position. Basically we just grabbing the player position over here, we can see, and we also have the parameter transform player. But let's suppose once we delete this or destroy this player game object from the scene view as well as in the hierarchy, so this game object will not be anymore in the scene view as well as in the hierarchy. So this over here player transform just gonna be none, because the player game object is now destroyed. And over here what we doing, we still trying to finding the player position, and we just comparing the distance between our enemy and this player, and we don't have the player position. So that's why we just getting this error, says the object of type Unity engine transform has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access through a script. So you need to check, as you can see we just getting an error. So before we get the player position, we need to check if the player is alive in the scene view or as well as in the hierarchy, basically in the game. If that is the case, then we're gonna find the player position, else we stop need to finding player position, because player is totally get destroyed from this in view. So that's why we're not gonna able to find it. So that is the reason we just gonna create a script, and that script just gonna keep track of if the player is alive or not. So let's click on this clear in this console tab in order to clear all of the messages, and let's go to project tab and we're gonna create a script. script. So let's head over to this project tab, then assets folder, and then scripts folder. Let's create a script for that. I already have created a script called game manager. So basically go to that script, or just simply go to this assets, right click, and then go to create and select this mono behavior script over here, or you can simply scroll down a bit, then go over to scripting and then create a, or just click on this mono behavior script and you can name it whatever you wanna name it. So make sure you just create this mono behavior script because we're gonna attach this script to our game object, so that's why. So I have the script over here and I just name it game manager, as you can see. So let's attach this script to any game object of our hierarchy, or we can simply create another game object for this script. So I'm gonna do that. So let's head over to this project app and let's right click or hit this plus icon, then let's create an empty game object and I'm gonna name this game object as the script name. So in my case, game manager, so I'm gonna call it game manager. And then make sure you just go to inspector, transform, right click and reset it, and we're gonna select our game manager script and let's drag it in this add component section in the inspector, or you can simply click on this add component and you can just find the script name by typing off. So you can just type this. As soon as we type game manager, the game manager script just gets pop up and we can just click on it in order to attach. I'm not gonna do it twice because I already attached the script game manager into this game manager game object, as you can see. And I'm gonna select my game manager game object in the hierarchy and I'm gonna drag it in the top, and let's open up the script, this game manager, by double clicking on it. And what we're gonna do, I'm gonna remove this component, this comment, we don't need it, so we can just go ahead and then we can just remove. And we're gonna create a variable to just keep track of if the game is active or not. So we're gonna create a parameter or a variable to just keep track of if the game is active, means our player game object is alive or not. And we're gonna make this parameter public because we just wanna access this parameter or this variable through another class or another script as well. So that's why we just made this field or this parameter public, and we have to name it. So this will be bool, and this just gonna keep track of if it's active or not. So this bool can be true or false, and we can call this one to something like is game active, and we're gonna set equal to, or we can just close that up with semicolon, or you can simply set equal to true by default, or I'm gonna do it in this start function because this start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game, I'm gonna set this is game active parameter to true, and once our player game object gets destroyed, so once this player game object gets destroyed, then we're gonna set this is game active parameter to false. And I'm gonna remove this update function because we don't need it, so we can just remove that. And in the start of the game, I'm gonna set this is game active parameter to true. So we're gonna say is game active to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why we set this is game active parameter to true, because in the start of the game, or once our player game object is start playing our game, so in the start of the game, the game should be active. But once our player game object destroyed, that at this moment this is game active parameter, we need to set it to false because our player game object dies. So that's why. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity and let's go where we just dying. So we do know we do destroying our player game object in our player script. So I'm gonna open up our player script where we dying, and at that moment or after dying, we just gonna set that parameter to false. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy and let's open up the player script by in the inspector by double clicking on it, and we can see we destroying our player game object over here. So this dot game object means the player game object itself. So before we destroy, we also want to set that parameter, and the you can simply say the game object getting destroyed. So before we destroy, we just want to set that is game active parameter to false because we don't have our player game object, or player game object loses all of his health, then we calling that die function. So in this die function, we're gonna define. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this find or any object by type. So make sure you just typing as I did over here, and then make this arrows, and these arrows you can pass the script name or the component that you are are looking for. So in our case, we're gonna move over to this game manager script, and this game manager script, we can see we just set this bool parameter, which is game active. So we're gonna look for this game manager script. So let's head over to a player script, and then in these arrows I'm gonna pass the script name. So in our case, game manager, and then make first bracket. So basically we just moving over to that script or that game manager C# class, and then we just created a parameter right there into that script in our game manager. So we're gonna access that parameter. So we're gonna type dot, and we're gonna access is game active. So we can see, and we just able to see because we just made this field public, so that's why we are able to access it over here as well. And we're gonna set this parameter to false because the game object is our player game object dies over here. So that's why we just setting is game active parameter to false. As you can see, firstly what we're doing, we just going over to this game manager, and we using this find any object by type in order to find the script. So basically we just moving over to that game manager script, and then accessing the is game active parameter, and then we setting equal to false. And when we are doing once our player game object destroyed, as you can see, so right before we destroy, we just setting that parameter. So basically we just moving over to this game manager script or this big game manager class, and then accessing this is game active parameter, and then we just setting this is game active parameter to false, as you can see. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So we just setting that to false. So we will say see that. So just wait a little moment to give it a moment to compile your script, and once it's done, we are ready to go. So if I select the game manager game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, we can see our underneath our game manager script is game active parameter gets false or unchecked means false. But once we start our game, if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see this is game active parameter just gonna be checked because in the start of the game we're just setting this is game active parameter to true. So that's why it's just gonna check. But once we loses all of our health, basically this player game object, you will see this is game active just gonna be unchecked mean false because we're doing once we're dying. So let's have a look. So as you can see, as soon as our player game object loses all of his health and it just get destroyed, as soon as it just gets destroyed, we can see this is game active parameter gets unchecked, basically means false. And now we're gonna use this parameter, or we're gonna use this script in order to just prevent those errors. So let's get autoplay mode, and if we move over to console tab, we can see this error messages. So we can just double click on this. Let's double click on this script to go there. Over here, as you can see, we just trying to finding our player position, and we do know once the player game object totally get destroyed, it's not gonna be in the scene view or in our game. So this just player dot position just gonna be null or empty, and we just trying to finding over here. So before we find our player game object, or we just trying to finding our player game object, we need to check if the game if our game is active or not. Basically means if the player game object is alive or not. So we're gonna use this if condition in order to check, and then make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, so before we find our player position, so that's why we just write top of this update function, or we can just move this a little bit up before this you can say max health as well by holding down alt and using up or down arrow key in order to move this line of code. So we're gonna move it top of our update function. So before we do all of these things, we're gonna check over here. So that's why we just move it this if condition in top of this update function. So what we want to check over here, we just want to check if the is game active parameter is true or false, because we don't know, we just created that parameter in order to check the player is alive or not. So we're gonna check it over here, and we're gonna use this find any object by type, and then make this arrows, and into arrows we do know we need to pass the script name or the C# class that we're looking for. So in our case, we need to head over to that game manager script or that game manager C# class, because in that class we just defined it that is game active parameter. So we will move over to game manager script or this game manager C# class, and then make first bracket and make also this brackets. And we do know, basically we just going over to this game manager script, and now we're gonna access this is game active parameter. So let's access that right there. So let's go to enemy script. So we're gonna access this is game active. So type dot and then is game active, and we're gonna check if this is equals to false. If that is the case, means our player game object dies, and we do know once we destroy this player game object, at that moment we just setting is game active parameter false, and we checking over here as you can see. So firstly we just moving over to game manager script and then accessing the is game active parameter, and we checking if this is game active parameter is equals to false, means our player game object destroyed. So at this moment we need to stop doing all of these things like finding player position and then just trying to do all of these things. So that's why we're going to type this return and then close that up with semicolon. Sorry, we're going to type return and then close that up with semicolon. And we do know after return, whatever line of code we're going to write, it will not be executed, means this line of code will be stop for looking our player position. So player position will be stop looking, or we just stopping finding our player position as you can see. So after return, whatever line of code we're gonna write, it will not be execute, means we will stop finding our player position. And we can see we just finding our player position right over here, and we doing a top up, so we just typing return, so we will stop finding our player position. And then we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our code, and by now the error should be gone by now. But let's have a look on this. So once our player game object get destroyed, we will able to see that. So now if we select our console tab over here and then click on this play button in the top, you will see whenever our player game object dies, basically this is game active parameter gets false, the message should not be pop up by now. So let's have a look on that. So I'm gonna clear and let's take damage from this enemy game object 5 times, so we can see. So just wait, and as soon as our player game object destroy, we can see we're not able to see those parameters. So we're not able to see those errors, sorry, not parameters, basically those errors we're not able to see by now. So this basically that is fine. So let's get out of play mode, and it is fine. And we also want to show the effect that we want to spawn, basically as we have done in this enemy game object. So after dying this enemy game object, we know we just spawning that you can say explosion effect. So we also want to spawn from this enemy game object as well whenever this enemy game object dies, sorry, whenever this player game object dies. I'm really sorry, I really apologize for that. So once our player game object dies totally, we also want to show that explosion effect. So let's do that. So we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script in the inspector by double clicking on it. So what we know, so before we destroy, we're gonna show that. So we need a reference, so we're gonna use this function, and let's use this instantiate function. And instantiate function, we do know it's gonna take the game object you want to spawn as a first argument. So we're gonna spawn our explosion effect as we have done in enemy game object. So we're gonna do the same thing. So we can just go over to this enemy class, and then we can just copy this line of code. But instead of doing that, I'm gonna explain one by one. So this instantiate function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object you want to spawn. So in our case, we're gonna spawn that explosion effect game object as you seen. So we can simply just do that. So I'm gonna copy, so I'm gonna move over to this enemy script or this enemy class, and let's copy this line of code by Control C, and we're gonna paste it inside our player script by Control V. And we do know we don't have the reference of this same explosion, so we need a reference. Basically we need, if we just move to Unity, then head over to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, we need a reference of this explosion effect game object as you can see over here. So we need a reference. So let's go to top of our class and let's grab the reference. So I'm going to name it as I did over here, which is explosion effect. So let's go to top of our class. Let's make a parameter. So underneath my max health parameter, I'm going to do, and we're going to set it public, so we can set through inspector that is a game object itself, a whole game object, and we're going to call it something like explosion effect prefab. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're going to press down Control S in order to save. And now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're going to able to see a explosion effect prefab field will appear in our player script. So what we need to do right there, we need to drag this explosion game object prefab into that slot. So basically we just doing the same thing as we have done in this enemy script or in this enemy game object. So I'm gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the explosion game object prefab, or this explosion effect prefab game object from this folder. So let's select that and drag it right over here, says explosion effect prefab slot. So just drag it, and now we can see we have the reference and we are ready to go. So if I now open up player script one more time, if I and then move over to that die function, we can see that we just spawning this explosion prefab, and we using this instantiate function in order to spawn. So we spawning this explosion prefab at this position, transform dot position basically means center position of this player game object or current position of this player game object, and the third argument it's gonna take the rotation, and we just simply pass quaternion dot identity means no rotation. So we just spawning that, and then we storing this whole that we spawn into this game explosion effect prefab container or into this game object we store it, and we also destroying this after this much of time, as you can see. So we destroying this basically where we store it, and then we just specify the time as a second argument, as you can see. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S in order to save your script, and then go over to Unity, and let's click on this play button in the top. So we should able to see once our player game object get destroyed, that explosion effect just gonna spawn from our player game object or center position of our player game object. So let's have a look. So once we take damage from this enemy game object, so let's have a look on this. So it's gonna attack on fifth time this game object. As you can see, as soon as it's we loses all of his health, our player game object, we can see it just destroyed, and that explosion effect just gets a spawn. But the problem is it's just gets spawned somewhere over here, so we can just create a point. From that point we can spawn. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna create a empty child game object in this player game object, and we're gonna move it something over here, and from this position we just want to spawn. So we can replace this transform dot position in this, and we can just pass the position right there from where we want to spawn. So let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, let's right click on it, and let's create an empty child game object, and we're gonna name this game object to something like explosion effect point or position. So I'm gonna call it explosion position. So let's call it explosion position, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here. So let's select the move tool from here, and I'm gonna move it. Let's move it over here, and if you just want to select an icon, you can go over to inspector and then click on this box, and I'm going to choose this one, and this is fine. So we need a reference of this position as well in order to spawn it from here. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna replace this position. But before we replace, let's grab the reference of that position, or we need a reference of this position, then we can spawn from this position. So let's go to top of our class, scroll up, and we're gonna grab the reference over here. So let's make another public, and that will be a transform, or we can simply say position, and we can call this one something like explosion position, and let's close that up with semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, and make sure once you go to Unity, drag the reference, basically means you need to drag the explosion position into this slot, so you're gonna have the reference. So now let's scroll down, and we're gonna replace this transform dot position, basically means current position of our player game object or center position of our player game object. So we're gonna replace that. Instead we're gonna put this explosion position, and this is our position, so we need to type this dot position. So we're going to spawn from this position, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see another field, and that will be explosion position, and by default that's just gonna be empty. So what we need to do right there, we need to select this explosion position, and we need to drag in that slot, so we're gonna have the position. So as soon as our player script gets compiled, we can see explosion position, and it says none transform, basically says none position. So what we need to do now, we need to select this explosion position game object from that hierarchy and drag drag it into that slot, and we can see now we have the explosion position reference, and we are ready to go. So I'm gonna move over to this player game object. So select the player game object, go over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all. So the changes gonna be saved into this player game object prefab as well. And let's have a look on this. So let's click let's click this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on that. So that will be spawned from here. So let's take 5 times damage from this enemy game object, and we can just adjust that point as well, and we can see so it just gets spawned. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode, and we can just drag this explosion position in the up somewhere over here, so that explosion effect just gonna be spawned from a perfect point. So we're gonna select our explosion position, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, and let's have a look on this. By now let's take a look on this. So let's take a look. And as you can see, it just perfectly spawned from this from that explosion position. But the problem is that this enemy just playing the attack animation over again and again. So once our player game object get destroyed, so what we want to do, we just want to play the idle animation clip of this player game object. Sorry, not player, this enemy game object. And if I select the anime game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab or this animator tab, we're not able to see. So let's get out of play mode, and if we select, I'm gonna close this animator tab, and we get an error. So we can just right click on it and then close tab, and we can find that tab in the top. Let's go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and we can select the animation tab as well as the animator. So I'm gonna choose this animator, and let's drag it in the bottom. So what we want to do, once our we just want to play this animation clip, this running, from this attack we just gonna play this running animation clip. So once our player game object get destroyed totally, then we're gonna play the run animation clip. So we can select the back transition from this attack to run. So if we select that, go over to inspector and then scroll down. So what we basically have to do, once our player game object get destroyed, we need to set this attack parameter to false. As you can see, we have chosen that condition, and if we set that, it's gonna play the running animation clip right away. So we need to set this parameter, and we do know we have the reference. So if we select our enemy game object, we're gonna open up the anime script by double clicking on it. So let's do that, and let's go where we destroying. So over here, as you can see, we checking here if the player game object is still alive or not. If it's, then we typing return. So before we type return, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set that attack to false, and we do know once we set, it's gonna play the running animation clip of this player game object. And we have the animator component reference, as you can see over here. So let's go to this animator in order to set. So let's go to animator component, and we're gonna use this set bool function in order to set the full. Why we need to use that? Basically, if we move to Unity and parameters in this animator tab, we can see this attack parameter is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use this set bool function in order to set. And the first thing in quotation, it's gonna take in between this quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. So make sure you just spelling it correct. So in my case, attack. And the second thing, it's gonna take this value you just want to set. So we're gonna set it equal to false, or we're gonna set it false and then close that up with semicolon. So make sure you just type comma and then set the value, and we're setting it to false, as you can see. And once we set it to false, it's gonna play the running animation clip of this anime game object, as you can see. So firstly, we just going over to this animator component of this anime game object, basically this, and this by animator component, we just setting this attack parameter to false. And once we set, it's gonna play the run animation clip. So let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And when we're doing these things, once our player game object not alive in the scene view, at that moment we just doing, and after that we typing return, means we just stopping stopping finding our player position. So let's go to Unity now, and let's have a look on that. So if I just go click on this play button in the top in Unity. As soon as this player game object just gonna destroy, you will see this enemy game object just gonna play the run animation clip. So let's have a look on that. So we're gonna get closer to this enemy game object in order to take damage, and we can see we just taking damage. And once our player game object just gonna destroy, we can see now enemy just playing the running animation clip over again and again. So you can create a ideal animation of this enemy game object, and you can just make transition from this attack to that ideal animation clip in order to play that. So you can just do that thing as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I just explained with this principle, so you can use the same strategic plan in order to play the ideal animation clip of this player game object once of this enemy game object once our player game object get destroyed. Right now what we need to do, we need to show our player health of this player game object health in the UI. So in order to show that, we need to create our canvas first. So what you have to do, you need to move over to this hierarchy in order to create the canvas. So just go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and scroll down in the bottom says canvas. So just choose that and select the canvas in the hierarchy, and I'm going to drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's select the canvas, and we're going to press down F to focus on that. And what we basically have to do, we need to place all of the UI elements in this canvas. So that's why we need to create the canvas first, such as like buttons, icon, text, anything like that we want to show up in this UI. So we need to place in our canvas. So select the canvas in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, scroll down and move to this canvas scalar mode. Canvas scalar component, and there you need to select this UI scale mode to scale with screen size. So this canvas just gonna resize as our screen size, and we're gonna put in the X, or you can simply say this is the width one. So we're gonna put 1920, and in the height or this Y one we're gonna put 1080. And if your game in portrait mode, then you can just swipe up this value. You can put in the width or in this X to something like 1080, and in the height or in your Y axis you can put something like 1920 if your game is portrait mode. So this game our in landscape mode, so that's why I just put in the X 1920, and in the Y we put 1080. And now we are ready to create our text. But before that, we're gonna create an empty game object to separate or just to keep all of the things in organized way. So we're gonna create an empty child game object first. So select the canvas game object in the hierarchy, right click on it, then create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like UI elements. So let's call it UI elements, and then go over to inspector, then rect transform, and then click on this anchor, basically anchor, and then basically click on this rectangle or this square, and then hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. As soon as we have chosen, we can see this UI elements game object just gets resized as the size of our canvas game object. So that's why we just created this game object first, to separate all of the logic or just to keep our project clean in this canvas. And now we are ready to populate our text in this UI elements game object. So select the UI elements game object underneath your canvas game object, and then right click on it. Let's go to UI, and then we're gonna move over to legacy in the bottom, and we're gonna choose this text, and this text right over here, it's just gonna reference our player health text. So we're gonna call it something like player health text, or let's call it health text simply. So let's go to inspector, and we're gonna name it over here. So we're gonna name it to something like health. So let's call it health. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an image, but before we do that, let's scale this text so we can able to see. So make sure you select the health game object underneath your UI element game object, as well as underneath your canvas game object, and we're gonna resize. So select the rect tool from here, and we're going to select the rect tool from here, and we're going to hold down alt on your keyboard to resize the text from center, as you can see. But we still not able to see the text because we need to increase the font size of this text. So select the health text. So I'm going to call it, instead of saying health, I'm going to call it health text. and then go to inspector, scroll down and move over to this text component, and we're going to increase our font size to able to see that text. So I'm going to make the font size something around like 100, and now we are able to see, but we're still not able to see in this game screen. So basically we need to change the color with something else to able to, or to able to notice that this text. So we're going to change it to something a different color. So go over to text component, and we're going to change the color something like this. Basically to able to notice that you can change with any color you would like to go with. So I'm going to choose it white, something like, to just able to see. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set the alignment both of this center, but I'm gonna choose this one left, and I just want this text in this middle of this area. So that's why in the second alignment I'm gonna choose this middle one, and I want this text to be start in the left direction. So that's why I have chosen this alignment, this one to the left one. And we're gonna choose font style to bold to make it just a bold. And if you just want to change the text, or if you just want to change the font, you can do that as well by going over to this font field, and it says legacy runtime. So I'm gonna choose a different font, something like this monogram. Or what else you can do, if you have any fonts, just head over to this project tab, and I have some fonts in this fonts folder, as you can see. So I'm gonna select any of them. Let's suppose this one, I'm gonna select that and drag it over to this font slot in the inspector. As soon as we drag it, you can see the change. And if you just want to increase the font size a little bit up, you can just move over to this font size field, and you can just make it with how much you just want to increase with. So I'm gonna do it something like 125, and it seems fine now. And I want this text to be to the left side, top left side of this game screen. So how we can just select this health text game object, and then we can just move it something like this. But in different screen, this game of just this text right over here just gonna be in different side. So that's why what we're gonna do, if we set it to something middle center, we basically have to choose this text first. So select the text, and then go over to inspector, and then rect transform. You can see this square, so just click there, and we're gonna hold down alt to able to see another just as many anchors, and we're gonna choose this top left one, as you can see. So as soon as we have chosen, we can see this text just gets in the top left. And now if we try to scale down or scale up our screen size, we can see this text just resizing itself according to our screen size, and it just is staying in the top left corner all the time, as you can see. So basically that is the thing of choosing this top left anchor. So make sure you just click on that. Basically go over to rect transform, and then click over here, hold down alt on your keyboard, and select this top left one. You can go with any one that you would like to go with. So I have chosen this top left. And what I'm gonna do, something like I'm gonna drag it a little bit away, something like from this left side, because I want a heart image something over here. So it's gonna indicate our health. So we want that, so that's why I just drag it a little bit away from this left side, or this top left anchor. And I'm gonna say something like health to 0, because we're gonna start with 0. Or we can just give any number we like, something like 100, and we're gonna link up this text with our max health of our player game object. So let's choose an heart icon in order to indicate this is our health. So let's go to a UI elements game object underneath our canvas game object. So go over to hierarchy, and then go over to this UI elements game object underneath your hierarchy, and right click on this UI element game object, then go to UI, and we're gonna go over to this image in the top, you can see. So just right click on that game object, then go to UI, and you're gonna see image in the top, or you can see somewhere over here. So I have it in the top, so I'm gonna select that, and I'm gonna call this one to something like heart icon. So I'm gonna call it heart icon, sorry, heart icon. And what we're gonna do, if we select our heart icon and press down F on our keyboard in order to focus on that game object, we can see this is our square. So what we want to do, I just want to replace with something else, something like a heart. So we can go over to inspector, and if we scroll down, we can move over to this image component, and we can see source image and it says none. So basically we need to drag the sprite over here, the icon we need to drag it over here that we would like to change with. So we need to drag it here in this slot. So I have in my assets folder, so I'm going to move over to project tab, then assets, and then sprites folder. I have in my UI folder, so let's navigate to that folder, and I have some, so I'm going to move there. Sorry, we need to find, if we select I have this, so let's select this sprite sheet, and I'm not able to see, so I'm gonna find it over here. From here I'm gonna find it, and I have this. So let's select this sprite sheet, go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor. So we can see multiple sprites, we have more than one, so we're gonna split individually. But before that I'm gonna try to find that heart EY if I have, and I cannot see those. So I'm gonna do with this, and later on I'm gonna change with something else. So we have this spreadsheet, so let's select the spreadsheet first. So this is, and go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and we can see there are multiple sprites, so we need to choose this sprite mode to multiple in the inspector, and then scroll down. But before we scroll down, make sure this you just make this pixel per unit a less number, and less pixel size means the sprite just gonna be big in size. So we're gonna make it something around 16, and let's scroll down, and we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter to get rid of the blurry thing. So we're gonna choose point no filter in the inspector, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button, and then go over to this sprite editor tab. In the top left you can see slice, so just click there and leave it to automatic for this now, and we can just click on this slice, and after clicking, click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab, and I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's select the heart icon game object underneath our canvas game object, and then go over to inspector, and we can just go over to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I can see I have a heart icon here, so I'm gonna select that sprite. So select that and drag it over to this source image field or this source image slot. As you can see, as soon as we drag it, we can see the heart icon by now. So we need to drag it over here, or what else you can do, you can just click on this top right in this source image field, and you can choose the icon from here as well. It's totally up to you, and I'm gonna go with this one, and this one seems fine to me, so I'm gonna go with this. And what we also want this heart icon to be top left corner. So what we need to do, we need to select the heart icon. So select that underneath your canvas, and this underneath your UI elements game object, and then go over to inspector, then rect transform, click over here in this square, and then hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left, or whichever corner you just want to drag it. You can just choose that by holding down alt on your keyboard, and I'm gonna press down F on my keyboard in order to focus that, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit down. So in the Y I'm gonna drag it something like -50, and sorry, not -50, we're gonna drag it a little bit more down, I guess. Sorry, -50, not 50. We're gonna move it something like, I guess -100 should be pretty fine. So let's put -100, and in the x-axis, basically from this side, I just want to move it little bit further, so I'm gonna do it something like 50, I guess, and we can just drag it. Let's drag it in the x 100, not 100, I'm gonna do something like 85, and let's do in the y something like -85 and 85, and this. And if your sims sprite or this icon a little bit weird, then you can select the game object first, then go over to inspector, scroll down, and then click on this set native size. As soon as we click, we can see it just get resize down, and we can just hold down shift on our keyboard, and we can just move this corner in order to resize from any side, from this height and the width with same aspect ratio. or same size as you can see. So make sure you just hold down shift on your keyboard, and if you just resize, it's just going to resize perfectly in the width and in the height as well. And now I want this much, and this much is pretty great, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, and let's move it a little bit down, and I'm gonna select my text, health text, and let's move it a little bit up somewhere over here. And we can just resize this area as well by holding down alt on your key on alt on our keyboard in order to resize from center, as you can see, and just make it bigger, bigger than this text size, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, and this seems pretty much great, as you can see. And make sure you just make this UI elements game object. Basically this game object a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy, so we don't need to work from scratch. So we're gonna select our UI elements game object underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy, and let's make this one prefab by dragging into this prefab folder in this assets. So let's select that, and I'm gonna drag it in this prefab folder. You can drag it into this assets as well to make it prefab, but I have created a prefab folder, as you can see. I'm gonna drag it right there. As soon as we drag it, it's just turned blue, basically means prefab, and we have the copy. Now if we just select our UI elements game object and delete from underneath our canvas, as you can see, it's gone. But we do know we have the prefab, basically means copy of that game object, so we can just simply that UI elements game object in our prefab, basically where we drag it, we can select that, and we can just drag it top of this canvas game object in the hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, we can see it's perfectly fine by now. So that's why we just created an empty game object first, and then we just made this one child game object or this icon, and then placing this text into that game object to just make it prefab, so we don't need to work from scratch, and we have the copy, so we can just simply do other things, and this is fine for us. So that's why you just need to make it prefab. So make sure you just create an empty game object first, right, by right clicking on this canvas game object, and then click on this create empty game object, and then go over to inspector, then rect transform, and then click over here, hold down alt and select this bottom right one. So the game object just gonna resize, just gonna be resized as the size of our canvas game object, and then you can just place all of the things that you need inside that game object. So that's why we just created an empty game object first. So I'm not gonna do that once again, so I'm gonna delete this one, and this is fine. And we need to link up this text by now in our with our player game object health. And I hope you get the idea that how you can do these things, or how you can create UI, or you understand the basics of UI in Unity game engine. We need to link up this health UI text with our player max health. So what we need, if we just go over to this canvas game object in the hierarchy, then click over here to expand. Let's go to UI elements game object, and we can just click here to expand. And if we choose this health text and then go over to inspector, and then scroll down to this text component, we can change the value over here. That we can set it to something like 5, we can set it to 6. As you can see, as soon as we changing over here the text, it's just changing in the screen UI as well. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this text, then we can change this with our max health of player game object. So we need a reference of this text component. So to do that, let's open up our player script where we just dealing with our player max health. So I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're going to open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we need a reference of this text component. So basically this health text game object, because in this game object the text component is attached, so we need a reference of this. So let's go to our script in our player script, and we're gonna grab the reference. So I'm gonna do it somewhere over here, and we're gonna make it public, so we can set through inspector, and the component we looking for is a text type, so we need to type this text. But as you can see, we're not getting any reference of text component, basically we're not able to get this field. So what we basically have to do, we need to include a namespace in the top of our class to get reference of this text element, and we do know that this text element is a UI element, so that's why we need to include a namespace in top of our class. Basically go to top of your class and you need to include this namespace. It's called using Unity engine. So use this Unity engine dot UI and then close that up with semicolon. So this over here, it's just gonna give us the text reference. So now as soon as we just included this, we can see now we are able to get the text field like that. So as you can see, so whenever you're gonna work with UI, so make sure you just go to top of your class and then use this or include this namespace using Unity engine dot UI, and we need to include whenever we working with our UI elements. You can simply say, so we're gonna call it something like health text. So let's call it health text, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. Now let's move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see and text field will appear. So what we need to do right there, we need to drag the reference. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to go. It's gonna take a few moments and it's done. Now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector to the and then move to this player scape, we can see and field says health text, and over here we can see it says none text, means empty. So what we need to do right now, we need to select this health text game object from that hierarchy. So select that and drag it into this slot, and we can see now we have that health text text component, as you can see. So basically we have this health text by now, and we are ready to link up with our player max health. So let's go to script, and we're gonna do it inside this update function, because update function runs every single frame. So we need to update the text UI element every single frame. So we're gonna do it over here. Let's do it over here. So what are we gonna do, we're gonna use this health text dot text, basically accessing the text, and we're gonna set equal to our max health of player. So we're gonna set max health, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this right over here is a string value, but this one max health is a integer value, and we can see it over here. As you can see, public integer max health. So this max health is a integer value, and this one is a string value. So we need to convert this integer value to a string. So in order to convert this max health into a string, we just need to use this function. It's called dot to string, and then make this first bracket. So it's gonna convert this integer value to a string. So what we basically have done over here, we firstly going to that health text component, and then accessing the text, and we setting equal to max health. So basically if we move to Unity, so we just going over to health text, and then we just accessing this component, this text component, this text right over here, and we're setting this text equal to max health. So max health by default we set 5, as you can see. So this one just gonna be 5. So that's why this health text dot text right over here just gonna be 5, because we directly setting it, as you can see. So this one this text right over here, this one just gonna be 5 right away. And let's suppose we lose our max health for the first time, so the max health is now 4. So this health text dot text just gonna be 4 right away, because we're directly setting it. As you can see, health text dot text equal to max health. So it's gonna update with our max health, as you can see. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move to Unity, and it should be fine by now. But let's take a look on this. So the text will be updated with our max health. How much max health we have, the text just gonna automatically update with our max health. So let's have a look. So if I just click on this play button, you will see this 6 will be changed with our max health, which is 5. So this text right over here, whenever the game just gonna start, you will see this gonna be 5 because the max health by default we set 5. As you can see, as soon as the game started, this 5, and once we taking damage, we can see the max health just goes down, and this attacks also updating. And once we loses all of our health, we can see player game object gets totally destroyed, and we can see the max health of our player game object in the top left corner. And this is the thing, this is the pretty cool thing that we need to do. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea that how you can do this, and how you can just link up your health UI text with your player max health. Let's create some collectible items. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on that game object. So make sure you just hover your mouse cursor in this scene view, and then press down F in order to focus that game object. And we're gonna make some collectible items, and I have some coin sprites. So I'm gonna move over to this project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and I have coins folder, as you can see. And also I will give a link in the description of this coin sprite. You can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select my console. So sorry, I'm gonna select the coin sprites. Let's select that, go over to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor in this inspector. And what we have to do over here, as you can see, we have more than one sprite, so we need to split individually. So go over to inspector, and then choose this sprite mode to single to multiple, because we have more than one sprite. And we're going to choose pixel per unit something like 16 to make it bigger. And we're going to scroll down, and we're going to choose this filter mode to point no filter. Why? Because if you take a close look, this sprite seems blurry, so that's why to get rid of that, we're going to choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, click on this apply button. And as soon as we click on apply button, we can see in sprite editor tab, the blurry is gone by now, and we are ready to split individually. So in sprite editor tab in the top left, you can see slash. So just click there and select automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has one row, as you can see, and we can count the columns. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I guess 11 columns. So we're gonna put 11 columns and one row, and then click on this slice button in the bottom, and we're gonna click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab. And if we go over to that sprite sheet from that folder, but before, I'm gonna select my game view over here, and let's go to that sprite sheet, and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprite. So I'm going to select my first one. So let's select that, drag it over to this scene view or in this hierarchy. So I'm going to drag it into this scene view. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a parent game object of this coin game object, because we're gonna have two animation. Firstly, this coin just gonna spin, and the second animation, we just want to play the collected one. Basically, once our player game object collide with this coin, then we just want to collect, and we want to play the collected animation clip. So to just create that, so it's gonna be fine. So that's why we're gonna create an empty parent game object first, and then we're gonna make this coin sprite child of that game object, because we're gonna make two animation, or we just want to create the collectible. So the animation, or if we just don't do this, our animation just gonna be weird. So that is the reason. So I'm gonna name this something like, so I'm gonna name this coin or this coin sprite to something like coin sprite. Let's select that in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna name it to something like coin sprite. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object first. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object, and I'm gonna name this game object to something like coin. So this will be the parent game object, so I'm gonna name it coin. And let's select the move tool from here. So I'm gonna move this coin game object somewhere over here, and now we're gonna select this coin sprite. So let's select that in the hierarchy, and we're gonna drag it top of this coin game object. And now if we select our coin game object, we can see if we just try to move our coin game object, we can see that coin sprite just also going with it, because this coin game object is a parent of this coin sprite, or this coin sprite is a child of this coin game object. So that's why, so we're gonna select our coin sprite underneath our coin game object. So let's select that, go over to inspector, right click on this transform maximum and then click on this reset. So it's gonna reset the position of this coin sprite at the position of our coin game object. So just gonna be center. So this coin sprite position is now centered to our coin game object. So we can select our coin game object, and if you just want to choose an icon, you can just go over to this inspector and then click on this box, and I'm gonna choose something like a green, something like that. And now this is fine, and I'm gonna select my coin game object in the hierarchy. Let's select that and drag it top up in hierarchy so we can see all the time. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add some components. So first thing, we're gonna add a collider 2D to this coin game object, not this coin sprite. So we're gonna do that. So let's select the coin game object, and but before it, let's add a rigid body 2D for gravity, and we're gonna set the gravity scale to 0. So this coin game object will not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's select the coin game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and then click on this add component, and we're gonna add a rigid body 2D. So let's find the component by typing name of the component, which is our rigid body 2D, and let's go to body type, and we're gonna set it to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And let's choose interpolate to for smoothing out, or you can just leave this, it's totally up to you. And let's add one more component, which will be a box collider 2D, and if this player game object collide with that, then this coin should be this coin we need to collect. So that's why we're gonna add a box collider 2D in order to collision detection. So let's select the coin game object in the hierarchy one more time, go over to inspector, click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. So let's find the component, and let's edit the collider, this box collider 2D, as the size of our coin sprite game object. So let's click over here to expand, and let's click on this edit collider to edit the collider of the size of our coin sprite. So we're gonna make it something like this, and make sure you just go to this box collider 2D and check this is trigger box, or else this collider just gonna register our player game object to just pass through. So that's why we just check this is trigger. So we're gonna use on trigger inter function in order to check the collision, or if we just trigger with this coin simply. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make those animation, and we are ready to create. So the first animation just gonna be spinning one. So we're gonna select basically move over to that sprite sheet and click on this arrow in order to see the individual, and we're gonna select all of our sprite by holding down shift and then drag it top of this coin sprite game object, not the parent one, basically not in this coin game object. We need to drag it in top of this coin sprite game object or in this child one. So that's why we just create an coin game object first, and we need to name the animation what we want to name it. And before that, let's place this animation clip in our animation folder. So let's go to assets folder. In assets folder, we can see we created a animation folder. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we're gonna create another subfolder for these items. So we're gonna create a items folder. So let's right click, then new, and a folder, and I'm gonna name this folder to something like items animation. So I'm gonna call it items animation, and let's open this up folder by double clicking on it, this subfolder, and we have to name this animation. So this will be the coin spinning, or the coin just gonna spin itself around center position itself. So we're gonna name it to something like coin underscore spinning. So we're gonna name it coin underscore spinning, and then click on the save button in order to create the animation right away. So now if we select our coin sprite game object in the hierarchy, then move over to this animation tab, we can click on this play button in order to see the animation. As you can see, it indeed just playing the coin animation clip over again and again. So that's why we just created an empty game object first, and if you just make the other animation, which will be the collected one, if we just don't make a parent game object, the animation animation just gonna look weird. So that's why we just created an empty game object first, and we are ready to create the second animation, which will be the collected one. So we're gonna select our coin sprite game object in the hierarchy. So make sure you select the child one, which is our coin sprite, not the parent one. Select that, go over to animation tab, and then click over here in order to create the next clip. So we're gonna click on this create new clip, and the second clip just gonna be coin collected. So we're gonna call something like coin detection collision. Coin collision we can name, or we can simply name it to something like coin underscore collected. So let's call it collected instead, and let's click on the save button in order to create the animation. And what we're gonna do in this animation clip, we just want to move this coin a little bit up, and after that we just gonna fade this coin sprite, so it should be fade out. So before you make the animation, make sure you just go to animation tab and then select this coin sprite game object in the hierarchy, then move to animation tab and click on this red button in order to record the animation. And we're gonna select our coin sprite and let's move it in the y-axis some units, something like this much, I guess. So sorry, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna delete this. So we're gonna select that frame and we're gonna delete, and we're gonna move over to something like 1 second right over here. So in 1 second we just want to move this coin sprite up, so we're gonna move this somewhere over here. And also what we want, we just want to fade out this coin sprite. So we're gonna select our coin sprite and make sure you just hit that red button in order to capture the animation, or else it not gonna capture the animation. So we're gonna select our coin sprite. Sorry, let's select this, which is coin collected. So somewhere over here, now we can just click on this red button in order to do that. And let's select the coin sprite game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector sprite renderer component, and we need to move over to this color field. So just click there, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag the A, which is in the bottom, we're gonna drag it all the way 0, something like this. And as soon as we drag it 0, we're not able to see our coin sprite, as you can see. And we can just click on this play button in animation tab in order to play the animation clip. So we're gonna click on that. So let's click, and as you can see, firstly it's going up, and over time it's just getting it's just fading out. And we don't want this animation clip to be looped, because this should play one time, and the spinning should be a loop, so which just gonna play over again and again. But we don't want this collected animation clip of this coin sprite to be looped, so that's why what we're gonna do. But before we do, make sure you just hit this red button in order to capture the animation, or you can just leave it like that, it's automatically gonna capture the animation. So we're gonna move over to our project tab. So let's go over to project tab, or head over to project tab, and then we're gonna move over to assets folder, then animation folder, and we're gonna move over to this items animation folder. So basically where we place all of our animation, we're gonna go there. And we also created a subfolder, as you can see, which says items underscore animation folder. And we can see we have both of these animation clip. We have this coin collected one and this coin spinning one. So we don't want a coin collected animation clip to be looped, so we're gonna select that animation clip. So let's select that, go over to inspector in the right, and we're gonna uncheck this loop time. So this animation will not be looped, and we're gonna leave this coin spinning, so the coin should be spin all the time. So that's why we're not gonna uncheck this loop time, so this animation clip will be looped forever. And we just uncheck this loop time in this coin collected. So we created those two animation clip, and we can also see that if we select our coin game object in the hierarchy, or this coin sprite, basically we have done in this coin sprite. So we're gonna select that and move over to animator tab, and we can see both of this animation clip. We have the coin spinning as well as coin collected. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this I'm gonna move this anime game object somewhere over here. So let's select our anime game object in the hierarchy and select the move tool from here, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here for now, this anime game object, because we're gonna take a look on this coin. And I'm gonna select my coin game object. So make sure you select the parent one, and I'm gonna drag it in the bottom. And we can just now if we select our coin sprite and then choose this animated tab, click on this play button in the top in order to play your game and have a look. So the coin underscore is spinning animation just gonna be play right after the game start. Why? Because this animation clip we can see is the default one, And if you just want to make this collected one as a default, you can just right click on it and then set as layer default state. But before we do, we can see the coin spinning animation clip is playing over again and again, and we can see all as well in animator tip sorry, animator tab, which is the coin spinning just playing over again and again. So we also need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. But when we should, once this player game object collide with this coin game object, so at that moment we're gonna play this, and then after that we're gonna destroy this coin game object right away after collecting it. So let's get out of play mode. So we need to make transition. So select your coin sprite game object in the hierarchy, basically the child one, and then move over to this animator tab. So we're gonna make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. So let's right click on this coin spinning and make transition to coin collected, and we're gonna select transition from, so select the arrow, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untake this as exit time. Why? Because as soon as player game object collected this coin should be play the coin collected animation clip right away. So that's why we just untake this as exit time, and we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. We don't want any delay. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play that animation clip. So we're going to choose a some certain condition or a parameter in order to play this animation clip. So move over to animator tab. In the left side you can see layers and then parameters. So just go over to parameters and then click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose a trigger for this. So let's choose that, and we're going to call it something like collected. So let's call it collected. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose this condition. So this is one is collected. So let's select the transition, go to inspector, scroll down, and I'm gonna click on this plus icon in order to choose that collected trigger. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to manually trigger this collected parameter, you will see this coin collected animation clip just gonna play right away because we have chosen this condition. So now let's have a look on this. So as you can see, as soon as the game started, this coin just playing the coin spinning animation clip. But once we trigger this collected parameter in our animator tab manually, we're gonna able to see, and as soon as we trigger, we can see the coin just played the collected animation clip. It firstly goes up and then it just fade out over time. So what we basically have to do, we need to trigger this parameter of this coin collected through our script. So let's get out of play mode, but before we do, let's make this coin game object a prefab. But before we do, let's assign this coin game object as a coin tag. So we're gonna select our coin game object. So make sure you select the parent one, select that, go over to inspector, and then tag, you can see earn tag. So just click there and then click on this add tag, and we're gonna create a new tag for this coin. So let's click on this plus icon, and we have to name the tag what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like coin, and let's click on this save button, and let's go to or basically select the game object one more time in the hierarchy. So in our case, this coin game object. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and tag, it says untag. So just let's click there, and we're gonna assign it coin what we recently named it. So now we assign it this coin game object as a coin tag, as you can see. So now we're gonna make this one prefab because we're gonna have multiple coins. So we basically need to make this one prefab, means copy. So let's move over to this project tab, then assets folder, and then prefabs folder, and let's select the coin game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder, or you can simply drag it into this assets folder. But make a prefab folder, and it's gonna be nice for you. And now what we have to do, we need to check if this player game object trigger with this coin game object or not, basically collide with this coin game object or not. So let's do that. So we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and we're going to use on trigger inter 2D function. Why? Because if we go to Unity and select this coin game object, go to inspector, and then box collider 2D, we can see we just take this is trigger box, as you can see. So that's why we're going to use on trigger inter 2D function instead of using on collision inter, because it's gonna trigger. So that's why. So let's go to script, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna use the on trigger. So let's go to bottom, and we haven't included that function yet. So I'm gonna do it somewhere over here. You can do it anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. It doesn't need to be in order like this. So we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function. So make sure you just doing as I did over here, which is on trigger enter, sorry, or trigger enter 2D, and then it's gonna take first bracket and some curly brackets. Sorry, we're gonna pass this instead. So let's pass void on trigger enter 2D function, and make sure you just type as I did over here, because this is Unity callback function. So this function just gonna call automatically by Unity once we trigger with something. So let's suppose this player game object triggered with this coin game object, then this function over here just gonna get called, and we can extract info what we triggered it with by going over to this collision parameter. As we can see we have that parameter which is the collision. So we can extract info something like the name of the game object we triggered it with, anything, or the component that we looking exactly looking for. So we can simply extract that. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check over here. So this function get called when we trigger with something. So we're gonna check over here. So we will check a make if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we just want to check if we trigger with this coin game object or not. If it's, then we need to collect this coin. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if, so we're gonna use this collision parameter over here in order to extract info what we trigger it with. So we're gonna type collision dot game object and we're gonna access the tag, and we will check if it's equals to coin, and we do know we assigned it this coin as a coin tag. So what basically over here basically means, basically collision dot game object means this game object. So we're gonna trigger with this coin game object. We know once this player game object triggered with this coin game object, so collision dot game object basically referencing this coin game object, and then what we're doing, we just accessing the tag of that game object. So in our case coin, and we do know that we assigned it this coin as a coin tag, as you can see in the inspector, and we're checking over here if the tag is equals to coin. As you can see, means we definitely just trigger it with this coin game object, means we just collided with this coin game object. So what we need to do now, we need to collect this coin. So we're going to create a parameter to just keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So we're gonna make a variable. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it somewhere. Let's suppose let's do it over here. So we're gonna make it public, but basically it doesn't need to be public. Instead we can make it private, and that will be int like whole numbers, and we can call this something like current coin. So let's call it current coin, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we will move over to this start function. So we do know that start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game, we're gonna set this current coin to 0. Why? Because once we start our game, we're gonna have 0 coin, but once we collect this one, so we're gonna increase our current coin by 1 unit. So that's why. So let's go to start function. So in this start function, we're gonna say current coin equal to 0. So let's set equal to 0 and then close that up with semicolon. But once we trigger with this coin game object, means we collected this one, then what we have to do, we need to increase our current coin by 1. So let's go to a script, and we're doing over here, as you can see, we're just checking whatever we triggered it with, we're just going to that game object and then accessing the tag, and we're checking if the tag is equals to coin, means we triggered it with this coin game object. So now what we have to do, we need to collect this coin. So we're gonna increase our current coin by 1. So we're gonna go over to current coin parameter, and top of that we're gonna add plus equal 1. Basically we just adding 1, or we can simply type this plus plus, basically means we just adding 1. So the current coin in the start of the game we have 0. So once we trigger with that coin game object, so the current coin is now 0. So 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1, means current coin will increase by 1. So let's press down Control S in order to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So we're not gonna able to see that private field because we just made it private, but let's suppose you still want to see any private field. So what we need to do, we need to move over to a debug mode. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, I'm gonna show that how you can do it. So just wait for to compile. Just wait for a little moment. Unity just gonna take a moment to compile our script, and now it's get compiled. So if I just select player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, and then scroll down to the bottom, says player script, we can see, and we're not able to see our current coin field, as you can see over here underneath our player script, because that current coin field is a private field, as we said. Let's suppose we still want to see, then what we have to do, we need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then click on this debug mode in order to see. And now as soon as we have chosen debug, and if we scroll down, we can see current coin by default it's 0, or in the start of the game it's just gonna be 0. So if you just don't assign with any value, so it's gonna get assigned with 0, so that's why. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see once we trigger with this coin game object or collide with this coin game object, you will see this current coin just gonna increase by 1 unit. So let's have a look. So in this start of the game we have 0, as you can see underneath our player script. So let's trigger with this coin game object. So I'm gonna scroll down, so let's trigger with this coin, and as soon as we trigger it, we can see underneath our player script current coin is now 1. And if I just trigger with this coin game object one more time, we can see current coin is now 2. So basically once we trigger with this coin game object, we also need to destroy this coin game object. But when we should, once this coin game object plays the collected animation clip, after that we need to destroy this coin game object. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna move over to normal mode. So let's select the player game object, or you can select any game object in a hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then click on this normal mode in order to go back. And now what we're gonna do, we also need to play the animation clip. So if we move over to coin game object in the hierarchy, then click over here, then select the coin sprite. We do know we made the animation in this coin sprite game object. So what we basically have to do, we need to move over to this coin sprite game object of this coin game object. So we need to access the child of this coin game object, so then we can just make the transition between those animation clip. So we can see if we select our coin sprite game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, we can see the animator component is attached to this coin sprite game object, not in this coin game object, as you can see in the inspector. So basically what we have to do, we need to get a reference of this child of this coin game object, then we can just make the transition. So let's go to script, and over here what we're gonna do, after increasing our coin, we also need to play that coin collected animation clip. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna type this other, sorry, not other. Basically we will go to collision dot game object, and then we're gonna access the transform, and by this transform we're gonna use this get child function. And this function over here, it's gonna take, so make sure you just make this first brackets, and if you just pass 0 right over here, 0 just gonna be the first child, and we can see underneath our coin game object we have only one child. So this one child or this coin sprite is his first child, so you need to pass the index of it. So the index of it, this coin sprite just gonna be 0, because 0 is the first child. So we're gonna put 0 over here, basically means we just going over to this coin sprite game object, and we can see in this coin sprite game object this animator component is attached. So that's why we're gonna move over to this animator component, and by that we're gonna say this this collected, basically we need to trigger this collected parameter in order to play that coin collected animation clip. As you've seen, we have done it before. So we're gonna move over to script, and so after getting the child, we're going to use this dot get component in order to get the component, and the component we're looking for, so make sure you just make these arrows. So the component we're looking for is a animator, so we're going to type animator component, and let's make first packet, and then we're going to use this dot set trigger function in order to trigger the parameter. So make first packet, and in quotation it's going to take the parameter. So in our case we do know, we just spell it collected, so we're going to pass it, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we basically have done over here, collision dot game object basically means this coin game object. So basically we just moving over to this coin game object, and then we just getting the transform, as you can see. So basically we're just going over to that coin game object transform, and by this transform we using this dot get child in order to get the child game object. So we pass 0 0 basically means this game object, this coin sprite. So now we just going over to this coin sprite game object, and then we just getting this animator component, as you can see over here, dot get component, and then we just triggering the parameter which is the collected one. Basically we just going over to this animator component of this coin sprite game object, and then we just triggering this collected parameter in animator tab we can see. So we do know once we trigger, it's gonna play that animation clip which is the collected one as you seen. So let's have a look on that one more time. So when I click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. So now if we trigger with this coin, as soon as we're gonna trigger, so we not, so what we basically have to do, we just misspell it, and we can see the parameter name. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to script, and we need to check that if the spelling is correct or not. So we're gonna press down Control S in order to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. Basically we forgot to save our script, so make sure you just press down in your Visual Studio, press Control S in order to save your script, or you can always go top left file. So just go there and then click on this save assets, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is Control plus S. So now let's move over to Unity, and if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see that this coin game object just gonna play the collected animation clip once this player game object trigger with this coin. So let's have a look on that. So if I just trigger, as you can see, as soon as we trigger, it just played the coin collected animation clip. But the problem is that if we go to hierarchy and take a look in this hierarchy, we can still able to see this coin game object. So after basically collecting that, we also need to destroy. But when we should, once this coin game object played that collected animation clip 100%, after that we're gonna destroy that coin game object. So that's why. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to a script where we collecting. So we're gonna move over to our Visual Studio, and in order to destroy, basically we just increasing one, and then we just playing our animation clip, and after that we're gonna destroy. So we're gonna use this destroy function in order to destroy our game object. And this destroy function, we do know as a first argument it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass collision dot game object, basically means the game object we trigger it with. So we're gonna trigger with this coin game object, so basically means this collision dot game object means the coin game object, and comma we're gonna specify the second argument as a time. So you can just put the time. So after this amount of time, the game object just gonna be destroyed. And as we know that we just playing that collected animation clip for 1 second. So after 1 second we just want to destroy our coin game object. So that's why a comma as a second argument I'm gonna pass point 1f, basically means 1 second, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So after 1 second, this coin game object also will be destroyed from this our hierarchy, and it's gonna be clean. So make sure you just do that. And we're gonna have multiple coins, so make sure you just make that one prefab as well, basically this coin game object. So let's click on this play button in the top. So once we collect or trigger with this coin game object, you will see the coin collected animation just gonna play, and after that 1 second this coin game object will also be destroyed. So let's collect, and we just collecting, and after 1 second we can not able to see that game object in the scene view, means in the game, as well as if we move over to hierarchy we not able to see the coin game object at all in our hierarchy, means the coin game object collected. And we can see how many coins we collected so far by just going over to hierarchy, then players game object, and we can just move over to debug mode in order to see that private field, which is the current coin. So current coin just gonna be 1 because we collected the first coin. So let's get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure you just go to coin game object, then go to inspector overrides, and then click on apply all. If you have any, if you just change it anything in this coin game object, it's gonna be saved in this coin game object prefab as well. We also need to show up that how many coins this player game object collected so far in our UI. So we need to do that. So let's select canvas in our hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on that, and let's create a text in order to just note in order to indicate how many coins we collected, or this player game object collected so far. So let's create a coin icon first, and then we're gonna include the text right after it. So let's select the canvas, and let's go to this UI elements game object, and we're gonna click over here to expand. We can see, so let's right click on this UI elements game object. Let's go to UI, and then let's go to UI, and in the top you're gonna see image. So let's click on that, and I'm gonna call this one to something like coin icon, as like we have done in this heart icon. So we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with this health text. So I'm gonna call this one image to something like coin icon. So let's call it coin icon, and we also need to change the icon with our coin sprite. So let's go to inspector, then image component in the bottom. So we need to drag the sprite over here. So let's head over to this project tab, sprites folder, and then coins folder I have. So I'm gonna select my first one. So let's select the first sprite, or you can choose any of them. So I'm gonna select my first one. So let's select that sprite, go over to and drag it in this source image field. And now as soon as we drag it, we can see it just change it with our coin sprite, and we just want to move it in the top left corner. So we're gonna move over to this inspector, then rig transform, click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard, and we're gonna select this top left corner. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see it just gets in the top left. And I'm gonna drag it in the bottom something like this much. And if you just want to increase this sprite or this icon size, you can just select this rec tool and hold down alt on your keyboard to resize perfectly in the width as well as in the height, basically with same ratio. And I'm gonna move it something over here. And what we can do, we can just simply select our health text game object, and we can just press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate. But I'm gonna do it from scratch. So I'm gonna select my UI elements game object. So let's right click on it, let's go to UI, and in the bottom you can see legacy, and then choose this text. And I'm gonna call this text to something like this will be current coin text. So I'm gonna name it current coin text. So let's call it current coin text. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna press down F in our keyboard in order to focus on that game object, and let's scale it up, and we're gonna hold down alt in order to resize from center. And we're not able to see the text, so we need to increase our font size. So let's select the current coin text underneath our this UI elements game object, underneath our canvas game object. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and then scroll down to this text component, and we're gonna make the font size something like let's do it as we have done. So we can select this health text game object. We can see we just made the font size in this health text 125. So we're gonna do the same thing with this text. So I'm gonna make the font size 125, and let's scale this rec tool a little bit up so we can see the text. So we're gonna hold down alt to resize from center like this, and this is pretty much fine. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna change the color of this text with something else to just able to notice that. So let's go to color fill. I'm gonna choose something like white, or you can choose yellow, red, it's basically totally up to you. And I just want this text to be middle. So this alignment, the second one, I'm gonna choose the middle one, and I'm gonna leave this alignment to the left. So it's gonna start from this left, and it's gonna pop up. And we're gonna select font size to bold to just make it bold. And I just want to change this font with something else, and I have the monogram. So I'm gonna click over here, let's select this monogram. And also I'm gonna give a link in the description of this font, you can go and check that out. And let's put this one as well as in the top left corner. So let's go to rec transform. So scroll up, then go to rec transform, click over here, and I'm gonna hold down all, and let's choose this top left one. and we're gonna move this one somewhere over here, and we can scale down a little bit. So we're gonna hold down all to scale down it from center, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here, and I'm gonna say something like 0, or we can just set it to any number that we would like to go with. So I'm gonna set it to 0, something like that. And now what we have to do, we need to link up this text, this current coin text, with our current coin, that how many coins we collected so far, or where we increasing our current coin. So we need to link that up. But before we do, let's select the UI elements game object underneath our canvas game object in hierarchy, and make sure you just go to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all button in order to just change it in this prefab of this UI element game object as well. So the changes we made over here is just gonna be saved into this prefab of this UI elements game object as well. Basically that is the thing. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this text, of this current coin text, then we can set the reference. So let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, or in which script just we increasing our current coin. So in my case, I'm just doing in this player game object with our player script. So let's select the game object first. So in my case player, so let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it. And let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna grab the reference of that text. So let's grab the reference first, and we have the current coin. So underneath my current coin, I'm gonna do it. So let's grab, so we're gonna make it public, so we can set through inspector, and that is a text type component. So we need to type, and make sure you, before you type this text, go to top of your class and include this namespace called using unity engine.ui. So whenever you just working with UI, make sure you just go to top of your class and then include this namespace called using unity engine.ui. And I'm gonna name it this text to something like current coin text. So I'm gonna name it current coin text. So let's call it current coin text, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see another field, and that's just gonna be current coin text. So what we basically have to do there, we need to drag this current coin text, basically that current coin text game object into that slot. So we're gonna have the current coin text, and then we can set the value, or we're gonna link up with our current coin. So let's do that. As soon as our script just gets compiled, we can see underneath our player script, current coin text field just appear, and it says none text, basically empty. So what we need to do now, let's go to canvas, then UI elements game object, and we can see the current coin text game object over here. And we do know, if we select this, we can see the text component is attached to this game object. So that's why we need to select this game object, and we need to drag it right there. So let's select our player script, and let's select the current coin text game object and drag it over here into this current coin text field. Now we can see we have the current coin text reference, as you can see over here, and we are ready to link that up. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to update function. So we're just doing the same thing as we have done with our field text. So underneath that line of code, I'm gonna do, so we will go to current coin text, and then we're gonna access the text by dot and then text, and we're gonna set equal to our current coin, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this current coin over here is a string value, and this this one is a integer value. As you can see, we just created a private in current coin. So and that is a integer value. So this one is integer, and this one right over here is a string value. So what we basically have to do, we need to convert this integer value to a string, and in order to convert that, we need to use this dot to string and then make first bracket. So in this start of the game, we do know this current coin just gonna be 0. As you can see in the start of the game, we just setting current coin equal to 0. So this one over here is 0, so that's why this current coin text dot text just gonna be 0. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this current coin text game object, and then accessing this text, as you can see over here, and we're setting this text equal to this current coin, and current coin in the start of the game we have 0. So this one so this one 0, so that's why current coin text dot text just gonna be 0. so this one over here just gonna be 0. And once we collect this coin, so this current coin just gonna be 1 over here. So the current coin text just gonna be 1, because we directly setting it, as you can see, and we doing inside this update function. And we do know update function runs every single frame, so every single frame we just updating the text, as you can see. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collect this coin, you will see the current coin, or the text over here, current coin text, it's just gonna increase by 1, because we just accessing the text of it, and then we setting equal to current coin. So the current coin, as you can see, is 0. So if we just start our game, so click on this play button in the top in order to play your game. So in this start of the game, we're gonna have 0 coin, so this current coin text just gonna be 0. But once we collect this first coin, you will see the text will change with 1. So the current coin is 0, as you can see this text. And once we collect this one, as soon as we collect it, as you can see, the current coin text just changed it with 1. And we can see in the inspector as well, this text becomes 1 as soon as we collected that coin. And we can check with multiple coins as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on that. And I'm going to duplicate this coin. So let's select the coin, or simply what we can do, we can just move over to this project tab, then assets folder, and then prefabs folder. Basically we need to move over where we just drag it the coin game object. So in my case, I have done in this coin game in this prefabs folder, as you can see, and I have the coin game object over here. So I can just select that coin game object from that folder, and we can just drag it into this scene view right away, or into this hierarchy as well. So I'm gonna drag it into this scene view. Or what else you can do, if I select this coin, I'm gonna delete, you can just select this coin, and you can press down Control D in the hierarchy in order to duplicate. So I'm gonna select my coin game object, and we can press down Control D in order to duplicate. And we're gonna select this move tool from here, and let's move it somewhere over here. Or what you can do, you can just select the coin game object from that folder, and you can just drag it in this scene view right away, or in this hierarchy as well. Now we have 2 coins, as you can see. So as soon as we're gonna collect both of this, you will see the current coin text just gonna be 2, because the current coin just gonna be 2, because we're gonna collect both of this, so that's why. So let's click on this play button, and we setting current coin text dot text equal to our current coin. So we just linking up our current coin with our text, so it's gonna change with our current coin. So let's have a look. So if we collect the first one, we can see current coin is now, and if we collect the second one, we can see current coin is now too. So both of those we collected, and we can see that as well as in the hierarchy. So we can just do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea how you can do it, and how you can link up the text with a integer value as well. Let's set up the game over UI screen. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, we can see that our player game object just getting died. So after that, what we want a game over screen, and we're gonna have retry and the next button. So let's have a look on that first. So if I just take damage from this enemy one fifth time basically, and once this enemy game object loses all of his health, as you can see, we just dying, but we're not doing at all anything. So we need to do, so what we basically want to do, we're gonna create a game over screen. In that, we're gonna have 2 options to do. One will be retry, and other one just gonna be to load up the menu scene. So we're gonna do those things. So let's get out of play mode, and let's go to hierarchy, then canvas game object, and go over to this canvas, right click on it, then create an empty game object first. And we're gonna call this game object to something like game over UI. So let's call it game over UI. And we're gonna select our game object in the underneath canvas, select that, press down F on that in order to focus on that game object. And what we have to do, we need to resize this game object as the size of our canvas. So select the game object first, then go over to inspector, rig transform, click over here, and we're gonna hold down our alt, and then select this bottom right one. As soon as we have chosen, we can see that the game object just gets resized as this as the size of our canvas game object, as you can see, and we are ready to create those things. So we're gonna create a panel first, and in that panel we're gonna create those buttons. So let's select the game over UI game object one more time, right click on it, then go to UI, and then you need to select this panel, and I just scroll down a bit and you're gonna see the panel. So just click on that in order to select the panel, and we're gonna resize the panel something like this much. So we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard and we're gonna resize from center, as you can see. And what we just want to replace this panel with something else, something like a banner. So let's do that. So I'm gonna head over to my project tab, then assets, and then sprites folder I have in my UI folder, and I'm gonna select that. So I have it over here. So let's select that sprite, go over to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor. And what we have to do, we need to if we take a closer look, we can see a little bit blurry. So to just get rid of that, what we have to do, we need to scroll down in the inspector and then choose this filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom. As soon as we click on that apply button, we can see now the blurry is gone, and we can go to that spreadsheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I have the first one, so I'm going to replace this with this sprite. So we're going to select our panel game object in the hierarchy and go over to inspector, then image component, and we're going to replace this source image. As you can see, it says background, so I'm going to replace this with this one. So I'm going to select that sprite, so select that and drag it over to this fill. As soon as we drag it, we can see now it gets changed, but the problem is that it seems transparency. So I'm gonna select my game view once again over here. So what we wanna do to get rid of transparency, we just need to move over to this color fill in this image component. So just click there. In the A channel, you can see this is selected 100. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag it all the way to the right side, or you can just put this value over here 255. So this will be full. And if your seems a little bit weird, so you can just go to image component and then click on the set native size in order to set, but we can see it just gets over here. So now select our panel one more time. Let's go to inspector, rect transform, and we're gonna click over here, hold down all, and we're gonna select this bottom right one, and we're gonna resize this. So let's hold down alt on our keyboard in order to resize it from center, as you can see, and this is fine. And we're gonna move it over to center, something like that. So in this panel, what basically we want, we just want to have a retry button. So if we just click on that retry button, so we're gonna play our game one more time, and we're gonna have another button, and it will be the menu button. So if we click on that menu button, we're gonna load up the menu scene. So we're gonna create two buttons. So let's do that. So let's select the panel game object in the hierarchy, basically underneath your game over UI game object. Right click on the panel and then go to UI and legacy in the bottom, and then choose this button, and we're gonna call this button to something like retry button. So let's call it retry button, sorry, retry button. Let's call it retry button. And what we have to do, we need to increase the button size a little bit up. So let's select the button underneath our panel game object, select the rect tool from here, and we're gonna hold down alt to resize it from center, something like this much, and this seems fine. And also I just want to replace this image with something else. So if we select our retry button, then go over to inspector, then a image component in the bottom, basically scroll down, we can see source image and it says UI sprite. So I'm gonna change with something else. So I will move over to that sprite sheet one more time, and I'm gonna choose a button for that. And I'm not able to see any button, so I'm gonna use another sprite for that. So I will move over to this UI folder in my assets. So make sure you just go to project tab and then head over to assets folder, and I just moved over to this UI folder. So let's select the sprite sheet one more time. Let's select that, go over to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor, and we can see the buttons by now. So what we have to do, if we take a closer look, if your sprite seems blurry, then you can just go over to inspector, scroll down, and then choose this filter mode to point no filter. So I already have done it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my game cube once again, and let's go to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I'm gonna select my retry button underneath my panel game object. So let's select that, and I'm gonna choose a sprite for our button. So I'm gonna choose a different, so I'm gonna find that first. So I have it over here. So let's select the retry button, go over to inspector and scroll down to this image component, and we're gonna select our sprite. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that and drag it over to this source image field in the inspector. As soon as we drag it, we can see the sprite now just get changed with our this sprite. And if it seems if it doesn't seems pretty much cool, then you can just change it as well. So I'm going to select this one instead of this one. So let's select that and drag it over to this source image field, and we can see by now. But the problem is that we're not able to see the text inside of this button. So basically what we have to do, we need to increase our font size of that button. So let's go to that button and then click over here in hierarchy. So make sure you just go to that panel, then retry button, and then click over here to choose the text. So we're going to choose our text. So let's select that, go over to inspector, then scroll down to this text component, and we're gonna increase our font size. So we're gonna make it something like 100, and we're gonna choose font style to bold, and we're gonna change, instead of saying button, we're gonna say something like retry. So we're gonna call say something like retry. I will do all of this in capital letters. So I'm gonna do retry, and also I just want to change this font with something else. So I'm gonna choose monogram. So let's click over here, and I'm gonna choose this one, and let's increase our text a little bit up. So I'm gonna do something like 125, and this pretty much cool by now. And we're gonna have another button. So we're gonna select our button, but before we do, make sure you select your button, then go over to inspector, break transform, click over here, and for this we're gonna choose this bottom one, bottom corner. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see the button is now over here. So we're gonna drag it up somewhere in the Y. Let's put it something like 450. 450 seems pretty much fine. I'm gonna drag it a little bit down, something like 425. And if we try to scale down our screen or scale up, we can see this button and as well as this panels just getting resized as our screen size, as you can see, and the button just staying always over here, no matter how much down scale down our screen or scale up our screen. So basically this is the cool thing. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna duplicate this button. So we're gonna have a menu button as well. So if our player game object click on that menu button, then we're gonna load up our menu scene. So let's select our retry button, and then we're gonna duplicate this one. So let's select the retry button underneath our panel game object in the hierarchy, and then we're gonna press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, and we're gonna move it down something like this much. I guess this is pretty fine. And what are we gonna do now, we're gonna change this retry button. Instead of saying retry button, we're gonna say something like menu button. So let's rename this to menu button. And also we need to change the text inside of this button as well. So let's click over here, and we're gonna select our text, and instead of saying menu retry, we're gonna say something like menu. So let's say menu, and this is fine. So we have two buttons by now. As you can see, we have retry and this menu. So if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to click on these buttons, this retry and this menu button, it will do nothing currently, because we need to hook this button with some certain function. So now if we just go ahead and then click on this retry button, you can see there's nothing happen, as well as this menu button. And we don't want this panel to be activated by default or this game over UI. and we only want to activate this game over UI once our player game object dies. Then we're gonna activate this UI, you can simply say. And we have two options to do, so we can just click on this retry button in order to reload our game scene, as well as we can click on this menu button in order to load up the menu scene. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So, and we also want a text something like over here says game is over, so we're gonna say something like that. So let's get out of play mode and let's go over to this game over UI game object underneath our canvas game object. So basically go over to hierarchy and we're gonna select our panel. So make sure you select the panel, not the game over UI game object. Instead select this panel and we're gonna add up a text something over here says game over. So let's right click on this panel and we're gonna move over to this UI and we're gonna choose a text. So in the bottom we can see legacy and then choose this text, and we can say something like game over text. So we can say something like that, but I'm not gonna do that. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna scale up this text, but before we do, let's go to inspector rect transform and then click over here and we're gonna hold down all and we're gonna select this bottom right one. As soon as we have chosen, we can see the text area just get resized as the size of our panel game object. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna fit inside this area, so we're gonna drag it down. So let's drag it. So we're gonna drag it down over here and let's move this up as well here, and we're gonna move it in the X and to just fit in this area, not in this whole panel. So that's why we just resize that. So make sure you just go over to rect transform first and then click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one and then resize something like this much. And we're not able to see our text because we need to increase our font size. So let's select our text, go over to inspector and we're gonna move over to this text component in the bottom and we're gonna increase our font size. So we're gonna increase something like 100, and now as soon as we have chosen 100 font size, we can able to see the text by now. And also we're gonna choose this font style to bold, and I just want to choose the alignment both of this center, so it's just gonna be in center. So let's click both of this alignment to center. And I also want to change the font, so I'm gonna click over here and I'm gonna choose this monogram, and I want to increase the font size a little bit up, so I'm gonna choose something like 1 to 5. And if you just want to change the color of this font as well, as you can just do that. It's of this text, if you just want to change the color, so just scroll down and then go over to this color field and then click there in order to choose a different color. So I'm going to choose something like this and I'm going to leave that, and instead of saying new text, I'm going to say something like game is over. So I'm going to call it over here something like game over, something like that. Or we can just do it in capitalize later, so it's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna do it capitalize later, and this is seems pretty fine by now, as you can see, and we have done. And make sure you select the game over UI game object, basically the parent one, and then make this one prefab, so you're gonna have the copy and you don't need to work from scratch. So I'm gonna select our game over UI game object underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefab folder in our project tab. So I'm gonna select our game over UI and let's drag it over to this prefab folder in order to make it prefab. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, still this button will do nothing currently because we need to hook this button with some certain function. But before we do, let's have a look on this, if this is working fine, and we can just click on this and it says game over. And by default we want to deactivate this game over, because once our player game object loses all of his health, then we want this game over to be activated. So let's get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our game over UI game object underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy. Select that, go over to inspector and then uncheck. Basically you just deactivating, but once our player game object dies, then we just gonna activate. So we can simply select our game object and we can go to inspector and we can check this, and by default we don't want this to be activated, so that's why we're gonna uncheck. But before we do, let's select the parent game object, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on this apply all. So the changes over here you made in this game over UI, it's gonna be saved into prefab of this game over UI game object as well. So we're gonna select our game over UI game object. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck, basically deactivating by default. But once our player game object loses all of his health, then we're gonna activate this game over UI. And we don't know what game over UI we have done in that game over UI. Let's activate our game over UI. So if I just go and then click on this play button, our player game object just getting died. So after this player game object dies, we just want that game over UI to be activated. But before we do, let's have a look on this. So let's take damage from that enemy game object. So let's do that. So I'm gonna do it. So let's get closer to this enemy. As you can see, as soon as we getting closer, we just taking damage, and once we lose all of our health, we can see that player game object dies. So before it dies, we just want that game over UI to be activated. So let's do that. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and we can press down F in order to focus on that. And if we move to hierarchy, then canvas game object, and then UI elements, and then we can see we have this game over UI. So we need a reference in order to activate this. So we can just select that, and then if we move to inspector in the top right, basically in the inspector right, and then if I check this by manually, we can see we have this game over UI. So what we want, we just want this to be activated. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this game over UI game object, then we can activate that. So let's by default we're gonna deactivate, or we're gonna uncheck that, and let's grab the reference first. So we're gonna open up our player script, or where player is dying. So we're gonna open up that script. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy, and we're gonna open up our player script in the inspector by double clicking on it. So what we need a reference of this game over UI game object. So if we move to canvas, then we can see this game over UI game object. So we need a reference of this game object. So let's move to script, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make it over here, and let's make a public, and that is a game over UI game object itself, a whole game object we can say. So we need a reference, so the type just gonna be game object, and we can call this one to something like game over UI. So I'm gonna call it game over UI, and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see a empty field will say game over UI. It's just gonna appear, underneath our player script. So just wait for to compile. Once it's done, we are ready to grab the reference. As soon as our script gets compiled, we can see underneath our player script game over UI, and it says none game object. So what we basically have to do here, we need to select our game over UI game object whole, select that, and drag it over to this game over UI slot. Now we can see we have the game over UI game object, means we are ready to activate that. So let's open up our player script one more time, and let's head again to our player script. Now we have the reference of this game over UI game object. So we can scroll down, and let's move to our die function, basically where player is dying. So the player is dying over here. So before it dies, or after it dies, what we want, we just want that this game over UI a game object to be activated, and we do know we have the reference, so we can just activate this. To activate, let's go to script, and after printing out message, I'm gonna do, so we will go over to game over UI game object first, and we do know we have the reference, and to activate that we need to use this function. It's called set active, and this function in first bracket, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. So if you just pass true basically means we just activating, basically means we just going over to this game over UI game object, and then we just taking this over here in the inspector, basically means we just setting it to true. And if you just pass false value, so it's basically means deactivating or unchecked. So what we're gonna do in this situation, the game of our player game object dies, so that's why we pass true, basically means we just activating that game over UI, and we can just close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Control S in order to save our script. Now let's move to Unity. So once this player game object loses all of his health, you will see this game over UI just gonna be activate right away, because we just activating. Firstly, we just moving over to this game object and we just using the set active function in order to activate this. So now let's have a look, or let's test it. So we're gonna click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on this. So as soon as our player game object loses all of his health, you will see, or after this player game object dies, that game over UI just gonna be activate right away. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna get closer to this enemy game object, and once we started to taking damage, we can see this player game object just losing all of his health. And once this player game object dies totally, we can see this game over UI now gets activated. And what we have to do now, if we click on this retry button, we just want to load up the game scene, or we just want to load up this sample scene one more time, or we just want to play the game one more time. And once we click on this menu button, then we just want to load up the menu, but we don't have it right now, so we're gonna have to print out some message. And if we just go ahead and then click on this retry button, as you can see, it's not doing anything at all by now. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So if I just go get out of play mode and then go over to this game over UI game object and then click over here, we can see we have the panel in the hierarchy, and we can see we have retry button and this menu button. So let's suppose if we select any button and then go over to inspector, then scroll down, we can see a button component added up to this button. And in this button component over here, if we just scroll down a bit, we can call a function here as well. So we're gonna make two function, for one for our retry button and another for our menu button. So we're gonna make two function for that. But before we do, let's create a script in order to load up the scene. So we're gonna create a separate script. So move, just head over to this project tab, then assets, and then script folder, right click there, then create, and then click on this mono behavior script, or you can just scroll down a bit and then you can just go over to this scripting and choose this mono behavior script, because we're gonna attach this script to any game object of hierarchy, or we can just create a separate game object for that script. And I already have created a scene management script over here, as you can see, and name it to something like scene management or scene management, something like that. And what we have to do now, we need to attach this script to any game object of hierarchy, or we can create a separate game object for this script. So I'm going to create that. So let's move to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Sorry, I just chosen this visual scripting, so I'm gonna delete that. And let's click on this plus icon in order to create a game object, or you can just simply right click on this hierarchy and then create an empty game object. So I'm gonna click on this plus icon and I'm gonna create an empty game object, and I'm gonna name it to something like scene management as the script name. Scene management, sorry, scene management. And let's scene management. So we're going to select our game object scene management, and I'm going to drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. So let's select the scene management game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector transform, right click on it, and then reset the transform. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna attach this script, the scene management, to the scene management game object. So let's select the script from that folder, and let's drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it. And this script just gonna handle which scene to load up. So that's why we just created this scene management script, and this scene management script just gonna take care of which scene to load up. So we're gonna remove this start and update function, we don't need it, and instead we're gonna make some function to load up the game scene as well as the menu scene. But whenever you just working with scene, make sure you just go to top of your class and use this function. It's called using unity engine dot scene management. unity engine unity engine, we need to type unity engine dot scene management and then close that up with semicolon. So make sure you just include this namespace top of your class whenever you're working with scenes. So we're gonna make two function, one for just gonna be our retry button, and another which just gonna be a menu button function. So let's do that. So let's go to a script, and we're gonna make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function through a button. So if I just select my retry button, so let's move over to canvas game object in the hierarchy, then game over UI, and then if I select this retry button, then go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see the button component is attached. So we can call the function over here as well. So that's why we need to make the function public, so we can call this function in this button. So whenever we're gonna click on that button, the function just gonna trigger right away. So that is the thing. So let's go to a script, and we're gonna make this function public, and for function we need to type void, and this function will be for our retry button. So I'm gonna call it something like retry. So let's call it retry button, or name it something like that, then make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to load up the scene which we are currently in. Basically we just want to load up the game scene one more time. And if you just want to see the scene name, then you can just go to hierarchy and scroll in the top. You can see the name of the scene over here, which is sample scene. And if you want to see that scene as well, you can just go to top left file, then builds profile over here, and you can see the scene name by clicking on this open scene list. So we have one scene for now, which is the sample scene, and we can also see the build index of it in the right section as well, which is 0, as you can see. So we can see the name of the scene as well as the build index of it in the right section, which is 0. So let's cut this step, and we know the name of the scene, and we can just see that as well in our hierarchy. So we can see the name of the scene is sample scene. So let's go to script now, and in order to load any scene, what we have to do, we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function. So use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function in brackets, it's gonna take the scene name or the build index of it. So it's using the build index of that scene is 0, as well as the name of the scene is sample scene. So if you just want to put the name of the scene, so you need to do in this quotation. So make sure you just put quotation, and you can just type the name of the scene in between this quotation. So in my case, sample scene. Or what you can simply do, you can just pass the build index right away without quotation, and it's gonna load up the scene. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon as well. Instead, I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, so I'm gonna do in quotation. So the name of the scene was sample scene, so we're gonna pass the name of the scene, which in our case sample scene. And make sure you just typing or spelling it correct as you have done, as you have basically make sure you just type the name of the scene correctly. Make sure you just go to Unity, then top left file, and then build profiles in the bottom, and you can see the name of the scene, and make sure you just spelling it correct, or else you're not gonna able to load that scene. So that's why. So we're gonna move over to Unity, and let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our code. And we also need to call this function, but when we're gonna do, once we click on that retry button, then we're gonna call that retry button function. And what that function is doing, it's just loading up the scene that we want to load up. So in our case, sample scene, as you can see. So let's go to Unity now, and we need to call that function. So let's go over to go a game over UI game object, and let's by default for now we're gonna set it active for testing purposes, and we're gonna select our retry button. So let's select that, go over to inspector, then scroll down, and then click on this button component in the bottom. And over here, what you have to do, you need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting so on. So in my case, this scene management game object, we can see we attach scene management script, and this scene management script we created the retry button function as you seen. So we need to drag the game object of this. Basically we need to drag this in management game object. So we're going to select our retry button, and let's scroll down in the inspector. So we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is attached or is sitting on. So in my case, scene management game object, so I'm gonna select that from that hierarchy, and let's drag it over here. And it says no function, as you can see. So what we need to do, we need to choose the function. So we're gonna click right there, and let's go to scene management script or class. and then we just created the retry function inside that scene management script or scene management class. As you can see, we are able to see it over here as well. So we're gonna choose this function. So whenever we're gonna click on this retry button, that function just gonna trigger basically this retry button. And what we're doing, we just loading up the scene that we want to load up. So in our case, we just loading up the scene in which scene we just currently in. So let's go to Unity now, and by default we're gonna deactivate this game over panel. So let's deactivate that, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on that. So as soon as we're gonna click on that retry button, that retry button function just gonna trigger, and we do know what we're doing inside that function. So let's take a look on this. So we're gonna get closer to this enemy game object, and we started taking damage from this enemy game object. And as soon as we're gonna lose all of our health, we can see this game over UI just gets activated, and we can just click on this retry button in order to load the scene. So as you seen, as soon as we click on that retry button, we just loading up the scene one more time, and you can see in the hierarchy as well. So the name of the scene is sample scene. So we can just take damage from that enemy game object twice as well. So we're gonna take damage from this enemy. So let's take, and as soon as we're gonna click on that retry button, you will able to see that retry, we will load up the scene one more time, and we can see. So let's just get dive from this enemy game object one more time, and we're gonna have a look on that menu button as well. So just wait for to just defeat our player. And if we just go ahead and then click on this menu button, as you can see, we not doing at all we not doing at all anything like that. So once we click on this menu button, what we need to do, we need to load up the menu scene, and we do know that we haven't created the menu scene. So once we click on this menu button, I just want to print out a message in the console says something like menu. So whenever I'm gonna click on this menu button, so we're gonna create another function for this menu button, and we're gonna call the menu button function once we click on this menu button, and that function just gonna do the raise thing. So let's get out of play mode, and let's create another function. So let's select our scene management game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it, and let's create another function. And we also gonna make this function as well public, because we're gonna call this function once we click on that menu button. So I'm gonna create a public, and that for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like menu, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we just want to load up the menu scene, but we do know that we haven't created any next scene or the menu scene yet. For now, I just want to print out a message. Also for printing out message, we're gonna type debug.log in order to print out a message, and make first bracket and quotation. You can just type the message you just want to see in your console tab. So I'm gonna say something like, once I click on that menu button, we're gonna call this menu function, and in this menu function I just want to print out a message something like says menu. So I'm gonna say something like load menu, and then we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And we're gonna hook that menu function with our menu button. So whenever we're gonna click on that menu button, that function just gonna trigger, or we're gonna call this menu function. And what this function is doing, it's just printing out a message in the console says load menu, as you can see. So let's go to Unity now, and we need to hook that function with our menu button. So let's go over to game over UI game object underneath our canvas. Let's click over here to expand, and let's select our menu button, and then make sure you just go to inspector, scroll down, and let's click on this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object in which game object is the script is sitting on. So in our case, this scene management. So I'm gonna select that game object from that hierarchy, and let's drag it right there, and let's click on this no function. Let's go to scene management script or scene management class. In there we created the menu function, as you can see. So we're gonna choose that function once we click on this menu button. So now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, the game just gonna start right away. And once we taking damage from this enemy game object, that game over you is just gonna activate, and once we're gonna click on that menu button, that message should be pop up in the console says menu. So let's take damage from this enemy game object. So we're taking damage, and once this enemy player game object loses all of his health, that game over UI just gets activated. And now if I just click on this menu button, as you can see, as soon as we click on this menu button, a message in the console just printing gets pop-up says load menu. So we can click on this menu button multiple times as well. So we can see multiple times load menu message just getting pop up in the console tab because we just clicking on this menu button. And we do know once we click on that menu button function is calling, sorry, that menu function is just calling, and we can see that as well. So if we select our menu button in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see that we have chosen that condition. So once we click on this menu button, we can see that we just calling the menu function over here in the inspector. So basically that is the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's make this scene management game object a prefab, because we're gonna use this scene management script through another class as well. So that's why we're gonna make this one prefab, and we're gonna have the copy of this. So let's select the scene management game object in the hierarchy, and make sure you just head over to project tab, then assets folder, and we're gonna move over to this prefabs folder. And now we're gonna select our scene management game object in the hierarchy. So let's select that and drag it over to this prefabs folder, and now we just turn it into prefab, and we can just use this scene management game object prefab in another scene as well. So we can just do the thing which we really want to do. So basically that is the thing, that how you can just load up the scene. And make sure you just make this scene management game object as well a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy. We don't have the manu scene yet, so let's create the manu scene, and we're gonna do that. So let's head over to project tab, then assets folder, and then move to the scenes folder, or you can just simply go over to this assets folder as well, but I'm gonna move over to this scenes folder. And in order to create a scene, just right click on that folder, then go to create in the top, and you can see in the scene over here, and then click on this scene, not this scene template, basically click on this scene, and we just creating, and you have to name the scene what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like manu, because this just gonna be the manu scene, and we can just double click on that to move over to that scene. So we're gonna double click on it, and in this scene we can take a look that we only have a main camera, and we can go over to this hierarchy, and we can see the main camera in this game object. So we are ready to create our menu scene. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna drag some background as we have done in our sample scene or the game scene. So make sure you just make those prefab, so you're gonna use that in another scene as well. And I have it in my prefabs folder, so I'm gonna head over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and I can see the background over here. So I'm gonna select that, drag it over to this hierarchy, or you can simply drag it over to this scene view as well. I'm gonna drag it over to this you can say in this hierarchy, and let's select the grid as well. So we're gonna select that from that folder, and we can drag it over here in this hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, we can see by now. And if you just want to make it a zoom out, then you can select your main camera in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, then go to camera component, and then you can just increase this size in order to zoom out. So I'm gonna increase a little bit, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. So let's select the main camera, and let's select this move tool from our scene view, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here, I guess. This should be a perfect place, or we can move in the top as well. So I'm gonna move it something over here, and I'm gonna find a perfect place to move, and I guess this should be pretty fine by moving here. And we're gonna create buttons. So we're gonna have some buttons. Before we create button, we need to create the canvas, we do know, and we need to place all of the UI elements into that canvas, like example for buttons, icon, text, anything like that. So we need to create our canvas first. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Sorry, I have chosen visual scripting one more time, so I'm gonna select that, and let's delete, press down delete. And if you just want to undo anything, you can just simply press down Ctrl Z, Control Z in order to undo anything. So let's create the canvas first. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and then go to UI, and then select this canvas in the bottom, and we can just simply press down, we can select our canvas and we can press down F in order to focus on our canvas. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done in our sample scene. So we're gonna change some setting in this canvas game object. So let's select the canvas game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector and scroll down to this canvas scaler, and we're gonna choose UI scale mode to from this constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and in the X basically width we're gonna make it something like 1920, and in the Y means the height we're gonna make it something like 1080 as we have done in our sample scene or in our game scene. And we are ready to create buttons, but before we do, let's create an empty game object, and we're going to resize that game object as the size of our canvas to just separate or to just keep it clean our all of the things. So we're going to select our canvas and we're going to right click on it, and let's create an empty game object first, and we can call this game object to something like UI. So we're gonna call it manu UI. So let's call it manu UI, and make sure you just go to inspector, rig transform, click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see this game object or this menu UI game object gets resized as the size of our canvas, and now we are ready to create those buttons. So I'm gonna right click on this canvas game object, not this canvas. So basically select your menu UI game object by now, right click on it and then go to UI, and then move over to legacy in the bottom and then choose this button. And I'm gonna call this button to something like play button, because we're gonna have two buttons, one for our play, to play our game, and another just gonna will be for quitting our game. So I'm gonna call this button to something like play button. So let's call it play button, and we're gonna increase the size of this button. So let's select the rect tool from here, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard in order to resize it from center, as you can see. And I just want to change the sprite of this button as well. So what I'm gonna do, so in order to change, we do know we need to move over to this inspector, and if you scroll down you can see a image component attached to this button game object. So what we basically have to do, we need to replace this source image with the sprite we would like to change with. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and I will move over to my UI folder, and I have those buttons. So I'm gonna click over here and I'm gonna choose this sprite. So make sure you select the play button or the button in your hierarchy, then select this UI or the sprite that you would like to change with. So I'm gonna change with this one. So I'm gonna select that and drag it over to this source image field in this image component in your button. So make sure you just do that in the inspector, and as soon as we drag it, we can see that now the sprite just change it with the sprite that we just want. And what we have to do now, we need to increase our text size or the font size we need to increase. So let's click over here in this button in order to select the text. So let's select the text, go over to inspector, scroll down to the text component, and we're gonna make the font size something like 125, and we're gonna make this font style to bold. And I'm gonna change this font with other font. So I'm gonna click over here and let's select this monogram, something like that you would like to change with. And instead of saying button, I'm gonna say something like play. So let's call it play. So this is our play button, and I just want to move this button a little bit up from this. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our button from that hierarchy. So select the button underneath your canvas game object, go over to inspector, rig transform, and click over here, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard, and we're gonna select this top anchor one. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move it down something like this much, and we can just if we just scale down our screen size, we can see this button just getting resized according to our screen size, and it just staying over here all the time. And let's duplicate this button in order to create the exit button or the quit button. But before I do, I just want to make this button a little bit down, this button sprite. So I'm going to select my button from that canvas game object in the hierarchy, and let's scale it down. So we're going to hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center like this. and I guess this is fine. And we can simply just select that button underneath your menu UI game object in the hierarchy, and we're going to duplicate this button in order to create the exit button. So let's select the button first, and we're going to press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, and let's move it down something like this much. And instead of saying play button 1, I'm gonna say exit button. So let's rename this to exit button or quit button. I'm gonna name it to exit button. And we also need to change the text inside of this button as well. Instead of saying play, we're gonna say something like quit or exit. So let's click over here, let's select the text, go over to inspector and then text component, and we're gonna change it to place to exit, something like that. And I'm gonna move this button from this bottom anchor, so that's why we're gonna select our button. So we're gonna choose our exit button, then go over to inspector, rect transform, click over here, and we're gonna hold down all. And for this one, we're gonna choose the bottom anchor, bottom center anchor one. So let's choose that, and we're gonna move it in the Y a little bit up, something this much. So let's move it around 450, and we're gonna move this the top button 450 as well, so minus 450. And we're gonna make spaces between these two buttons, so I'm gonna move the bottom one a little bit down, something like 425, as well as I'm gonna move this one, the top button or display button in the Y minus 425. And now this seems pretty much cool. Or we can just make it a little bit spaces between these buttons, and let's move it up a little bit, something like minus 350, I guess. And this seems fine by now. So what we have to do, we're gonna select our menu UI game object underneath our canvas game object, and we're gonna make this one prefab. So we're gonna have the copy, so we don't need to work from scratch. So let's select the menu UI game object underneath our canvas, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in our project tab. So let's select the button and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder to make it prefab or to just make it copy. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and try to click on this play and exit button, this button will do nothing currently, because we need to hook this button with our function. Like we're gonna create one for our play button and one for this exit button. So if I just click on this play button, as you can see, we're not loading up the game scene or the sample scene in which scene we playing our game. And if we click on this exit button as well doing nothing. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So let's get out of play mode, and we do know we just created a scene management script as well as a scene management game object, and we just created that prefab. So we're going to use the same script, which is our scene management, as we created. So I'm going to move over to this project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder. I can see the scene management game object over here, and in this scene management game object, the scene management script is attached to this game object, and you can see the inspector as well. So that's why we just made that one game object prefab, so we can use this scene management script to from any other scene as well. So we don't need to create one more script in order to load up the scene. So we're gonna select our scene management game object from that folder, and let's drag it over to this hierarchy or into this scene view. I'm gonna drag it over in my hierarchy, and we're gonna open up our scene management script. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make two function, one for display button and one for this exit button. So let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it in the inspector, and let's make two more functions. So I'm gonna go my top up and I'm gonna make it somewhere over here. So let's make, so we're gonna make for our play. So let's make a public, and we need to make it public because we're going to call it through our click event. And for function, we're going to type void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So this function is just going to be for our play button, so I'm going to call it something like play function. So let's call it play, and then make first bracket, or you can simply call it play game. So I'm going to call it something like play game, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we gonna do in order to load up the scene, we do know that we need to use this scene manager. So we're gonna use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function over here in brackets, it's gonna take the scene name as well as it's gonna take the scene name in quotation, or you can simply pass the build index of it instead of the scene name. So make sure you just go to Unity and see the name of the scene. So you can just go to top left file, so just click there, and in the bottom you can see build profile, so just click there, and we can see the name of the scene is sample scene, and we do know this sample scene is the scene that where we playing our game. So I want to load up the scene because in this scene we are playing our game, and we can see the build index of it as well in the right section, which is 0. So we can simply pass the build index of it, which is 0, or we can simply pass this sample scene in our in quotation. So let's cut this on cut this step, and let's go to script now. So we're using this scene manager dot load scene function in order to load up the scene. So in quotation we need to pass the scene of the name of the scene, or you can simply pass the build index of it, but I'm gonna pass the scene of the name in quotation. So make sure you just do it in quotation, and then pass your name of the scene. So in my case, sample scene. So sample scene, and make sure you just spelling it correct, and make sure you also close that up with semicolon, and do it in quotation, not do without this quotation. So do it in quotation, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So now what we have to do, we need to hook this play game function with our play button. Means whenever we're gonna click on that play button, then we're gonna call this play game function. And what this function is doing, it's just loading up the scene that in which scene we playing our game. So in my case, this sample scene. So let's go to script, let's go to Unity now, and we need to hook that play game function with this play button. So let's go to menu UI game object underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy. Let's click over here, and let's choose the play button, then go over to inspector, and then scroll down to this button component, and we need to click on this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on, or the script is attached. So in my case, this scene management. So let's select the scene management game object from that hierarchy and drag it over to this slot, and it says no function. So we're gonna choose the play function for this play button. So just click there, and let's go to scene management script or scene management C# class, and in there we created the play game function, as you can see. So let's choose this play game function for this play button. So now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, and then try to click on this play button, you will see the name, the sample scene just gonna load up, or the scene in which scene we playing our game. So as soon as we're gonna click on this play button, you will see that. So let's click on this play button, and we can see as soon as we click, we just moved over to the we just move it over to sample scene, and we can see the name of the scene as well by moving over to hierarchy, and we can see that's the name of the scene over here, which is sample scene, as you can see. So we're just playing fine. So let's get out of play mode, and now what we have to do, we need to load up this manu scene as well. So if I just move over to my sample scene, so let's head over to this project tab, assets, and then scenes folder. And if I to go that scene, or if you just want to move over to the scene in which scene you just playing your game, so double click on that scene. So you're gonna move over, and it says that have been modified, means whatever changes you made in this menu scene, if you just want to save, you can just click on the save. So you will move over to sample scene, and the changes you made in this menu scene, it's just gonna be saved. So that's why I'm gonna click on the save button. So the changes is gonna be saved, or whatever changes I made into that menu scene, it's gonna be saved. So we do know in this sample scene, once this player game object dies, we can see a game over UI, and we do know once we click on that menu button, we just printing out a message. And instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to load up our menu scene. So let's go to scene management script, because in this script, or this or in this game object we're doing. So let's open up the scene management script in the inspector by double clicking on it, and let's move over to menu function, where we basically printing out message. So let's go to that line of code, and we can see over here. So once we click on that menu button, we just calling the menu function, and what menu function is doing, it's just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, what we basically want to do, we just want to load up the menu scene. So in order to load up the manu scene, we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function. So I'm going to use this function, and we do know that this function over here in brackets in quotation, it's going to take the scene name, or we can simply pass the build index of it. And if you just want to we do know that we haven't bracket the scene yet, which is the manu. So what we need to do, we need to move over to Unity, and in the top left file, so just go there and basically click on this file in the top left, and then click on this build profiles, and we can see this scene list over here, but we're not able to see the manu scene in our scene list. So what we basically have to do, we need to drag it over in our scene list. So we can just click on this add open scenes in order to add the scenes, and we can just click on this. So what we have to do now, we need to drag the scene. So in our case, we're gonna drag our manu scene because we just want to load up the manu scene. And make sure you just go to this scene list, and then the scene is over here. If it's not, then you're not gonna able to load up the scene. So we will move over to our project tab, then assets folder, and then this scenes folder, and we can see we have the manu scene over here. So I'm gonna select that scene, so select that and drag it over to this scenes list. So just drag it over here, and make sure if the manu scene is as well over here in this scene list. So make sure you just drag it over here, else you're not gonna able to load up the scene that you really want to load up. So make sure, and I'm gonna drag my this manu scene in top of this sample scene, because this one should be the default one, or this one should be the first scene that when we open up our game, this scene should be the manu one should be the default one. So that's why. And now we can see we have the manu scene as well in our scene list. So we can just cut this tab, and we can just go to that line of code, and we can see scene manager dot load scene. So we need to pass the name of the scene out in quotation, or we can just simply pass the build index of it as well. So we have seen that build index is 0, but I'm gonna pass the name of the scene in quotation. So I'm gonna pass in quotation manu. So make sure you just type the scene name perfectly, or words should be perfect, or no, there should not be any mistake. So make sure you just take one more time and close that up with semicolon. So once we click on that manu button, then we just calling the manu function, and what this function is doing, it's just loading up the scene that we want to load up. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now let's move over to Unity. So once we click on that menu button, you will see we will load up the menu scene, because once we click on that menu button, then we just calling the menu function, and menu function right now it's just loading up the scene that we want to load up. So in our case menu, so let's have a look on that. So if I just click on this play button in the top, and this player game object dies, that game over UI just gonna be active, and once we click on that menu scene, we just gonna load up the menu scene right away. Sorry, once we click on that menu button, we're gonna load up the menu scene. So let's take damage from our enemy game object. From this enemy game object, let's take 5 times from damage from this enemy game object. And once we loses all of our health, we can see this game over UI just gets activated. And now if we just click on this menu button, you will see we will load up the menu scene right away. So let's click on this, and as soon as we click, we can see we just loaded up the menu scene, as well as we can just move over to the hierarchy, and we can see the name of the scene in top of our hierarchy, which says menu. So we just loading up the menu scene by now. And we also need to work with this exit button. So once we click on this exit button, we need to quit our application, or we need to exit our application. So let's get out of play mode by clicking on this play button in the top, and let's move over to menu scene by now. So let's go to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, basically where you created the scene. Just go there, and we're gonna double click on this menu scene in order to move over to this menu scene. And now we have to do with this exit button. So let's make a exit function for this exit button. So we're going to select our scene management game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it in the inspector. So let's make another function for our exit button. So we're gonna do it somewhere over here. So let's make a public, and for function we're going to type void, and make sure you just making this function public, because we're going to call this function through a button. So that's why, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So this will be exit function, so we're going to call it something like exit. So let's call it exit. exit game or quit game, and then make first bracket and some curly brackets. So in order to exit our game, we need to use application dot quit function, but in Unity editor it's not gonna exit at all. So if you just click on this exit button, it's not gonna exit your game in Unity editor. But once you made the application totally and then click on this exit button, then it's gonna quit your application or it's gonna exit. But if it's perfectly working or not, we're gonna print out a message. So we're gonna use debug.load function in order to print out a message, and in order to exit the game we need to use this function. So let's move to script, and we're gonna use this application.quit function. So make sure you just doing as I did over here. So do the same thing, which is application.quit and then make first bracket and then some curly brackets. So close that up with semicolon. So this application.quit function, it's gonna quit our application or it's gonna exit our application. But in Unity editor it's not gonna happen. But once you made the build or you just make the game completely, then click on this exit button, it's gonna exit. But if it's working or not in Unity editor, we're gonna print out a message for that. So we're gonna type something like, so let's type debug.log in order to print out a message, and in quotation we're gonna say something like quit application. So let's call it let's print out quit application, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our code, and let's move to Unity now. So what we have to do by now, we need to hook this exit button function exit game function with our exit button. So whenever we're gonna click on that exit button, then we're gonna call the exit game function, and we do know what we're doing inside that function. So let's go to hierarchy, then canvas, and let's go to menu UI game object, and let's choose this exit button. So we need to hook this exit button with our exit game function. So let's select the exit button function, then go over to inspector in the right, and then scroll down, and we need to scroll down to this button component. So over here we need to call the function. So we have to click on this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object, in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this scene management. So we're going to select our scene management game object from this hierarchy, and let's drag it right there, and it says no function. So let's choose the exit game function. So let's click there, and we're going to move over to scene management script or scene management C# class, and in there we created the exit game function, as you can see. So we're going to choose this exit game function, and now whenever we're going to click on this exit button, that message just going to pop up in our console tab. So we're going to select our console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on that. So whenever we goes to click on this exit button, that message just gonna pop up, or that message that exit game function just gonna call, and we do know what we're doing inside that function. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this exit button, as you can see, as soon as we click on that exit button, we can see a message just gets pop up in the console, says quit application, and we can just click on this exit button multiple times, and multiple times the message getting pop up as well in our console tab. But as you can see, it's not quitting our application, or we not getting out our Unity editor. But once you make the application completely, and then you can and then click on this exit button, then it at that moment it's gonna quit your application. So basically this is the thing that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to parent game object. So in our case this menu UI, so we will go over to that, and then go over to inspector in the right, and then go over to this overrides, and click on this apply all. So the changes you made in this menu UI game object in hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into this menu UI game object prefab as well. So basically that is the thing, and I'm gonna clear the console as well. Let's make our game victory scene. So in order to create basically make that, let's head over to our sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. So let's go to project tab, then assets, and then scenes folder, and I'm gonna double click on this sample scene in order to move to that scene. So let's double click on it, And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create a flags over here, and if this player game object just collide with that flag or just trigger with that flag, then we just want to load up our game victory sim. So we're gonna create it later. For now, let's deal with this. So I have my flag sprite, so I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets folder, and then sprites folder. I have the sprite sheet over here. Of course, I will give a link in the description. You can go and check that out. So let's select that sprite sheet, then go over to inspector, and then click on this open sprite editor. And if we just scroll our mouse in order to look to zoom in, we can see it just seems a little bit blurry. So what we're gonna do to get rid of blurry, we need to choose point no filter. So let's go to inspector, and then in the bottom scroll down filter mode, it says bilinear. So we're gonna choose point no filter to get rid of blurry, and let's click on this apply button in the bottom, and we are ready to split individually. So let's go to sprite editor tab. You can see slice in the top left, so just click there and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So we can see one row and we have 5 columns, so I'm gonna put 5 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor tab, and I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprite. And I'm gonna select my first one, so let's select that, or you can select any of them and then drag it over to this scene view or in this hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it over to my scene view, and as you can see, as soon as we drag it, it seems too much small, so we need to make it bigger. So what we basically have to do, we need to select the sprite sheet from that folder. So select that, go over to inspector, and then make this pixel per unit number a less pixel size. We do know that this just gonna be big in size, so we're gonna make it something around 16 this pixel per unit. And let's just scroll down, and then we're gonna click on this apply button in order to apply that. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna move it a little bit up. So firstly, I'm gonna select my this you can say this flag game object from our hierarchy, and I'm gonna drag it in top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And I'm gonna name it to something like, instead of saying flag animation, I'm gonna say it flag. So let's call it flag, and we're gonna move it somewhere. So let's select the move tool from this scene view, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. And we can see now this is fine. At what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make our animation, and we do know that in order to make the animation pretty much fast way, so we need to select all of this individual sprite. So by holding down shift and then drag it over to this flag game object in the top of this flag game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will move over to this assets folder, and we do know in assets folder we created this animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and we also created a items animation subfolder, as you can see. So we're gonna place this animation into that subfolder. So we're gonna open up that subfolder by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna name this animation clip to something like flag idle, or we can simply name it to flag, but I'm gonna call it something like flag underscore idle, flag underscore idle, or let's call flag stand. So I'm gonna name it to flag something like, I'm gonna leave it like that, and let's click on this save button in order to make the animation right away. And now if we select our flag game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can see the flag is just getting affected with wind. So it's just moving up and down a little bit. So basically it just doing that. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add some components to the this flag. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body, and we will set it to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's do that. So we're gonna select our flag game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add a rigid body 2D. So we're gonna find the component by typing name of the component, and let's attach that. And we're gonna set the gravity scale. So let's go to body type, and we're gonna set it to kinematic, and collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, and you can choose interpolate to interpolate, or you can just leave it to none, but I'm gonna choose interpolate to just make it a little bit smooth. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add one more component to this flag, and that will be a polygon collider 2D. for collision detection, and we're gonna check the is trigger box. So let's select the flag game object in the hierarchy one more time, go over to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add a polygon collider 2D, something like that, to fit this flag perfectly. And we can just click on this edit collider in order to edit our collider. So we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our sprite. So let's make that. So let's make it something like this much, and you can add any collider 2D you like. It's basically totally up to you, but make sure it just fit our sprite perfectly, and that's it. And we're gonna make this much, and this should be rectangle, I guess, and this is okay. And we can just move this one up a little bit, and this seems pretty much fine. And make sure you just go to each trigger box in this polygon collider 2D or any collider that you attach. Just go to each trigger and then check this, so it's not gonna register our player to just pass through this flag. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna assign this flag as a flag tag. So in order to do that, make sure you select the flag game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and tag you see and tag. So just click there and then click on this add tag, and we're gonna add a tag for this flag. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna name the tag what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like flag, and then click on this save button. Make sure you just go to that or select the flag game object one more time in the hierarchy, then go to inspector and tag. We're gonna assign it as a flag which we recently name it. So I just recently name it its flag, and now we assign it this flag game object as a flag tag. And let's make this flag game object a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy. So let's select the flag game object in the hierarchy, and we're gonna drag it over to this prefabs folder in this assets folder in our project tab. Now we just made a copy of that, and let's check. So I'm gonna drag my player game object somewhere over here to just check it right away, or to test it right away. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool from here, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here in order to check that right away. So I'm gonna move it something like this much, and this is great. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna open up our player script in order to check what we trigger it with. So let's select your player game object in the hierarchy and open up the player script. Or what else you can do, you can create a separate script as well for collision detection if you want. So basically select the player game object in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, and then click on this add component, and then click on this new script, and then name the script what you want, something like player collision you can name it, and then create and add. I'm gonna do inside this player script, so that's why I'm not gonna create another script for collision detection. So let's select so we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it over here, and let's use this on trigger enter to the function. And we do know this function get trigger when we trigger with something, and you can just ignore this thing over here. So you can just ignore that, and we're gonna use this function. So this, and make sure you just type as I did over here, else it will not gonna work, because this is Unity callback function. Means this function will automatically get called by Unity once we trigger with something. So let's suppose we trigger with this flag game object, then this function over here it's just gonna get called, and we can extract info what we trigger it with by going over to this collision parameter. Something like we can extract info name of the game object, any component that we're looking for, anything like that. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check over here. So let's go to bottom in this on trigger. You can do it in the top as well, but I'm gonna do in the bottom somewhere over here. So what I'm gonna do now, we're gonna check if, so make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, I want to check if we trigger with this flag game object, and we want to check if this flag game object has a tag called has a tag called flag. And we do know that we assigned this flag game object as a flag tag, as you can see in the inspector. Then what we want, then we just want to load up the game victory scene. So for now we're gonna print out a message, and later on we can just do that thing. So let's go to script, and over here I'm gonna check. So we will go to collision dot game objects. So basically we're just taking this collision parameter in order to check. So we're gonna check if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to flag. If that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So collision dot game object basically means the game object we trigger it with. So if this player game object trigger it with this flag, basically means this collision dot game object is now this flag game object, and we just going over to this flag game object, and we can see that we just accessing the tag of that game object. So we basically accessing the tag of this flag game object, and we checking if the tag is equals to flag, as you can see. And we do know that if we trigger with this flag game object, and we just accessing the tag of that flag, and we checking if the tag is equals to our flag, and we do know once we trigger, so this is our flag game object, and we just triggering with that. As you can see, we assigned this flag as a flag tag. So definitely we're gonna collide with this flag game object. Means what we need to do right now, we need to load our game over game victory scene. So for now, let's print out a message in the console, says something like we own the game, or victory, something like that. And later on we're gonna create a game victory scene. Then we're gonna load that up. For now, let's do this thing. So over here we checking collision dot game object basically means over here the flag game object, and we accessing the tag of that flag game object, and we checking if the tag is equals to flag. As you can see, means we definitely gonna trigger with that flag game object. So what we need to do now, we need to load up the game victory scene. So for now, we're gonna print out a message. So we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out a message, and we're gonna say something like, so make first bracket in quotation. You can just write whatever message you just want to say. I'm gonna say something like load victory scene. So I'm gonna say load victory scene, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move to Unity. So we definitely gonna trigger with this flag game object. So firstly we checking the tag of the flag this flag game object, and we just comparing, or we checking if that tag is equals to flag. If that is the case, means we just printing out a message in the console says load victory scene, or load victory. As you can see, we just did over here. So let's go to script now, and let's have a look on this. So let's give it a moment to compile our script. So I'm going to select my console tab, and let's click on this clear to clear. And now we're going to click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's trigger with this flag game object. And make sure you just take the is trigger box to true in this flag game object you have done. So make sure you just do that, and let's trigger with this flag game object. So now if I just trigger with this flag, and as you can see, as soon as we triggering with this flag game object, we can see a message in the console just popping up says load factory scene, load factory scenes. As you can see, we do know as soon as we're gonna trigger with this flag game object, we just printing out a message in the console says load victory scene, as you can see. So instead of printing out message saying something like load victory scene, we just want to load up the victory scene. But before we load up, we need to create that. So let's get out of play mode, and let's create that victory scene. And we do know that how we can create the victory scene. So let's go to project tab for that, and then assets folder, and we're gonna move over to this scenes folder. So what we can do, we can simply right click, then create, and then we can just scroll down a bit into this scene section, and we can just click on this scene in order to create the scene. But I'm not gonna do that. Instead, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate this menu scene. And we do know in menu scene we have some option. If I just go move over to this menu scene by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna click on this save button in order to save whatever changes I made in the game scene or in sample scene, it's gonna be saved. And I want to just save those things, so that's why I'm gonna click on this save. And as soon as we click, we just moved over to this menu scene. So I'm gonna just duplicate this scene, and I'm gonna create a victory scene. So let's duplicate this scene. So make sure you select the scene first, and then press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate. And the duplicate one, I'm gonna name it something like victory scene. So I'm gonna select that. Let's right click on it, and then click on this rename, and I'm gonna call it victory, something like that. And let's double click on this victory scene in order to move over to this victory scene. So I'm gonna double click on it, and what I want in this victory scene, I don't want this play button. I'm gonna say something like game we got the victory, something like I'm gonna say. and this over here I just want to change this exit button with menu. So if I just click on that menu scene, so we're gonna move over to, sorry, if I just click on that menu button, then we're gonna move over to menu, and we'll also gonna have a next button, something like that. If we just click on that next button, we're gonna load up the next scene or the next level, but it's totally up to you what you want. So I'm gonna replace this button. So let's go to hierarchy for that, and let's move over to canvas game object. In our hierarchy, let's go to menu UI, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say just remove that, or what we can simply do, we can just duplicate. But instead of doing what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my menu game object and I'm gonna delete that. And let's select the canvas game object in our hierarchy, and we can simply press down F in order to focus on it. And we're gonna create two buttons. One will be menu and one, and other one just gonna be the next one, or say simply say next. So if we just click on that button, we need to load up the next level, but we don't have, so we're gonna print out a message for now. So let's create those button before we do this thing. So let's select our canvas game object first, and let's create an empty game object first. So let's right click on this canvas game object in the hierarchy. Let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like UI. So let's call it UI, something like that. And make sure you just go to inspector, rect transform, and click over here, hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see this UI game object gets resized as the size of our canvas, and we are ready to create those button by now. So let's right click on this UI game object, then go to UI and then legacy in the bottom, and then choose this button, and we're gonna call this button something like, so this will be our you can simply say menu button. So we're gonna call it menu button. So let's call it menu button, and we just want to increase this button. So let's select the menu button and select the rect tool from here, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard in order to resize it from center. And we're gonna do the same thing as we have done menu button, or in this menu scene. So we're gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna just skip ahead, or I'm gonna make this fast forward. Menu button, so this will be menu, and you can just skip this part if you want. So I'm gonna make 125, 100, and font style, let's set it to bold, and we're gonna choose monogram, and I just want to change the sprite. Let's go to sprites folder, then UI, and let's select the menu button, and let's drag it this. We can see menu, and let's drag it down somewhere over here, and let's duplicate this button by Control D, and let's move it down, and this will be the next button. So we're gonna call it next button, and let's change the text inside of this button as well to next. And this I'm gonna make it in capitalized letters, so I'm gonna change this text to menu, and this seems pretty fine. And let's add up a text as well and say something like game victory. So let's select the UI, let's right click on it, and let's go to UI and legacy in the bottom, and then choose this text, and I'm gonna move this text in the top bar. So let's go to inspector, transform, click over here, we're gonna hold down all, and we're gonna select this top right one, and we're gonna move a little bit down, and this seems pretty much awesome. And I'm gonna increase the font size with something like 125. Let's alignment, I'm gonna set both of the center bold, and I'm gonna change the color as well, and also I want to change the font color, and I'm gonna say something like game victory. So let's say game victory, sorry, this should be victory, victory, game victory. And this seems, I'm gonna increase the text size, so I'm gonna make it something around 150, and this seems pretty much cool. And let's make this UI game object as a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy. So let's select the UI game object in our hierarchy and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder to make it a prefab. And we have this game victory scene, as you can see by now. And what we're gonna do now, so once our player game object just trigger with that flag, then we're gonna load up this game victory scene. So let's move over to our sample scene by now. So let's move over to project tab first, then assets, and then scenes folder, and let's double click on this sample scene in order to move over to this scenes. And let's click on this save button in order to save whatever changes we made into that victory scene. And now we are ready to load up the victory scenes because we have. And make sure you just go to top left file and then build profile in the bottom, click there. And you also need to drag this victory scene over here in scenes list. So you're gonna be somewhere in this windows, so just click on this open scene list and you need to drag the scene over here. So make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna select our victory scene from this scenes folder and we're gonna drag it over here in scenes list. So make sure you just do that, else you're not gonna able to load up this scenes. And we can see we now drag it, and we can see also see the build index in the right section, which is 2, and the name of the scene is victory. So let's cut this step by now and let's open up the player script or where we triggering with this flag. So we're gonna open that line of code so we have done in our player script. So let's open that up quickly. And now what we're doing, as you can see, we just printing out a message. And in order so we're not gonna print out message, instead we're gonna use scene manager dot load scene function in order to load the scene. And make sure you before you load up, and basically you need to go to top of your class, and include this namespace called using Unity engine dot scene management, and then close that up with semicolon. So make sure you just include this namespace in top of your class, says using Unity engine dot scene management. So whenever you working with scenes, so make sure you just include this. And we're gonna move over to that line of code where we just triggering with that flag, so over here. So let's use the function in order to load the scene. So we're gonna use this scene manager dot load scene function in order to load up the scene, and in brackets it's gonna take the scene name in quotation, or you can simply pass the build index of it, but I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, so I'm gonna do inside this quotation. So make sure you just do in between this quotation, and we need to pass this scene name, so in my case which is victory. And make sure you just spelling it correct. So just go over to Unity and see the scene name and spell it correct, which is victory, I can see over here. So let's pass victory, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So whenever we're gonna trigger with this flag, we will move over to this victory scene because we're doing inside that line of code once we trigger with this flag. So let's have a look on this. We need to wait a little bit a moment, or we just need to give little bit time to compile our script, and once it's done we are ready to do that. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's trigger with this flag game object. And as soon as we're gonna track just gonna trigger with this flag, you will see we will move over to this victory scene. So just let's have a look on this. So now if I just trigger or collide with this flag, and as soon as we trigger or collided with the flag, as you can see, we just loaded up our victory scene, and we can see that as well in our hierarchy, and we can see the name of the scene is victory. So now if I just click on this menu button, we're not able to move over to our menu scene. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So if I just click on this next button, then we're gonna load up the next level, but I don't have it. So I'm gonna print out a message in the console, something like that. So once we click on this menu button, then we're gonna load up our menu scene. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to this factory scene. And we do know that we just created a prefab of that scene management. So we're going to use the same script one more time in order to load up the manu scene, as well as just going over to next level. So let's move over to factory scene first by double clicking on it. and let's drag the scene management script over here in our hierarchy. And we do know that scene management script is attached to our scene management game object, so we need to drag the game object in our hierarchy. So let's go to project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and I can see the scene management game object over here. And in this game object the script is attached scene management, so that's why I'm gonna select this scene management game object and let's drag it over to this hierarchy, or you can simply drag it over to this scene view as well, and you can just press down F in order to focus that. And I can see already a scene management script, basically a game object there, so I'm not gonna drag it one more time. So I'm gonna select this one which I recently tried it, and I'm gonna press down delete in order to delete that. So we have the menu function, we do know, and that menu function just loading up the scene, which is the menu scene. So we're gonna use the same function in order to hook this, we're gonna hook that function with our menu button. So once we're gonna click on this menu button, we will load up our menu scene. So let's select this menu button first. So let's go to canvas in our hierarchy, and let's go to UI game object, and let's select the menu button. Let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna scroll down to this button component, and let's click on this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is attached. So in our case scene management, so we're gonna select the scene management game object from that hierarchy, and let's drag it over here, and it says no function. So just click there, and we're gonna move over to scene management script or scene management C# class, and in there we created a function called menu, as you can see. So we're gonna choose this menu function because once we click on this menu button, then we're gonna trigger that menu function, and we do know what we're doing inside that menu function. So if I just open up the scene management script, we can see over here the menu function, and what menu function is doing, it's just loading up the menu scene, as you can see over here. So it's just doing that thing. So let's go to Unity now. If I just click on this play button in the top and try to click on this menu button, you will see we're gonna load up our menu scene because we just hooking that function with our menu button. So whenever we're gonna click on this menu button, that function just gonna trigger, and we do know what we're doing inside that function. So if I just go ahead and then click on this menu button, as you can see, as soon as we click on that menu button, we just loading up the menu scene, as you can see. So we also need to hook that next button with our next function. So let's get out of play mode, and we do know that we don't have any next level or level 2, so we're gonna print out a message for that. So we're gonna just want to print out, so let's create a next function, and we're gonna hook that function with this next button. So whenever we're gonna click on this next button, then we're gonna trigger that function. So let's open up our scene management script, and let's make a next function for that next button, and I'm gonna do it somewhere over here. And make sure you just making that function public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like next, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, if you have a next level, then you can just use this scene manager dot load scene function in order to load up the level 2 scene. If you just want to do, you can just pass the name of the scene in quotation, but I don't have it, so that's why I'm just gonna print out a message only in the console. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log. So let's type debug.log and make first bracket, and in quotation you can just print out the message you just want to see. So I'm gonna say something like load next level, something like that. I just want to print out message load next level, we're gonna say something like that. So let's see that, let's do it, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So we need to hook that next button with our next function. So whenever we're gonna click on this next button, that function just gonna trigger, and what that function is really doing is just printing out a message in the console says load next level. So let's select our next button. So let's go to hierarchy, then canvas, and let's go to UI game object, then next button. So let's choose the next button in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector in the right, then scroll down, and we're gonna click on this plus icon in order to call the function here. So let's select the scene management game object right there, and it says no function. Just click there, and let's go to scene management script or scene management C# class, and in there we created the next button, as you can see, sorry, next function, and we can see that over here as well. So we're gonna choose that function. So whenever we're gonna click on this next button, we will able to see that next function just gonna trigger. And what we're doing inside that next function, we're just printing out a message in the console says load next level, as you can see. So let's go to Unity now, and make sure you select the console tab from here, or you can select the console tab anywhere, and then click on this play button in the top to play the game. And let's have a look on this. So whenever we're gonna click on this next button, that next function just gonna trigger, and what we're doing inside that function, we're just printing out a message in the console says next. So if I just go ahead and then click on this next button, as soon as we click on this next button, we can see a message just gets pop up in the console says load next level. So if you have any level 2, then you can just use the scene manager dot load scene function in order to load the scene, and you can just pass the name of the scene in quotation, or you can simply pass the build index of it as well. I hope you get the idea of this. And if I just click on this menu, we can see we just going over to menu, and we can just click on this play button in order to play our game. And once we trigger with this flag, we will move over to that game victory. So let's have a look on this. So I'm going to trigger with this flag, and as soon as we trigger it or collide it with that flag, we can see we just load it over to this game victory. And we can see the name of the scene as well by moving over to this hierarchy tab, and we can see the name of the scene over here. So this is cool. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and by default I'm gonna move over to mano scene, because that's just gonna be the default one. Once our player game object open up the game for the first time, then mano scene just gonna be the default one, because over here we have the over there we have the play button. So player can choose if the player want to play the game or not. So let's move over to mano scene. So let's go to project tab first, and then assets folder, then scenes folder, and let's double click on this menu in order to move. And I'm gonna click on this save button. So the changes I made in this victory scene will be saved, and then after it's just gonna move over to this menu scene. So let's click on this save, and I want to save, so that's why I just click on that save button. Let's add audio to our game. So I'm gonna move over to my sample scene. So let's head over to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, and let's double click on this sample scene, or the scene in which scene you just playing your game. Go there. So I'm gonna move over to my sample scene. So let's double click on it in order to move to that scene. So we're gonna add sounds. But before you add sounds, make sure you just you need to move over to this hierarchy, and select the main camera in the hierarchy, and go over to inspector, and then make sure this audio listener component is attached to this main camera. So make sure you just check that. If it's not, then click on this add component, and you can find the component by typing name of the component. So in our case, audio listener, as soon as we type, we can see that's pop up. So why this component is need to attach, because this is like our microphone. So it's gonna take the sound from sources, and then it's gonna play the sound. So that's why this audio listener component is always attached to this main camera. And I'm gonna drag my main camera in the top of my hierarchy, so I can see all the time. So make sure that audio listener component is attached to this main camera. And what we have to do now, in order to play a sound, we're going to create an empty game object first, or you can just do it any game object in your hierarchy. You can just go ahead and do that. But for me, I'm going to create an empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then create an empty game object. And I'm going to name this game object to something like audio audio, something like that. I'm gonna name it, and let's drag it top up in our hierarchy, so we can see all the time. and then go over to inspector, transform, right click, and then reset the transform. And in order to play a sound, we need to attach a audio source component. So I'm going to select my audio game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector, click on this add component, and I'm going to add a audio source component. So just click on this cut over here, then go over to this audio, and you need to find the audio source. So we can see in the bottom, or we can simply click on this add component, and we can find the component by typing name of the component. So in our case, audio source, and we're gonna attach that. And as soon as we attach, we can see we have so many attributes over here. So first thing, it's gonna take the audio resource, basically the clip that you want to play. So we're gonna drag a clip over here, and I have those sounds. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets, and then my audio folder. And let's suppose I just want to play the shooting one or the collected one. So let's suppose I'm gonna drag the shoot. So let's select, make sure you select the clip and drag it over here in audio source component, says audio resource slot. So just drag it right there. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to hear the sound right away the game start. So just wait, you will able to hear that once the game start. So as soon as the game start, we able to hear the sound clip. So we don't want to play that clip as soon as the game start, because we want to play once we attack something like that, or once enemy just take damage, something like that. So let's get out of play mode. So in order to just prevent that, what you have to do, you need to go over to this audio source, and you need to uncheck this play on away. If we just uncheck and then go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will not gonna able to hear that sound right after the game start. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, you gonna able not gonna able to hear that. So as soon as the game start, now we're not able to hear that sound. So we can get out of play mode, and let's add up some other sound like the music. And you can just go over to this audio source, and you can check this loop. So let's add a theme to our game. So I'm gonna click my or I'm gonna create an empty game object for my theme. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object. And I'm gonna name this game object to something like theme. And let's go to inspector, transform, right click and reset the transform. And I'm gonna select my theme game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's add a audio source component to this theme game object as well, in order to play our theme or the music. So let's click on this add component in the inspector, and we're going to add a another audio source component. And what we have to do now, we need to drag the clip over here, that the clip that we want to play. So I'm gonna select my theme, so I can, so I'm gonna choose this one. So let's select the theme game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this theme, or this clip. Select that, and drag it over to this audio resource. So you just need to drag the clip over here, and we're gonna leave this play on away. Why? Because we just want to play the theme or the music right after the game starts. So that's why we're gonna leave that display on awake, as well as we're gonna check this loop time. Why? Because we want to play the music in loop. So that's why we're gonna check. And for other sounds as like attacking, collecting coins, we're not gonna loop that, as well as we're not gonna play that those clips right after the game start. So that's why we're gonna uncheck. But for this theme or this music, we're gonna leave this. And also we need to check this loop time or this loop, because we just want to play our theme in loop. So that's why. And we can just play around with this volume and these properties. And if you just drag this spatial blind to the 3D, the sound just gonna work in 3D. So basically our game is a 2D game, so that's why I'm not gonna drag this spatial blind to 3D, and I'm gonna leave it to 2D. And that's it. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, right after the game start, you will able to hear the theme or the music of that we just recently dragged. So you're gonna hear that. and as soon as the game started, we able to hear the music. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to play some other sounds, sound like attacking. So I had this shoot. I don't want this shoot to be, and also we need to play this jump, then explosion, and then collect. So we need to play this sound. Sorry, I'm gonna rename this jump one to something like attack. So I'm gonna right click on that clip, and let's click on this rename in the top, and I'm gonna rename to this one something like attack. So whenever player just gonna attack, we're gonna play this sound clip. And let's select the audio game object in the hierarchy. Let's go to audio source component in the inspector, and I'm gonna replace this clip with this attack sound clip. So I'm gonna select that clip from that folder, and let's drag it over to this slot says audio resource. And now what we need a basically we need a reference of this audio source of this attack clip in order to play this attack clip sound. But when we should play this attack clip sound, once this player a game object plays attack animation, or once we attack we want to play this attack clip. So what we need a reference. So we're going to create a script in order to play this sound clip. So we're going to create a script. So let's head over to project tab, then assets, and then folder, or you can just move over to this assets folder in project tab, right click there, then create, and then click on this mono behavior script, because we're gonna attach this script to our game object. Or you can just simply head over to that scripts folder, right click, then create, and then create a mono behavior script. And I have that script over here, sound manager. I already created that. So you can just name it to something like sound manager, or you can name it to something like audio manager. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna attach this script to this audio game object in a hierarchy, or you can attach this script to any game object you like. You can attach it to this main camera as well, but I'm gonna do inside this audio game object. So I'm gonna select my audio game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the sound manager script, and let's drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and we can open up that script quickly. So we can just double click on it to open that up. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna remove this start and update function. We don't need. Instead we need a reference of this audio source. So if I select my audio game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, we need a reference of this audio source component, then we can just play this attack clip. So we need a reference of this audio source component. So let's move over to script, and let's grab the reference first. So I'm gonna make a public. So make it public so you can adjust it through inspector. And the component we're looking for is a audio source. So we're gonna type audio source, and we're gonna call it something like audio source, or we can simply call this attack audio source. Let's call it attack audio source, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our code, and let's move over to Unity. So underneath our sound manager script, we're gonna see an empty field says audio source, basically attack audio source. So what we need to do right there, we need to drag this audio source this component into that slot. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we will able to do that. So now as soon as the script gets compiled, we can see sound manager script a field just pops up says attack audio source, and it says non audio source. So what we basically have to do, we need to take this audio source, basically take this attack audio source and drag it right there into that slot. Now we can see we have the audio source component, as you can see, and we are ready to play this clip. So let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and let's make a function in order to play that auto attack audio source clip. So we're gonna make a function, and we're gonna make it public because we're gonna call this function through another script or through another C# script. So and for function we're gonna type void, and we can call this one something like play. So let's call it play attack sound, something like that. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do over here, we need to play the clip. So firstly we need to move over to this attack audio source. So let's go there, attack audio source, and then we're gonna use this dot play function in order to play the clip, and then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So we just moving over to attack audio source, as you can see, and then we using this play function in order to play the clip. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this audio source component, this audio source in the inspector we can see, and then we just playing this attack clip by using a play function in order to play our attack or this attack clip, as you can see in the inspector. So we're going to press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So we also need to call the attack audio, so sorry, play attack sound. So we also need to call that function in order to play the clip. We can see we're not never calling this function anywhere, so we're not able to hear that attack sound, because we also need to call this function in order to play the attack clip. So when we're gonna call that function, once this player game object plays attack animation or it just attack on enemy game object, in that moment we're gonna do. So let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it in the inspector, and we're gonna call it somewhere when we attacking. So we can see over here that if input dot get mouse button down 0, basically means if we just clicking the left mouse button, then what we're doing, we just playing our attack animation clip, as you can see. So at the same time we also need to play the sound clip, which is the attack sound clip. So we're gonna call the function over here, and in order to call, we're gonna use this find any object by type, and then make these arrows, and we need to pass the script name in which script we just created the function. So in our case, that sound manager. So in these arrows we're gonna pass the sound manager. So let's sound manager, and then make first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. But we also gonna call the function over here. So after making first bracket, we're gonna type dot, and we're gonna call the function, which is play attack sound, and then make first bracket in order to call the function. So we using this find any object by type in order to find the script. So in our case, sound manager, and then from there we just calling the play attack sound, as you can see. So what we basically doing, we just going over to this sound manager script or sound manager C# class, and then we just calling this play attack sound function. And what this function is doing, it just playing the attack audio source, and then using this play function in order to play the attack clip, as you can see. So we just calling the function, this function, in order to play the sound. And let's go to player script now. So we're gonna press down Control S to save our code, and now let's move over to Unity. So let's have a look on this. So just wait for to compile. And now we are ready to play our game. So let's click on this play button in the top. So whenever we're gonna click left mouse button, we do know we playing the attack animation clip, and also we just calling the play attack sound, and we do know what that function is really doing. So I'm gonna disable my music for now. So let's get out of play mode, and let's select this theme game object, in which game object we attach the audio source of playing the music. So in my case, this theme game object. So I'm gonna select that from hierarchy, and let's go to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck this in basically we just disabling for now. And now we can just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our sound. So whenever we're gonna attack that that clip, which is the attack clip, just gonna play right away. So just wait for to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So if I just now click left mouse button, as soon as we clicking, we are able to hear our sound, as you can hear. So this is pretty cool. And what we want to do now, once we jump, we want to play the jump sound. So let's do that as well. So let's get out of play mode, and let's select the audio game object in the hierarchy, and let's basically let's add up one more audio source component to this audio game object for our jump sound. So let's go to make sure you select the audio game object in the hierarchy or the game object in which game object you're doing. So select that, go over to inspector and then click on this add component, and we're gonna add another audio source component. And what we have to do now, we need to drag the clip over here in audio resource slot. So we need to drag the clip here. So we're gonna move over to this project tab, uh, then we will move over to this audio folder, and we have the jump. So let's sorry we're gonna find the jump. So this one is jump. So I'm gonna rename the clip firstly. Instead of saying shoot, I'm gonna rename this to something like jump. So let's select the clip, right click on it, and then click on this rename, and I'm gonna rename it to something like jump. And now we're gonna select our audio game object one more time, and we need to drag the clip over here in this audio source field, audio resource, and it says non audio resource. So we need to drag the clip. So in my case, I'm going to select my jump clip from this audio folder, and let's drag it over here. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna uncheck this play on awake. Why? Because I don't want to play this clip right after the game starts, so that's why I just uncheck this play on awake. And we also need to play this jump sound once we jumping. So we're gonna move over to script, and we need a reference of this audio source, then we can play our jump sound. So let's open up our sound manager script one more time by double clicking on it, and we need to grab the reference of this audio source, this one. Then we can play the clip. So let's go to script, and let's create another field. So we're gonna make a public, and that is a audio source, the component that we're looking for, and we have to name it. So we're gonna call it something like jump audio source, jump audio source, and then close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Control S to save our script. Now let's move over to Unity. So what we're gonna do now, we need to drag the reference in our sound manager script. So we're gonna able to see, and another field just gonna pop up underneath our sound manager script, and that's gonna be the our jump audio source. As soon as the script gets compiled, we can see jump audio source, and it says none audio source, basically empty. So what we do now, we need to drag this audio source and then drag it right there, and we can see we have the reference of this audio source of this jump clip, and we are ready to play the clip. So let's open up our script one more time by double clicking on it, and let's make another function to play our jump clip. So we're gonna make a public another function, and for void for function, and we can call this one something like play jump sound. So I'm gonna call it play jump sound, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically need to move over to this audio source of this jump clip, and then we're gonna use play function in order to play the sound. So let's go to script. Firstly, we need to move over to that jump audio source. So let's go there, and then we're gonna use dot play function in order to play the clip, and then make first bracket, then close that up with semicolon, and then press down Control S to save your code. So basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this audio source, basically jump audio clip source, and then we're using play function in order to play the clip. So just wait for to compile, and when we should call that function, basically this play jump sound, once our player game object is jumping, at that moment we're gonna call the function, and we do know what that function is doing. It's just playing the clip. Firstly, it's just moving over to this audio source of this jump clip, and then using the play function in order to play the clip. So let's call the function in our player game object, basically where we jumping. So we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we're gonna call the function here. So as you can see, we jumping. So if we press down space key, at the same time we standing on the ground, then we jumping. So after jumping, we also need to play the clip. So we're gonna use this find object or any object by type in order to find the script. So we're gonna use this find any object by type, and then make these arrows, and the object or the script that we're looking for is a sound manager. So we're gonna type sound manager, and then make first bracket, and then we're gonna call the play jump sound function over here. So let's use this dot, and then we're gonna call the function here, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So basically we're just moving over to this sound manager script, or we're just going over to this script, and then we're just calling this function. And what this function is doing, it's just playing the jump sound clip. As you can see, firstly it's just moving over to that audio source, and then you using this play function in order to play the clip. So let's go to player skip now, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. And we're gonna take a look. Once we jump, or once we're gonna make jump, we will able to hear the jump sound right away. So make sure you just do that. Basically save your skip and then move over to this Unity, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look on this. Hmm. হয়ে যাবে। So as soon as we jumping, we are able to hear the sound, as you can hear. So we are able to hear our sound, and this is pretty cool. And if we just place attack animation, we can also able to hear our attack sound. So you can just do this, and if you just want to do basically this is a pretty beginner friendly coding. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if you just want to more deeply about sounds, then you can go in my description, and you can just check my audio manager tutorial. Also I will have my other tutorials about making sound or adding a sound to our game, to the game. I will have a video in the description, so you can go and check that out. If you just want to get it in more audio manager, then you can check that out. build our game. So let's build our game. So firstly, we're gonna move over to our menu scene because that's just gonna be the default one. So whenever player just gonna open up the game, that menu should be the default scene. So that's why we're gonna move over to menu scene. So let's head over to this project tab, then assets folder, and let's head over to this scenes folder, and let's double click on this menu scene in order to move into that scene. So let's double click there, and we can see we are in menu scene by now, and we are ready to create our game, so or to build our game. So make sure you just go to top left file and then click on this build profile in the bottom, and you can see the shortcut key in the right section, which is Control Shift plus B. So if you just press down that, it's gonna bring up the build settings tab right away. So I'm gonna click on this build profiles, or you can say, simply say this is our build profiles, and make sure in this scene list all of the scenes is over here. If it's not, then select those scenes and drag it in this scene list. So you know you're gonna be in this window, so just click on this over here in open scene list, and you're gonna go there. And what we have to do, we need to open up our player settings. In the top you can see in build profiles tab, in the top you can see build player settings. So just click there, and it's gonna get for us the player setting, or sorry, project settings. As you can see, project settings name tab, and we have to name the company, and make sure you just name it to something else. Don't leave it like this default company. So I'm gonna name it to with my YouTube channel name, which is bad code. So I'm gonna name it to bad code. So make sure you just change that default name to something else, and you have to name the product name or the game name what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like 2D platformer, something like that. And you can just increase this version if you want. You can set it to 1.1, but once you make for the second time, then just increase this number, else you can just leave that. And we can see we need to drag a icon. So if you just want to select an icon, so you can drag it over here, or you can simply click on this selects in the right, and you can choose a icon that you would like to go with. So let's suppose this one. And now what we can do, so this is fine. If you have any icon, and then you can just drag it in this default icon slot. So basically move over to this project tab, then assets, and then sprites folder, and you can select any sprite from here. So let's suppose I'm going to click on this arrow in order to see the individual. So I'm going to select this first sprite for the icon. So let's assume that. So I'm going to select that and drag it over to this default icon slot. So let's drag it right there. Sorry, we need to drag it over here. So let's select that. I don't know. Okay, so we need to select, let's suppose, so we're gonna select our sprite. So let's suppose this one, I'm gonna drag it there. I don't know, I'm not able to drag it over here. So we need to select individual. We can see this is our sprite, so we need to select individual sprite instead. So let's go to this. So let's suppose this one, we can select that, and we can drag it over here. And if you want to choose a default cursor icon, you can just do that as well. And now let's move over to this resolution and presentation section. And what just leave this, all of this, and if you just change, you can just do it over here as well. I'm gonna leave like this, and let's move over to next section, which is splash image. And we can click on this preview in order to see the preview. And we can see firstly Unity logo loads up, and then the game. And if you don't want the Unity logo, then you can just uncheck this show Unity logo. And if we just go ahead and then click on this preview, we can see it just directly getting. And we can just remove the splash image as well, splash screen, as you can see. So we can uncheck in order to be basically not choosing. So you can just uncheck, but I'm gonna check this instead. I want a custom logo to just show up. So if you just want to load up a custom logo, or you just want to show a custom logo, then just go over to this logos field, and it says list is empty. So click on this plus icon in the bottom right, you can see, and you can just drag the icon, which icon you just want to show in splash screen. So let's suppose I want to show this So I'm going to drag it right there. Sorry, we're going to select this tab. So let's select that and drag it over here. I'm really sorry, I'm gonna get rid of that. So let's select this one and drag it over here. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this preview, we can see the logo and then the game just load up. And if you want to show the logo of Unity, then you can just take this box and you can click on this preview in order to see the preview. So I don't want to show the Unity logo, so I'm gonna uncheck this and we can just click on this preview in order to see the preview. And if you have custom icon or custom logo, then you can just click over here in this plus icon and you can just drag the icon that you want to show up in splash screen. And we can now move over to next section, which is other settings. And we don't have to do over here nothing we have to do over here, so we can just leave that. And if you making your game Android, then you have to change some settings in this other settings. So let's build our game. To build our game, we're gonna move over to top left file one more time. So let's go to top left file. So just click there and then click on this build profiles. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make sure in the left bar in this build profile tab, you select the windows and the platform you want to make with. Then you can just select next to it. So in my case, I'm gonna choose this windows, and you can see this is active and we are ready to create our build. And in order to build our game, in the top right we can see build and run, as you can see. So just click there and we need to choose a folder where we want to create our build. So I'm going to create an separate folder for my build. So let's right click, then new, a folder, and I'm going to name this folder to something like build. So this will be the build folder. So let's call it something like build, and let's open up this build folder by double clicking on it. So I'm going to double click on that and then click on this select folder in the bottom, you can see. And as soon as you're gonna click on that, our game will be start preparing for build, and it's gonna take few moments to make our build of the game. So just give it a moment to Unity and it's gonna make the game, it's gonna make the build right away after taking a little time. Now we can see our build is complete and we can click on this play button in order to play our game, and we can take a look. I'm gonna shrink down my sound, so I will, sorry, I'm gonna shrink down my sound, something like this. And we can play our game now. We can jump, as you can see, and we can just move around. And let's kill this enemy. So I'm gonna get closer to my enemy game object in order to kill that. So let's kill this and we can kill it. And let's jump over on these grounds and let's kill this enemy as well. Let's let it down and we're gonna kill, and let's get at the end of our level. So let's get, and we can kill this enemy as well, and we can collect this coin, as you can see. And if we trigger with this flag, we're gonna move over to game victory. As you can see, as soon as we trigger it with that flag, we just move it over to this victory scene, and then we can just click on this menu button in order to go back menu, and we can click on this exit button in order to quit our application. As you seen, as soon as we click on that exit button, we just quit up our application, because now we just already created our build, so that's why we able to quit. But in Unity editor, you're not gonna able to do that. But once you made your application completely and then click on that exit button, it's gonna exit out your application, or it's gonna quit your application right away. I hope you get the idea, or you just enjoyed this full course. So I'm happy to see you at the end of the course, and this is pretty much at everything that we need to know about Unity 6 and C# programming. I'm really sorry, and I will see you in the next tutorial. So goodbye for now.